Another Marx. To George and Anne. For their warm hospitality, unconditional help, boundless support, and, most of all, infinite patience. Introduction. 1. The Marx Revival. If an author's eternal youth consists in his capacity to keep stimulating new ideas, then it may be said that Karl Marx has without question remained young. He has even been back in fashion since the outbreak, in 2008, of the latest crisis of capitalism. Contrary to the predictions after the fall of the Berlin Wall, when he was consigned to perpetual oblivion, Marx's ideas are once more the object of analysis, development, and debate. Many have begun to ask new questions about a thinker who was often falsely identified with actually existing socialism and then curtly brushed aside after 1989. Prestigious newspapers and journals with a wide audience of readers have described Marx as a highly topical and far-sighted theorist. Almost everywhere, he is now the theme of university courses and international conferences. His writings, reprinted or brought out in new editions, have reappeared on bookshop shelves, and the study of his work, after more than 20 years of neglect, has gathered increasing momentum, sometimes producing important, groundbreaking results. 1 Of particular value for an overall reassessment of Marx's work was the resumed publication in 1998 of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega 2, the historical critical edition of the complete works of Marx and Engels. The dissemination of their oeuvre is a long and tortuous story. After Marx's death, in 1883, Friedrich Engels (1820–1895) was the first to dedicate himself to the very difficult task, because the material was dispersed, the language obscure and the handwriting illegible, of editing his friend's legacy. His work concentrated on the reconstruction and selection of original materials, the publication of unpublished or incomplete texts, and the republication or translation of work that had already appeared in print. His priority was the completion of Capital, of which Marx had published only Volume I in his lifetime. 2 years after Engels's death, in 1897, the Italian socialist Antonio Labriola (1843–1904) asked, "Were the writings of Marx and Engels ever read in their entirety by anyone outside of the group of close friends and disciples of the authors themselves?" His conclusions were unequivocal. Up to now, it seems to have been a privilege of initiates to read all the writings of the founders of scientific socialism. The propagation of historical materialism had involved endless equivocations, misunderstandings, grotesque alterations, strange disguises and unfounded inventions. 2 In fact, as historical research later demonstrated, the belief that Marx and Engels had really been read was itself part of a hagiographic myth. 3 Many of their texts were rare or difficult to find even in the original language. The proposal of the Italian scholar to publish a full critical edition of all the writings of Marx and Engels was a stark necessity. For Labriola, what was needed were neither anthologies nor a posthumous canon. Rather, all the political and scientific activity, all the literary production, even occasional, of the two founders of critical socialism, needs to be placed at the disposal of readers, because it speaks directly to anyone who has the desire to read them. 4 More than 120 years later, this ambition has still not been realized. After the death of Engels, the natural executor of the complete works of Marx and Engels was the German Social Democratic Party, SPD. It had possession of their literary bequest, and its leaders, Karl Koschei (1854–1938) and Eduard Bernstein (1850–1932), had the greatest linguistic and theoretical competence. Nevertheless, political conflicts within the party not only impeded publication of the imposing mass of Marx's unpublished works, but also led to a scattering of the manuscripts that undermined any idea of a systematic edition. 5 The SPD did not sponsor one, and indeed it treated the literary legacy of Marx and Engels with the utmost negligence. 6 None of its theoreticians bothered to compile a list of their writings, or even methodically to collect their voluminous correspondence that was such a valuable source of clarification, sometimes even expansion, of their thought. The first attempt to publish the complete works of Marx and Engels, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega, was made only in the 1920s, in the Soviet Union, thanks mainly to the tireless initiative of David Ryazanov 1870–1938. In the early 1930s, however, Stalinist purges struck at the main scholars engaged in the edition, and the advent of Nazism in Germany abruptly curtailed further work. The project of a second mega, designed to reproduce all the writings of the two thinkers together with an extensive critical apparatus, got underway in 1975 in East Germany. Following the fall of the Berlin Wall, however, this too was interrupted. A difficult period of reorganization ensued, in which new editorial principles were developed and approved, and the publication of Mega 2 recommenced only in 1998. Since then 26 volumes have appeared in print, others are in the course of preparation, containing new versions of certain of Marx's works, all the preparatory manuscripts of Capital, correspondence from important periods of his life including a number of letters received, and approximately 200 notebooks. The latter contain excerpts from books that Marx read over the years and the reflections to which they gave rise. They constitute his critical theoretical workshop, indicating the complex itinerary he followed in the development of his thought and the sources on which he drew in working out his own ideas. 7. These priceless materials, many of which are available only in German and therefore intended for small circles of researchers, show us an author very different from the one that numerous critics or self-styled followers presented for such a long time. Indeed, the new textual acquisitions in Mega 2 make it possible to say that, of the classics of political and philosophical thought, Marx is the author whose profile has changed the most in recent years. The political landscape following the implosion of the Soviet Union has helped to free Marx from the role of figurehead of the state apparatus that was accorded to him there. Research advances, together with the changed political conditions, therefore suggest that the renewal in the interpretation of Marx's thought is a phenomenon destined to continue. 2 new research paths. Study of the published and as yet unpublished corpus of Mega 2 nourished the underlying conviction of the present volume, that many paths remain to be explored, and that, despite frequent claims to the contrary, Marx is not at all an author about whom everything has already been said or written. 8 In fact, Marxism has often distorted his thought. Marx's name was often used to justify the ideology of socialist regimes and has often been criticized on the basis of their policies. His quintessentially critical theory found itself reduced to a set of biblical verses susceptible to quasi-religious exegesis. This resulted in the most unlikely paradoxes. The thinker most resolutely opposed to writing recipes for the cookshops of the future 9 was converted into the progenitor of a new social system. The most painstaking thinker, never satisfied with the results he had produced, became the source of a dyed-in-the-wool doctrinarism. The steadfast champion of the materialist conception of history was wrenched more than any other author from his historical context. Even his insistence that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves was locked into an ideology that emphasized the primacy of political vanguards and parties as the forces propelling class consciousness and leading the revolution. The champion of the idea that a shorter working day was the prerequisite for the blossoming of human capacities found himself roped into support for the productivist creed of Stakhanovism. The convinced believer in the abolition of the state was built up into its firmest bulwark. Envisaging like few other thinkers the free development of individuality, he had argued that, whereas bourgeois right masks social disparities beneath a merely legal equality, right would have to be unequal rather than equal. 11 Yet the same Marx was falsely associated with a conception that erased the richness of the collective dimension in a featureless uniformity. The aim of this book is to help foster discussion of various interpretations of Marx's work. The results presented to the reader are modest and still incomplete. Modest, because Marx's gigantic critical overspanning many branches of human knowledge makes it a difficult task for any rigorous reader to synthesize it, and incomplete, because this volume concentrates on only 3 periods of Marx's life: the early writings, the composition of Capital, and the political activity in the International Working Men's Association. Moreover, within each period, certain texts have been singled out for discussion and others inevitably excluded. The obligation not to exceed the number of pages standard in a monograph made it impossible to deal with various chapters in Marx's life, for example, his analysis of the revolutionary events of 1848, the long journalistic labors for the New York Tribune, his political and theoretical reflections of the 1870s, and the research in the last years of his life. 12 These will be the object of works to be published in the future. With an awareness of these limits, the results of research completed so far are presented here to the reader, but they should also be seen as a point of departure for further, more detailed studies. Among other themes of analysis, Part 1 seeks to show that a philologically unfounded counterposition between Marx's early writings and his later critique of political economy was shared by revisionist Marxists, eager to prioritize the former, and by orthodox communists, focused on the mature Marx. In contrast to positions that either play up a distinctive young Marx or try to force a theoretical break in his work, Marx's articles and manuscripts of 1843 to 44 should be treated as an interesting, but only initial, stage in his critical trajectory. Part 2 aims to enrich in various ways the existing research into Marx's critique of political economy, most of which has considered only certain periods in its development, often jumping straight from the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 to the Grundrisse and from there to Capital, Volume I. In this book, the study of major recently published manuscripts makes it possible to offer a more exhaustive account of the formation of Marx's thought. Part 3 turns to Marx's political activity in the years between 1864 and 1872. Without denying his indispensable contribution to the life of the International, an attempt is made to show that that organization was much more than a creation of a single individual, as the Marxist-Leninist legend maintained for a long time. Moreover, in directly involving himself in workers' struggles, Marx was stimulated to develop and sometimes revise his ideas, to put old certainties up for discussion and ask himself new questions, and in particular to sharpen his critique of capitalism by drawing the broad outlines of a communist society. To relegate Marx to the position of an embalmed classic suitable only for academia would be a serious mistake, on a par with his transformation into the doctrinal source of actually existing socialism. For in reality his analyses are more topical today than they have ever been. Following the spread of market economy to new areas of the planet, capitalism has become a truly worldwide system, invading and shaping all aspects of human existence. It not only determines our lives during work time but is increasingly reconfiguring social relations. Capitalism has overcome its adversaries, broken the mediations of the political sphere, and remolded human relations in accordance with its own logic. Yet today more than ever, it produces terrible social injustices and unsustainable environmental destruction. Of course, the writings that Marx composed a century and a half ago do not contain a precise description of the world today. But despite all the profound transformations that have intervened, Marx still provides a rich array of tools with which to understand both the nature and the development of capitalism. After the last 30 years of glorification of market society, more and more are arguing once again that the cause of human emancipation should enlist the thought of Marx in its service. His specter seems likely to haunt the world and to stir humanity for a good while to come. 3. Chronology of Marx's writings. Given the size of Marx's intellectual output, the following chronology can only include his most significant writings. Its aim is to highlight the unfinished character of many of Marx's texts and the checkered history of their publication. In the first column are indicated the years when the respective texts were written, and in the second column their titles. The manuscripts that Marx did not send to press are placed between square brackets, as a way of differentiating them from finished books and articles. The greater weight of the former in comparison with the latter emerges as a result. The third column features the corresponding publication history, particularly in the case of texts that first appeared posthumously, where the year of first publication, the bibliographical reference and, where relevant, the names of their editors are given. Any changes that these made to the originals are also indicated. When a published work or manuscript was not written in German, the original language is specified. The following abbreviations have been used in the table: Mega, Marx Engels Gesamtausgabe, 1927–1935, SOC, K. Marx IF Engels Sakeinania, 1928–1946, Mu, Marx Engels Werke, 1956–1968, MECW, Marx Engels Collected Works, 1975–2005, Mega 2, Marx Engels Gesamtausgabe, 1975. Table 1 Chronological table of Karl Marx's writings. Year. Title. Information about editions. 1841. Difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature. 1902, in Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels und Ferdinand Lassalle, ed. By Mehring, partial version. 1927, in Mega I/1.1, ed. By Ryazanov. 1842–43. Articles for the Rheinische Rhenish newspaper. Daily published in Cologne. 1843. Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. 1927, in Mega I/1.1, ed. By Ryazanov. 1844. Essays for the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher German-French yearbooks. Including On the Jewish Question and a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. Only one issue, published in Paris. The majority of copies were confiscated by the police. 1844. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. 1932, In der Historisk Materialismus, ed. By Landshut and Meyer, and in Mega I/3, ed. By Adoritsky. The editions differ in content and order of the parts. The text was omitted from the numbered volumes of Mu and published separately. 1845. The Holy Family, with Engels. Published in Frankfurt am Main. 1845. Theses on Feuerbach. 1888, Appendix to Republication of Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of German Classical Philosophy by Engels. 1845–46. The German Ideology, with Engels. 1903–1904, in Document des Socialismus, ed. By Bernstein, partial version with editorial revisions. 1932, In der Historisk Materialismus, ed. By Landshut and Meyer, and in Mega I/3, ed. By Adoritsky. The editions differ in content and order of the parts. 1847. Poverty of Philosophy. Printed in Brussels and Paris. Text in French. 1848. Speech on the Question of Free Trade. Published in Brussels. Text in French. 1848. Manifesto of the Communist Party, with Engels. Printed in London. Began to circulate widely in the 1880s. 1848–49. Articles for the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Organ der Demokratie New Rhenish newspaper, organ of democracy. Daily appearing in Cologne. Includes wage labor and capital. 1850. Articles for the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Politische-ökonomische Review New Rhenish newspaper, Political Economic Review. Monthly printed in Hamburg in small runs. Includes the class struggles in France, 1848–1850. 1851–62. Articles for the New York Tribune. Many of the articles were written by Engels. 1852. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Published in New York in the first issue of Die Revolution. Most of the copies were not collected from the printers for financial reasons. Only a small number reached Europe. The second edition, revised by Marx, appeared only in 1869. 1852. Great Men of the Exile, with Engels. 1930, in Archiv Marx I Engel Essay, Russian edition. The manuscript had previously been hidden by Bernstein. 1853. Revelations concerning the Communist trial in Cologne. Published as an anonymous pamphlet in Basley, nearly all 2,000 copies were confiscated by the police, and in Boston. Republished in 1874 in Volksstadt, with Marx identified as the author, and in 1875, in book form. 1853-54. Lord Palmerston. Text in English. Originally published as articles in the New York Tribune and the People's Paper, and subsequently in booklet form. 1854. The Night of the Noble Consciousness. Published in New York in booklet form. 1856-57. Revelations of the Diplomatic History of the 18th Century. Text in English. Though already published by Marx, it was subsequently omitted from his works and published in the socialist countries only in 1986, in MECW. 1857. Introduction. 1903, in Die Neue Zeit, ed. By Koskai, with various discrepancies from the original. 1857-58. Grundrisse, Outlines of the Critique of Political Economy. 1939-1941, edition with small print run. 1953, Republication allowing wide circulation. 1859. Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Published in Berlin in 1,000 copies. 1860. Herr Voigt. Published in London with little resonance. 1861-63. Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, manuscript of 1861-1863. 1905-1910, economic manuscript of 1861-63, ed. By Koskai, in revised version. A text conforming to the original appeared only in 1954, Russian edition, and 1956, German edition. 1976-1982, manuscript published in full in Mega 2/3.1, 3.6. 1863-64. On the Polish Question. 1961, Manuscript über die Polnischkrieg, ed. By the IISH. 1863-67. Economic Manuscripts of 1863-1867. 1894, Capital, Volume 3. The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole, ed. By Engels, who also used later manuscripts published in Mega 2/14 and Mega 2/4.3. 1933, Volume I unpublished Chapter 6, in Archiv Marx I Engel Essay. 1988, publication of manuscripts of Volume I and Volume 2, in Mega 2/4.1. 1992, publication of manuscripts of Volume 3, in Mega 2/4.2. 1864-72. Addresses, resolutions, circulars, manifestos, programs, statutes of the International Working Men's Association. Texts mostly in English, including the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association and the fictitious splits in the International, with Engels. 1865. Wages, Price, and Profit. 1898, ed. By Eleanor Marx. Text in English. 1867. Capital, Volume I. The Process of Production of Capital. Published in 1,000 copies in Hamburg. Second edition in 1873 in 3,000 copies. Russian translation in 1872. 1870. Manuscript of Volume 2 of Capital. 1885, Capital, Volume 2. The Process of Circulation of Capital, ed. by Engels, who also used the manuscript of 1880 to 1881 and the shorter ones of 1867 to 1868 and 1877 to 1878, published in Mega 22/11. 1871. The Civil War in France. Text in English. Numerous editions and translations in a short space of time. 1872 to 75. Capital, Volume I, The Process of Production of Capital, French edition. Text reworked for the French edition which appeared in installments. According to Marx, it had a scientific value independent of the original. 1874 to 75. Notes on Bakunin's Statehood and Anarchy. 1928, in Letopisi Marxisma, with a preface by Ryazanov, Russian edition. Manuscript with excerpts in Russian and comments in German. 1875. Critique of the Gotha Program. 1891, in Die Neue Zeit, ed. by Engels, who altered a few passages from the original. 1875. Relationship between rate of surplus value and rate of profit developed mathematically. 2003, in Mega 22/14. 1877. From Kritischgeschichte, a chapter in Anti-Düring by Engels. Published in part in Vorworts and then in full in the book edition. 1879 to 80. Notes on Kovalevsky's Rural Communal Property. 1977, in Karl Marx über Formen for Kapitalistischer Produktion, ed. by the IISH. 1879 to 80. Marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's textbook of political economy. 1932, in Das Kapital, partial version. 1933, in SOC 15, Russian edition. 1880 to 81. Excerpts from Morgan's Ancient Society. 1972, in the Ethnological Notebooks of Karl Marx, ed. by the IISH. Manuscript with excerpts in English. 1881 to 82. Chronological excerpts 90 BC to approximate 1648. 1938 to 1939, in Archiv Marx I Engel essay, partial version, Russian edition. 1953, in Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin zur Deutschengeschichte, partial version. Part 1. Intellectual influences and early writings. 1. Childhood, Youth, and University Studies. 1. The Rabbi Monk. Karl Marx was born on May 5, 1818 in Trier, the oldest city in Germany. Founded in 16 BC as the Roman colony of Augusta Treverorum, it was an important army bastion and a residence of many emperors, with a population of 80,000 by the year AD 300, and went on to become the seat of the Gallic prefecture and one of the main administrative centers of the Western Empire. In the Middle Ages, it was for a long time an archbishopric capital and subsequently preserved the splendor of its intense religious past. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe (1749–1832), who visited it in 1792, described it as a characteristic and striking city. Inside the walls it is burdened, nay overwhelmed, with churches, chapels, monasteries, convents, colleges, and other chivalric and monastic buildings. Outside it is beset by abbeys, foundations, and Carthusian monasteries. 1 Yet Trier's decline from the late 17th century on meant that by the time of Marx's birth its population was as low as 11,400. 2. Trier's position on the border between Germany and France, belonging to France from 1795 to 1814, enabled the population to benefit from the economic and political reforms of the Napoleonic Civil Code and a post-Enlightenment cultural climate. The peasantry was liberated from feudal servitude and intellectuals from ecclesiastical constraints, while the bourgeoisie managed to gain approval for the liberal laws necessary for its development. After 1815, being situated in the southern part of the Prussian Rhineland, a region quite different from the more developed north with its metallurgical and cotton industries, Trier remained an essentially agricultural center. Peasant small holdings were the norm, and it had almost no proletariat at all. 3 Nevertheless, the widespread poverty made it one of the first German cities where French utopian socialist theories made an appearance, introduced by Ludwig Gall 1791–1863. Marx came from an old Jewish family, and to examine its genealogical tree is to lose oneself in a centuries-long list of successive rabbis. 4 His paternal uncle, Samuel, was rabbi in Trier until 1827, and Samuel's father, Levi Mordecai 1743–1804, a name later modified to Marx, had occupied the same position until his death, numbering several more rabbis in his lineage. Levi's wife, Evelwau 1754–1823, was the daughter of Moses Lwau 1764–1788, himself a rabbi in Trier, like his father Joshua Heschel Lwau 1692–1771 before him, a leading figure in the Jewish community of his time, and like his grandfather Aaron Lwau 1660–1712, originally from the Polish city of Lwów. Before emigrating to Poland, the family ancestors had lived in Hesse, and before that, around the mid-15th century, in Italy. In fact, 5 generations before, anti-Jewish persecution had forced Abraham Halevi Mins 1440–1525 to emigrate from Germany to Padua, where he was rabbi, and his son-in-law, Meyer Katzenellenbogen 1482–1565, became rector of the Talmudic University. 5. There was also a rabbinical ancestry on the maternal side of Marx's family. Although information is scarcer, we know that Karl's mother, Henriette 1788–1863, was the daughter of Isaac Pressburg 1747–1832, rabbi in Nijmegen, and that her line of descent consisted of Hungarian Jews forced by persecution to migrate to the Netherlands, where it took the name of its city of origin, Pressburg, today's Bratislava. 6 In the course of moving around, the Pressburgs also spent some time in Italy, the home of Jehuda ben Eliezer Halevi Mins, 1508, professor at Pavia University. In this family too, as Marx's youngest daughter Eleanor 1855–1898 wrote, the male offspring had been rabbis for hundreds of years. 7. With this background, and being the only surviving son, Marx might very well have followed the same path. We may say, then, that he was a rabbi monk, whom circumstances pointed toward a different destiny. His father Herschel 1777–1838 was part of a generation of young Jews, Heinrich Heine 1797–1856 and Eduard Gans 1797–1839 made the same choice in this period, who shook off the constraints of a community living apart amid the hostility of Christians, closed to the outside world and the changes taking place within it. 9 At that time, moreover, relinquishment of the Jewish faith was not only a price to be paid for keeping one's job but also, as Heine pointed out, the intellectual entry ticket to European civilization. 10. After a complicated youth and difficulties with his family, Herschel Marx managed to secure a good position as legal advisor at the Court of Appeal in Trier. The Prussian annexation of the Rhineland in 1815, however, led to the exclusion of Jews from all public office. Forced to choose between quitting his profession and abandoning the faith of his ancestors, he then had himself baptized and changed his name to Heinrich. Although Trier had a Catholic majority, he decided to join the small, 300-strong Protestant community, which distinguished itself by its greater liberalism. The conversion of his children, including Karl, followed in August 1824, and that of his wife the following year. 11 Despite the change of religion and the Enlightenment atmosphere that the household always exuded, the Marx family retained many Jewish habits and types of behavior, the influence of which should not be minimized in a discussion of Karl's childhood and adolescence. Few particulars are known about the first years of Marx's life. It is likely that he spent them happily in the calm and cultivated ambience of a bourgeois family and was seen by it as a particularly gifted child holding out bright hopes for the future. Educated at home until he was 12, he got his early bearings from a paternal rationalism that would exert a profound influence on his development. Heinrich Marx, a highly cultured man, subscribed to Enlightenment theories and had a good knowledge of Voltaire (1694–1778), Jean-Jacques Rousseau (1712–1778) and Gotthold Ephraim Lessing (1729–1781). Free of religious prejudices and supportive of liberal tendencies in politics, he brought up his son according to modern pedagogical principles. Marx always preserved a deep affection for his father. He never tired of speaking of him and always carried around a photo of him taken from an old daguerreotype. 13. Marx's mother Henriette, on the other hand, who had moved from Nijmegen after her marriage, was so lacking in education that she was unable even to master the German language. Devoted to the home, Henriette Pressburg was anxious and apprehensive by nature, played no role in her son's intellectual development and never understood his aspirations. Relations between them remained infrequent for the rest of her life, often involving conflict and, from a certain point on, centering entirely on financial disputes over the family inheritance. Marx's relations with his three sisters were also sporadic and had no importance in his life. As the third of 9 children, 5 younger brothers succumbed to tuberculosis, he was left alone with them from an early age. The few recollections that have come down to us speak of him as a terrible tyrant, who would force his sisters to gallop like horses up the Markusberg in Trier and to eat the cakes he had prepared with dirty hands from even dirtier dough. Yet they allowed him to do this, because he rewarded them with wonderful stories. 14. 2 At school in Trier and Studiosus Juris in Bonn. From 1830 to 1835, Marx attended the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium in Trier. Founded by Jesuits in the 16th century and didactically restructured after Prussia's annexation of the Rhineland, the high school could boast of excellent teachers and offered a rationalist liberal education which, together with the one received from his father, stamped Marx's early cast of mind. The climate then reigning in Prussia, however, was marked by censorship and the suppression of civil liberties. A decree stifling all expressions of dissent was the response to a demonstration for free speech in Hambach in 1832. A special commission for the elimination of politically dangerous groups turned its attentions to Trier, and after an inspection at Marx's school several teachers were accused of having a bad influence on their pupils. Charges were laid against the headmaster Hugo Weitenbach (1767–1848), a fervent Enlightenment spirit, and he was assigned a deputy by the name of Vitus Loher (1792–1862), a reactionary for whom Marx displayed his aversion by refusing to take personal leave of him, as was customary, at the end of his studies. The government commission also targeted the Casino Literary Society, a meeting place for progressive citizens in Trier and the heart of its liberal opposition. In 1834, the building was placed under police surveillance following a banquet in honor of local liberal deputies to the Rhineland Diet. Heinrich Marx gave a speech there supporting a moderate constitutional system, and a meeting at which the Marseillaise was sung and the French tricolor unfurled. 15. Such events formed the backdrop to this period of Marx's life. He was among the youngest pupils in his class and the few non-Catholics in the whole school. These two factors together probably did not help him to make close friends, but we are told that his schoolmates respected the ease with which he composed satirical verses against his enemies. 16. Marx's results were good but not particularly brilliant. Throughout his time at the school, his name appears only twice in the end-of-year praise bestowed on deserving pupils, once for knowledge of ancient languages, and once for German composition. He did satisfactorily in his final exams, but again did not really stand out. The diploma certificate tells us that his German composition and grammatical knowledge were considered very good. In Latin and Greek he could translate and explain easier passages with facility and precision, write thoughtfully and with deep insight into the subject matter, and speak with a degree of fluency. He was in general fairly proficient in history and geography and able to read even difficult French with some assistance, and he had a good grasp of mathematics and a moderate grasp of physics. Also fairly clear and well-grounded was his knowledge of Christian doctrine and morals and to some extent the history of the Christian Church. The exam board therefore passed him, cherishing the hope that he will fulfill the favorable expectations which his aptitudes justify. 17. Marx took his school-leaving exam in 1835, and his results in religion, Latin and German are the first direct clues to his early intellectual formation. 18. His German composition piece, Reflections of a Young Man on the Choice of a Profession, is particularly interesting. Although typical of the Enlightenment humanist conceptions prevalent in Germany at the time. 19. The text has caught the attention of various researchers because it sums up what Marx thought about each individual's responsibility in making the difficult choice of a career. In his view, the main guide in this decision should be the good of humanity, and the people whom history considered really great were those who had worked for the universal. And he concludes, if we have chosen the position in life in which we can most of all work for mankind, no burdens can bow us down, because they are sacrifices for the benefit of all, then we shall experience no petty, limited, selfish joy, but our happiness will belong to millions, our deeds will live on quietly but perpetually at work, and over our ashes will be shed the hot tears of noble people. 20. The essay contains another sentence that has aroused debate among interpreters of Marx, but we cannot always attain the position to which we believe we are called. Our relations in society have to some extent already begun to be established before we are in a position to determine them. 21. Some Marxists who regard his thought as having been formed before his long and profound studies in political economy even see the statement as the first exposition of the materialist conception of history. But the reality is simpler. Just 17 years old at the time, Marx was arguing that for any human being a choice of career is bound up with the objective circumstances of his or her life. 22. With the gymnasium behind him, the young man indulged his father's wish that he should follow him into the legal profession, and although he had no special leaning in that direction, he enrolled in October 1835 in the Faculty of Law in Bonn, the closest university city to Trier and the main intellectual center of the Rhineland. Bonn, with a population of 40,000, was a little larger than Trier but much more animated, and it held an undoubted attraction for Marx. Many activities were concentrated around the university, which had a staff of 60 for approximately 700 students. The teaching corps, including the prestigious philosopher August W. Schlegel (1767–1845), set its stamp on the whole cultural atmosphere in the city, dominated at the time by a romanticism associated with the theories of Friedrich W. J. Schelling (1775–1854). Its students, who enjoyed considerable freedom, were the most energetic section of society and had promoted various political initiatives. In April 1833, however, there was a profound change in the situation. A group of students attempted to disperse the federal diet and to install an independent Rhineland government, and the swift crushing of this revolt was followed by a crackdown on the student organizations. One in particular, the Student Liberal Association, was formally dissolved and its members expelled or arrested. When Marx arrived in Bonn, the repression was still in full swing, as the police, with the help of a network of informers, was attempting to weed out all the suspects. Fear of sanctions impelled large numbers of students to refrain from further political activity and to throw themselves instead into a round of drinking and dueling. The only permitted associations were the student corporations, made up of sons of the nobility, and circles organized by city of origin. Marx joined the one with some 30 students from Trier, becoming a keen member and, before long, one of its 5 presidents. 23. Since Marx's letter to his parents from Bonn have been lost, those from his father are invaluable for a reconstruction of his life in this period, indeed, the only direct source we have. Heinrich sent thoughtful advice to his Studiosus Juris 24 and expressed high hopes for his future. I have no doubt as to your goodwill and diligence, or about your firm intention to do something great. Marx threw himself into his studies with great enthusiasm. his will to learn was so great that he registered for a good 9 courses during the first winter semester. But after an admonishment from his father, 9 lecture courses seemed to me rather a lot, and I would not like you to do more than your body and mind can bear. 25, he convinced himself to cut these to 6, giving up the realm of physics and chemistry. He assiduously followed every lecture, not only in jurisprudence, legal institutions, and the history of Roman law, but also in Greek and Roman mythology, modern art history, and aspects of Homer, the latter given by Schlegel himself. This selection demonstrates the young man's wide range of interests, as well as the great passion he felt for poetry. Around the same time, he began to write some verse compositions. 26, and became a member of the Poets' Club. We know from his father's letters and money transfers that Marx bought many books, especially large historical works. 27, he studied with great intensity and, despite his father's urging, in providing really vigorous and healthy nourishment for your mind, do not forget that in this miserable world it is always accompanied by the body, which determines the well-being of the whole machine. Therefore, do not study more than your health can bear. 28, Marx's health suffered from the excessive workload after just a few months in Bonn. His father's letters repeated the warnings, "I hope at least that the sad experience will bring home to you the need to pay rather more attention to your health. Even excessive study is madness in such a case. There is no more lamentable being than a sickly scholar." 29, so, during the summer semester, force of circumstance dictated that he took no more than 4 courses, history of German law, European international law, natural law, and the elegies of Propertius 50-45 BC, 15/BC, as well as the one given by Schlegel. Apart from accumulated fatigue, another reason for this reduction was the exuberance of student life to which he had indulged in the meantime. He spent a lot of money and ran up debts, so that his father was often compelled to send him additional funds. He also bought a pistol and, when this was discovered by the police, he had to undergo an investigation for possession of a concealed firearm. He was arrested and given 1 day's detention for rowdiness and drunkenness at night. 30, and he took part in a duel with another student and received a slight wound above his left eye. On balance, the year in Bonn did not live up to expectations, and Marx's father decided to transfer him to Berlin University. Before setting off for the Prussian capital, though, he spent the summer holidays in Trier and became engaged to his future lifelong companion, Jenny von Westphalen. 1814-1881, much sought after for her beauty and her position in society. Fearing that the von Westphalens would refuse to accept the match, Karl was an ordinary bourgeois, Jewish in origin and, having just turned 18, was 4 years younger than Jenny, something almost unheard of in those days. They initially kept their intentions secret from the family. Jenny did indeed belong to a completely different world. She was the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen 1770-1842, an eminent government official and a typical representative of the cultured, liberal-inclined German upper classes. He was a fascinating, open-minded man, who spoke perfect English, read ancient Latin and Greek, Italian, French, and Spanish. He was therefore on excellent terms with the young Marx and appreciated his great intellectual vivacity. His preferred reading, though, were the works of the Romantic school, rather than the French rationalists and classics. So, whereas Karl's father read Voltaire and Racine to him, the Baron would recite Homer, and Shakespeare 1564-1616, who always remained his favorite authors. 31 Von Westphalen also paid close attention to the social question and helped to arouse Marx's early interest in Henry de Saint-Simon 1760-1825. 32 All in all, he provided him with stimulating influences that neither family nor school had been able to offer, and Marx always remained tied to him by feelings of gratitude and admiration. Not for nothing did he dedicate his doctoral thesis to the Baron a few years later. 3 Into the arms of the enemy. With 320,000 inhabitants, Berlin was the second most populous German-speaking city after Vienna. The heart of the Prussian bureaucracy, it was also a lively intellectual center and the first great metropolis with which Marx became familiar. Friedrich Wilhelm University, founded in 1833, had 2,100 students at the time. It housed many of the most celebrated academics of the age. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel (1770–1831) himself had taught there from 1818 until his death in 1831, and constituted the most serious and fitting place for Marx to continue his studies. Ludwig Feuerbach (1804–1872), who also studied there, had said of it in the 1820s, "Other universities seem real dumps in comparison with this temple of work." 34. In this new context, and with the responsibilities deriving from his betrothal, Marx gave up the high spirits of his second bond semester and got down to work with renewed passion and diligence. His attitude to university had changed, however. He concerned himself much less with academic lectures and, during the 9 semesters he spent in Berlin, registered for only 13 courses and spent 2 semesters without attending any. In winter 1836–37 he took courses on the Justinian compilations of Roman law, on criminal law, and anthropology. The first 2 courses, which he followed with great zeal, were shared between the greatest jurists of the day. Friedrich von Savanus (1779–1861), founder and chief theorist of the historical school, proposed a romantic exaltation of the past and was a supporter of political conservatism. Eduard Gans, a disciple of Hegel and Henry de Saint-Simon, idol of the whole of progressive Berlin, and highly liberal in his politics, contributed to the development of similar tendencies in Marx and to his interest in Hegelianism. In any event, an account of Marx's academic involvement gives a very one-sided picture of his intellectual endeavors. Apart from courses obligatory for his exams in ecclesiastical law, civil procedure, Prussian civil procedure, penal procedure, and inheritance law 35, he limited himself to 4 others: logic, geography, the book of Isaiah, and Euripides. But, locking himself away in his room, he embarked on prodigious independent study that allowed him very quickly to master fields of knowledge well beyond his chosen discipline. Marx's learning program can be reconstructed from the letter he wrote to his father in November 1837, the only one surviving from his time at Berlin University and a priceless document for his first year there. Burning with love for his fiancée and still anxious about the fate of their still unofficial union, he devoted himself to poetry in particular. From October to December 1836, he composed 3 books of verses and sent them to my dear, eternally beloved Genevieve Westphalen. 36, the Book of Love in 2 parts and the Book of Songs. Their conventional themes of tragic love and their heavy, awkward lyrical form did not suggest a particular gift for poetry. 37. For Marx, however, poetry could be and had to be only an accompaniment. He always felt more strongly the urge to wrestle with philosophy and had a duty to study jurisprudence. He did in fact begin reading the German jurists Johann G. Henixia (1681–1741) and Anton F. J. Thabot (1772–1840), translated the first 2 books of the Justinian Pandect, and tried to elaborate a philosophy of law covering the whole field of law. 38. Guided by a wish to relate the 2 to each other, he passed from a study of the empirical side of law to jurisprudence and from there to philosophy in general. 39. In this way, he composed a work of almost 300 pages, which remained incomplete, and later went missing. It had 2 parts, a metaphysics of law and a philosophy of law. Although Marx never finished it, the act of writing enabled him to gain a general view of the material and a liking for it. He could see the falsity of the whole thing, the basic plan of which borders on that of Kant, and became convinced that there could be no headway without philosophy. He therefore drafted a new system of metaphysical principles, but at the end of this he was once more compelled to recognize that it was wrong, like all my previous efforts. Little by little, philosophy took over from the study of law, and the legal career envisaged by his father gave way to the prospect of a life of academic study. At the same time, Marx developed his interests in many other directions. He acquired the habit of making extracts from all the books he read, and incidentally scribbled down his reflections. 40, a habit he kept up for the rest of his life, in his tiny, almost illegible handwriting. Marx began his notebooks of excerpts with Lacan, 1767, by Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, Irwin, 1815, by Carl W. F. Salger 1780-1819, The History of Ancient Art, 1764, by Johann J. Winckelmann 1717-1768 and The History of the German People, 1825-35, by Heinrich Leyden 1778-1847.41. During the same period, he translated two Latin classics, Tacitus's 56-120 Germania, AD 98, and Ovid's 43 BC, ad 1718 Tristia, AD 12-17. He began to study English and Italian grammar, read Ernst F. Klein's 1744-1810 work on Prussian criminal law and annals and, at least cursorily, all the most recent literature. Despite his father's repeated entreaties not to overdo his studying and not to exhaust himself, 42 Marx kept working at a furious pace. He wrote another notebook of poetry, and dedicated it to his father on his 60th birthday, adding the first act of Elainem, a fantastic drama in verse, and some chapters of a humoristic romance, Scorpion and Felix, a poorly executed attempt to heap scorn on Berlin Philistines. More interesting are some brief epigrams in the same notebook, which record his critical attitude to Hegel at the time. Finally, Marx had a major interest in theater and literary issues, and from 1837 on, though still barely 19, he had plans to found a journal of literary criticism. 43. In the end, after all this intensive and emotionally exhausting work in the fields of law, philosophy, art, literature, languages, and poetry, 44 Marx fell ill and took his doctor's advice to seek rest in the country. 45 At a fishing village called Strelo, 46 an hour's journey from the university. As well as providing him with a break, this stay also marked an important stage in Marx's intellectual evolution. A curtain had fallen, my holy of holies was rent asunder, and new gods had to be installed. After a deep inner conflict, he bid farewell to Romanticism, distanced himself from Kantian and Fichtean idealism, and arrived at the point of seeking the idea in reality itself. Until then he had read only fragments of Hegel's philosophy, the grotesque craggy melody of which did not appeal to him. In Strelo he got to know Hegel from beginning to end, together with most of his disciples. Nevertheless, his conversion to Hegelianism was by no means immediate. In order to clarify the ideas he was making his own, he drafted a dialogue of 24 sheets, 47, called Kleanths, or the starting point and necessary continuation of philosophy, also now lost, which attempted to unify art and science. The fruit of studies of history, the sciences, and Schelling's works, it had caused Marx to rack his brains endlessly. And the outcome disheartened him in the end. This work, my dearest child, reared by moonlight, like a false siren delivers me into the arms of the enemy, that is, into the embrace of Hegel's philosophy. Upset by the outcome of his reflections, Marx was for some days quite incapable of thinking. 48 Subsequently, he laid philosophy aside for a while to immerse himself again in his legal studies, Savina's Property Law, 1805, Anselm R. Feuerbach's 1829-1880 Manual of Criminal Law, 1801, Karl von Graham's Fundamental Principles of the Science of Criminal Law, 1812, Johann Andreas Kramer's 1723-1788 Significance of the Words in the Title of the Pandect, Johann N. von Wenning-Ingenheim's 1790-1831 Manual of General Civil Law, 1822, Christian F. Muhlenbruch's 1785-1843 Science of the Pandect, 1838, Gratian's 1075/80, 1145/47 Concordia Discordantium Canonum, 1140, and Jovan Paolo Lancelotti's 1522-1590 Institutes of Canon Law, 1563. He also read Francis Bacon's 1561-1626 De Augmenta Scientiarum, 1623, and Hermann S. Reimerus's 1694–1768 book on the artistic instincts of animals, 1760, and translated part of Aristotle's 384 BC, 322 BC Rhetoric, 367 BC, 322 BC, point 49. Finally, because of the vain, fruitless intellectual labors, and nagging annoyance at having had to make an idol of a view that I hated, that is, Hegel's philosophy, Marx suffered a breakdown. When he had recovered, he burned all the poems and outlines of stories, etc. that he had written up to then. 50 His research still had such a long road to travel. For a young Hegelian in Berlin. In 1837, having been introduced by Adolf Rutenberg 1808–1869, his closest friend at the time, to the Doctors' Club, Marx began to frequent the circle of left Hegelian writers, lecturers, and students in Berlin. It had been launched that same year, with members including Bruno Bauer 1809–1882, Carl Friedrich Koppen 1808–1863, Heinrich Bernhard Oppenheim 1819–1880 and Ludwig Buhl 1816–1880. 51 It was thanks to them that Marx became ever more firmly bound to the modern world philosophy from which he had thought to escape. Now, too, he continued to study and write intensively, and in November he wrote to his father, "I could not rest until I had acquired modernity and the outlook of contemporary science through a few bad productions such as The Visit 52." But his father's reply was severe, expressing great worries about Karl's working methods and disapproving of what were now his main spheres of interest. God's grief. Disorderliness, musty excursions into all departments of knowledge, musty brooding under a gloomy oil lamp, and is it here, in this workshop of senseless and inexpedient erudition, that the fruits are to ripen which will refresh you and your beloved, and the harvest to be garnered which will serve to fulfill your sacred obligations? This merely testifies how you squander your talents and spend your nights giving birth to monsters, that you follow in the footsteps of the new immoralists who twist their words until they themselves do not hear them. 53. Shortly afterwards, Heinrich Marx's own already bad health deteriorated further, and he died of tuberculosis in May 1838. The chains tying Karl to the family then loosened considerably, and without his father's critical gaze, which over time would probably have sharpened into a conflict between them. 54, he could go his own way at an even brisker pace. 55. The Doctors' Club thus became the center of Marx's formation and the stimulus for all his activity. After the split between left and right Hegelians, which occurred precisely during these years, some of the most progressive minds in Prussia gathered at the circle in Berlin, the men who took part in the struggle against conservatism and liberalism on the side of the latter. Although Marx was only 20 when he first visited the club, his dazzling personality meant not only that all its members, on average 10 years older, treated him as an equal, but that he exercised great intellectual influence over them and often shaped the agenda for discussion. 56. From the beginning of 1839, Marx became more and more attached to Bauer, who had repeatedly urged him to finish university more quickly. Marx therefore undertook a deep study of Epicurus and by early 1840 had filled 7 notebooks with notes for a dissertation on Greek philosophy that would be entitled Difference Between the Democritean and Epicurean Philosophy of Nature. 57. This was the only strictly philosophical work that he wrote in his lifetime. 58. Probably intended to be part of a larger work on ancient philosophy, it was written between the second half of 1840 and March 1841. It consisted of a preface, 2 sections of 5 chapters each. The 4th and 5th chapters of the first section have been lost, and an appendix on Plutarch's critique of Epicurus, which has also been lost apart from a few notes. 59. The large amount of time that Marx spent on the work was due to his extreme meticulousness and the rigorous self-criticism to which he subjected all his thinking. 60. The wish to participate in the political struggle of the Hegelian left was also very strong in him, but he realized he would be of more use continuing his research, deepening his knowledge and clarifying his conception of the world. Epicurus was only one of the many authors he studied. In the first half of 1840, he began to read extracts from Aristotle's De Anima, 350 BC, and planned to write a critique of Friedrich Adolf Trendelenburg's 1802-1872 Logical Investigations, 1840. It was also his intention to publish a book against the theological George Hermes 1775-1831 and a polemical pamphlet on the idea of divinity, 1839, by Carl Philipp Fischer 1807-1885.61, but none of these projects came to fruition. Evidence of Marx's resolve to spend his energy in rigorous study and discrete Article 62 is the fact that between January and April 1841, that is, during and after his writing of the final part of his doctoral thesis, he worked with a hand copier on compiling 7 notebooks of extracts from Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz 1646-1716 correspondence and works, David Hume 1711-1776 treatise on human nature, Baruch Spinoza 1632-1677 theologico-political treatise, 1670, and Karl Rosenkranz's 1805-1879 History of Kantian Philosophy, 1840.63. This material concerned modern philosophers and was thus independent of his work on the dissertation. Its purpose was to broaden his knowledge, in the hope that he might obtain a position as a university professor. But in April 1841, having presented his thesis to the University of Jena 64, more liberal than Berlin, and been awarded a doctorate in philosophy, Marx found that the new political context had shut the door to him. Following the enthronement of Friedrich Wilhelm IV 1795-1861, a strongly romantic Christian wave of reaction had spread throughout Prussia, and Hegelian philosophy, which until then had enjoyed support from the state, was banished from academia. Meanwhile, Marx had curtailed his literary ambitions, although early in 1841 he succeeded in having 2 poems published in the journal Athenaeum Athenaeum.65, so he decided to leave for Bonn and join his friend Bauer, with whom he had been planning to found a journal Archiv des Atheismus, Archive of Atheism, that would offer a critical viewpoint, especially in religious matters. During this period, Marx compiled a new group of extracts, above all from On the Worship of Fetish Gods, 1760, by Charles de Brosse 1709-1777, The General Critical History of Religion, 1806-1807, by Christoph Meiners 1747-1810, and On Religion, 1824-1830, by Benjamin Constant 1767-1830.66. But the journal project eventually fell through, and, having grown distant from Bauer over political questions 67, he gave up further studies in this sphere. At the end of years of intensive academic studies in law, history, literature, and philosophy, having abandoned his father's recommendation of the legal profession but found it impossible to secure a university post, Marx decided to devote himself to journalism. In May 1842, he wrote his first article for the daily Rhenisch-Zeitung Rhenish newspaper in Cologne, and from October of that year until March 1843 he became its extremely youthful chief editor. Soon, however, he felt the need to get to grips with political economy, a discipline just beginning to take wing in Prussia, and to become more directly involved in politics. A meeting with Friedrich Engels 1820-1895, who had already completed his studies in political economy in England, was crucial in encouraging his decision in this direction, as was the influence of Moses Hess's 1812-1872 writings 68 and the year and a bit that he spent in Paris, the site of ceaseless social agitation. In little more than 5 years, then, the student from a Jewish family in provincial Germany had become a young revolutionary in touch with the most radical groups in the French capital. His trajectory had been rapid and wide-ranging, but it paled beside what lay ahead in the immediate future. 2. The encounter with political economy. 1. Paris, capital of the 19th century. Paris is a monstrous miracle, an astounding assemblage of movements, machines, and ideas, the city of 1,000 different romances, the world's thinking box. 1. This is how Honoré de Balzac 1799-1850 described in one of his tales the effect of the metropolis on those who did not know it thoroughly. During the years before the 1848 revolution, the city was inhabited by artisans and workers in constant political agitation. From its colonies of exiles, revolutionaries, writers and artists, and the general social ferment, it had acquired an intensity found in few other epochs. Women and men with the most varied intellectual gifts were publishing books, journals, and newspapers, writing poetry, speaking at meetings, and discussing endlessly in cafes, in the street, and on public benches. Their close proximity meant that they exercised a continual influence on one another. 2. Mikhail Bakunin 1814–1876, having decided to cross the Rhine, suddenly found himself amid those new elements which have not yet been born in Germany. In a climate where political ideas circulate among all strata of society. 3 Lawrence von Stein 1815–1890 wrote that life in the populace itself was beginning to create new associations and to conceive of new revolutions. 4 Arnold Ruge 1802–1880 was of the view that in Paris we shall live our victories and our defeats. 5 In short, it was the place to be at that particular moment in history. For Balzac, the streets of Paris have human qualities and such a physiognomy as leaves us with impressions against which we can put up no resistance. 6 Many of these impressions also struck Karl Marx, who at the age of 25 had moved there in October 1843, they profoundly marked his intellectual evolution, which matured decisively during his time in Paris. 7 Following the journalistic experience on the Rheinische Rhenish newspaper, Marx's abandonment of the conceptual horizon of the Hegelian rational state, and an associated democratic radicalism, meant that he had arrived in the French capital with a certain theoretical openness. 8 But this was now shaken by the tangible vision of the proletariat. The uncertainty generated by the problematic atmosphere of the times, which saw the rapid consolidation of a new social economic reality, was dissipated once he made contact, both theoretically and experientially, with the Parisian working class and its living and working conditions. The discovery of the proletariat and, through it, of revolution, the new commitment to communism, still unclearly defined and semi-utopian, the critique of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's speculative philosophy and the Hegelian left, the first outline of the materialist conception of history and the beginnings of his critique of political economy, these were the set of fundamental themes that Marx would develop during this period. 2 Classics of Political Economy and Alienated Labor. Political economy was not Marx's first intellectual passion. It was only just emerging as a discipline in Germany during his youth, and he encountered it only after various other subjects. When he had been working with the Rheinische, Marx had already grappled with particular economic questions, albeit only from a legal or political viewpoint. 9 However, the censorship struck at the paper and caused him to end the experience, to withdraw from the public stage to my study. 10 So he continued his studies of the state and legal relations, in which Hegel was a leading authority, and in 1843 wrote the manuscript that was posthumously published as a critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Having developed the conviction that civil society was the real foundation of the political state, he formulated, for the first time, the importance of the economic factor in social relations. But it was only in Paris that Marx made a start on a conscientious critical study of political economy. 11 Having received a crucial impetus from contradictions in law and politics that could not be solved within their own sphere and from the inability of either to furnish solutions to social problems. Engels's Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy, one of his 2 articles to appear in the first and only volume of the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher Franco-German yearbooks, also made a decisive impact on Marx at this time. From that point his studies, hitherto mainly philosophical, political, and historical, turned to the new discipline that would become the fulcrum of his scientific concerns and mark out a new horizon he would never abandon. 12 Under the influence of Moses Hesse's Essence of Money, 1845, and his transposition of the concept of alienation from a speculative to a social economic plane, Marx first concentrated on a critique of the economic mediation of money as an obstacle to the realization of the human essence. In a polemic against Bruno Bauers on the Jewish question, 1843, he considered the Jewish question to be a social problem that represented the philosophical and social historical presupposition of capitalist civilization as a whole. Selling is the practical aspect of alienation. Just as man, as long as he is in the grip of religion, is able to objectify his essential nature only by turning it into something alien, something fantastic, so under the domination of egoistic need he can be active practically, and produce objects in practice, only by putting his products, and his activity, under the domination of an alien being, and bestowing the significance of an alien entity, money, on them. Since in civil society the real nature of the Jew has been universally realized and secularized, civil society could not convince the Jew of the unreality of his religious nature, which is indeed only the ideal aspect of practical need. Once society has succeeded in abolishing the empirical essence of Judaism huckstering and its preconditions, the Jew will have become impossible, because his consciousness no longer has an object, because the subjective basis of Judaism, practical need, has been humanized, and because the conflict between man's individual sensuous existence and his species existence has been abolished. 13. The Jew was the metaphor and the historical vanguard for the relations it produced, a worldly figure that became synonymous with capitalism. THIRD. 14. Immediately afterwards, Marx began massive reading in a new field of study, and wrote, both in his manuscripts and notebooks of excerpts, many critical comments that he compiled, as usual, from the reading material. The guiding thread of his work was the need to unveil and oppose the greatest mystification of political economy, the idea that its categories were valid at all times and in all places. Marx was deeply affected by this blindness and lack of historical sense on the part of the economists, who thereby tried to conceal and justify the inhumanity of the economic conditions of their time by presenting them as a fact of nature. In a comment on a text by John Baptiste Say 1767–1832, he noted that private property is a fact whose constitution does not concern political economy yet which is its foundation. The whole of political economy is therefore based on a fact devoid of necessity. 15 Similar observations recur in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 where Marx emphasizes that political economy starts with the fact of private property, it does not explain it to us. The economist assumes in the form of a fact, of an event, what he is supposed to deduce. 16. Political economy, then, takes the regime of private property, the associated mode of production and the corresponding economic categories as immutable for all eternity. The man of bourgeois society appears as if he were natural man. In short, when one speaks of private property, one thinks of dealing with something external to man. 17 Marx's rejection of this ontological switch could not have been clearer. His deep and wide study of history had given him a first key to read the temporal evolution of social structures, and he had also taken over what he regarded as Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's 1809–1865 best insights, including his critique of the idea of private property as a natural right. 18 With these supports, Marx was able to grasp of the provisional character of history. The bourgeois economists presented laws of the capitalist mode of production as eternal laws of human society. Marx, by contrast, made his exclusive and distinctive object of study the specific relations of his time, the ruptured world of industry. 19 He underlined its transitoriness as one stage produced by history, and set out to investigate the contradictions that capitalism generates, which are leading to its supersession. This different way of understanding social relations had important consequences, chief of which were undoubtedly those concerning the concept of alienated labor, entfremdet Arbeit. 20 Unlike the economists, or Hegel himself, for whom it was a natural and immutable condition of society, Marx set out on the path that would lead him to reject the anthropological dimension of alienation in favor of a conception that rooted it historically in a certain structure of production and social relations. Man's estrangement amid the conditions of industrial labor. In the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, alienation is presented as the phenomenon through which the labor product confronts labor as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. For Marx, The alienation of the worker in his product means not only that his labor becomes an object, an external existence, but that it exists outside him, independently, as something alien to him, and that it becomes a power on its own confronting him. It means that the life which he has conferred on the object confronts him as something hostile and alien. 21. Alongside this general definition, Marx listed 4 ways in which the worker is alienated in bourgeois society. 1. From the product of his labor, which becomes an alien object that has power over him. 2. In his working activity, which he perceives as directed against himself, as something that does not belong to him. 22. 3. From man's species being, which is transformed into a being alien to him, and 4. From other human beings, and in relation to their labor and the object of their labor. 23. For Marx, in contrast to Hegel, alienation was not coterminous with objectification as such, but rather with a particular phenomenon within a precise form of economy, that is, wage labor and the transformation of labor products into objects standing opposed to producers. The political difference between these two positions is enormous. Whereas Hegel presented alienation as an ontological manifestation of labor, Marx conceived it as characteristic of a particular, capitalist, epoch of production, and thought it would be possible to overcome it through the emancipation of society from private property. 24. He would make similar points in the notebooks containing extracts from James Mill's 1773 to 1836 Elements of Political Economy, 1821. My work would be a free manifestation of life, hence an enjoyment of life. Presupposing private property, my work is an alienation of life, for I work in order to live, in order to obtain for myself the means of life. My work is not my life. Secondly, the specific nature of my individuality, therefore, would be affirmed in my labor, since the latter would be an affirmation of my individual life. Labor therefore would be true, active property. Presupposing private property, my individuality is alienated to such a degree that this activity is instead hateful to me, a torment, and rather the semblance of an activity. Hence, 2, it is only a forced activity and one imposed on me only through an external fortuitous need, not through an inner, essential one. 25. So, even in these fragmentary and sometimes hesitant early writings, Marx always discussed alienation from a historical, not a natural, point of view. 26. The notes accompanying Marx's excerpts from James Mill highlight how political economy defines the estranged form of social intercourse, die entfremdet Form de geselligen Verkehrs, as the essential and original form corresponding to man's nature. Far from being a constant condition of objectification of the worker's production, alienated labor is for Marx the expression of the social character of labor within the limits of the present division of labor, which turns man into a machine tool, and transforms him into a spiritual and physical monster. 27. The peculiarity of the individual, the execution of his necessary need, is affirmed in working activity of a need peculiar to himself. But this realization of labor appears as a dualization Entwerklichung for the worker. 28. Labor could be human affirmation, free creative activity, but, presupposing private property, my individuality is alienated to such a degree that this activity is indeed hateful to me, a torment, and rather a semblance of an activity. Hence, 2, it is only a forced activity erzwungene Tätigkeit and one imposed on me only through an external fortuitous need. 29. Marx reached these conclusions by collecting what he considered to be the sound theories of economic science, criticizing their constitutive elements and inverting their results. This involved him in the most intense and unremitting effort. In the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, Marx also expounded his idea of communism. But since he had not yet deepened his study of economics, and since his experience of politics had not yet matured, his idea of communism remained highly abstract. At some point, he described it as the negation of the negation, as a moment in the Hegelian dialectic, or the positive expression of annulled private property. 30. At others, Taking inspiration from Ludwig Feuerbach 1804 to 1872, he wrote, "Communism, as fully developed naturalism equals humanism, and as fully developed humanism equals naturalism. It is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature and between man and man, the true resolution of the strife between existence and essence, between objectification and self-confirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species." 31. Some passages are influenced by Hegel's teleological philosophical of history. For example, the entire movement of history is communism's actual act of genesis. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. 32. The Parisian Marx was ravenous for reading material and devoted day and night to it. He was a man filled with enthusiasms and projects, who drew up work plans so huge that he could never have seen them through, and who studied every document relevant to the object of investigation. He was absorbed in the lightning advance of his knowledge and the shifting interests that for a time carried him towards new horizons, further resolutions, and still more areas of research. This is proved by the statements of those who were in touch with him during that period. Ruge, for example, wrote in May 1844, "He reads a lot, works with uncommon intensity, but does not see anything through to the end, always leaves things halfway to plunge headlong into an endless sea of books. He works until it almost makes him ill, not going to bed night after night until 3 or 4:33. The situation had not changed in August. If Marx does not kill himself with his intemperance, pride, and quite desperate work, and if communist extravagance does not annul in him any sensitivity to the simplicity and nobility of form, something should be expected to come of his endless reading and even his dialectic without a conscience. He always wants to write about the things he has just finished reading, but then he always starts reading and taking notes again. Sooner or later, however, I think he will succeed in completing a very long and abstruse work, in which he will pour forth all the material he has heaped together. 34. Absorbed by such vast interests, Marx planned the draft of a critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, embarked on studies of the French Revolution in order to write a history of the Convention, and moot the critique of existing socialist and communist doctrines. Then, he threw himself like a madman into political economy, but, taken by the priority of criticizing Bauer and his followers in Germany, he interrupted this work in order to write his first finished book, The Holy Family, or Critique of Critical Criticism, against Bruno Bauer and Company, 1845. Yet the most prolific young man in the Hegelian left had still published less than many of the others. There was something incredible about his meticulousness, as he refused to write a sentence if he was unable to prove it in 10 different ways. 35. Marx's belief that his information was insufficient and his judgments immature prevented him from publishing a large part of the work on which he embarked. It therefore remained in the form of outlines and fragments. His notes are thus extremely precious. They allow us to gauge the scope of his research, they contain some reflections of his own, and should be considered an integral part of his oeuvre. This is also true of the Parisian period, when his manuscripts and reading notes testify to the close and indissoluble link between what he wrote and the comments he made on the work of others. 36. 3 manuscripts and notebooks of excerpts, the papers of 1844. Despite the incomplete and fragmentary character of the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, nearly all readings of them have either ignored or treated as unimportant the philological problems they present. 37. It was further wrongly assumed that Marx wrote these texts only after he had read and compiled excerpts from the works of political economy. 38. Whereas in reality the process of composition alternated among different groups of manuscripts, and the corresponding excerpts were spaced out through the whole of his Parisian period, from the articles for the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher to the Holy Family. Despite these evident problems of form, despite confusion following the publication of different versions and, above all, the knowledge that much of the second manuscript, the most important but scattered one, was missing from the set, none of the critical interpreters or compilers of new editions undertook a re-examination of the originals. Yet this was especially necessary for the text that weighed so heavily in debates among the various interpretations of Marx. Written between May and August, the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 is not a work that develops in a systematic or prearranged manner. All the attributions to it of a settled direction, both those that detect the full completeness of Marx's thought and those that see a definite conception opposed to his scientific maturity 39, are refuted by a careful philological examination. Not homogeneous or even closely interconnected between their parts, the manuscripts are an evident expression of a position in movement. Scrutiny of the 9 notebooks that have come down to us, with more than 200 pages of excerpts and comments, shows us Marx's way of assimilating and using the reading material that fueled them. 40. The Paris notebooks record the traces of Marx's encounter with political economy and the formative process of his earliest elaborations of economic theory. A comparison of them with his writings of the period, published or unpublished, decisively demonstrates the importance of his reading for the development of his ideas. 41 A list of excerpts from political economists alone would include texts by Jean-Baptiste Say, Adam Smith 1732–1790, David Ricardo 1772–1832, James Mill, John Ramsay McCulloch 1789–1864, Guillaume Prévost 1751–1839, Antoine Louis Claude Destutt de Tracy 1754–1836, Eugene Buret 1810–1842, Pierre de Bois Guilabert 1646. 1714, John Law 1671–1729, and James Lauderdale 1759–1839. 42 In the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and Marx's articles and correspondence of the time, one also finds references to Proudhon, Wilhelm Schultz 1797–1860, Constantin Pecker 1801–1887, Charles Loudon 1801–1844, Jean-Charles Leonard de Sismondi 1773–1842, Charles Ganil 1758–1836, Michel Chevalier 1806–1879, Thomas Robert Malthus 1766–1834, Edouard de Pompey 1812–1895 and Jeremy Bentham 1748–1832. Marx made his first excerpts from Say's Treatise of Political Economy, 1803, 43, transcribing whole sections as he acquired his knowledge of the fundamentals of economics. The only note was added later, on the right side of the sheet in question, which was the place he usually kept for this purpose. His subsequent compilation from Adam Smith's Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, 1776, 44 served a similar goal of familiarizing himself with basic economic concepts. In fact, although these are the most extensive excerpts, they contain virtually no comments. Yet Marx's thought stands out clearly from his montage of passages and, as it often happened elsewhere, from his way of setting alongside one another the divergent theses of several economists. The picture changes, however, in the case of Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 1817, 45, where the first observations of his own make their appearance, especially in relation to the concepts of value and price that were still conceived as perfectly identical. This equation of commodity value and price is located in Marx's initial conception, which conferred reality only on the exchange value produced by competition and consigned natural price to the realm of abstraction. As these studies advanced, his critical notes were no longer sporadic but punctuated his summaries and expanded with his knowledge as he moved from author to author. There were individual sentences, then longer remarks, and finally, apropos of James Mill's Elements of Political Economy, a sustained critical comment on the mediation of money as representing the complete domination of things over human beings. Here, the relationship between excerpts and Marx's own text is completely reversed, so that it is the former that are spaced out through the latter. 46. To underline once more the importance of the excerpts, it should be pointed out just how useful these notes were to him both when he made them and subsequently. In 1844, some of them were published in Vorwärts. Forward, the bi-weekly of German émigrés in Paris, as a contribution to the intellectual education of its readers. 47. To conclude, Marx developed his ideas both in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and in the notebooks of excerpts from his reading. The manuscripts are filled with quotations, the first being almost a straightforward collection, and the notebooks of compilations, though largely centered on the texts he was reading at the time, are accompanied with his comments. The contents of both, the formal division of the sheets into columns, the pagination, and the time of their composition confirm that the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 is not a work that stands by itself but is part of Marx's critical production, which then consisted of excerpts from texts he was studying, critical reflections on that material, and drafts that he put on paper, either in one go or in a more thought-out form. To separate these manuscripts from the rest, to extrapolate them from their context, may therefore lead to errors of interpretation. Only these notes taken as a whole, together with a historical reconstruction of how they ripened in Marx's mind, really show the itinerary and the complexity of his thought during the highly intense year of work in Paris. 48. 4. From critical philosophy to revolutionary praxis. The setting in which Marx's ideas developed, and the influence they exercised at a theoretical and practical level merit a last brief remark. Those were times of profound economic and social transformation, and especially of a huge increase in the numbers of the proletariat. With his discovery of the proletariat, Marx was able to break up into class terms the Hegelian concept of civil society. He also gained an awareness that the proletariat was a new class, different from the poor, since its poverty derived from its conditions of work. The task was to demonstrate one of the main contradictions of bourgeois society: the worker becomes all the poorer the more wealth he produces, the more his production increases in power and size. 49. The revolt of the Silesian weavers in June 1844 afforded Marx a last opportunity to develop his thinking. In the critical marginal notes on the article "The King of Prussia and Social Reform," by a Prussian, 1844, published in Vorwärts, he used a critique of Ruge, and of a previous article of his that had seen the revolt as lacking in political spirit, to take his distance from Hegel's conception that made the state the only representative of the general interest and relegated any movement of civil society to the private sphere of partial interests. 50. For Marx, on the contrary, a social revolution is found to have the point of view of the whole. 51. And under the stimulus of the Silesian events, with their considerable and explicitly revolutionary character, he underlined the gross error of those who sought the root of social ills not in the essential nature of the state but in a definite state form, which they wished to replace by a different state form. 52. More generally, Marx considered that those who advocated the reform of society, the objective of socialist doctrines at the time, wage equality and a reorganization of work within the capitalist system, were still prisoners of the assumptions they combated. Proudhon, or, above all, did not understand the true relationship between private property and alienated labor. For, though private property appears to be the reason, the cause of alienated labor in Tausenderten Arbeit, it is rather its consequence. Private property is the product, the result, the necessary consequence of alienated labor. 53. In opposition to the theories of the socialists, Marx proposed a radical transformation of the economic system, a project for which it is capital which is to be annulled as such. 54. The working out of his own conception led him into constant comparisons between the ideas around him and the results of his ongoing studies. The speed with which he was maturing made this a necessity. The same fate lay in store for the Hegelian left. Indeed, his judgments of its main exponents were the most severe, since they also represented self-criticism of his own past. The Allgemeine Literaturzeitung general literary paper, the monthly edited by Bauer, peremptorily declared from its pages, the critic refrains from involving himself in the sufferings or joys of society, he dissects majestically in solitude. 55. For Marx, by contrast, criticism is no passion of the head, it is not a lancet, it is a weapon. Its object is its enemy, which it wants not to refute but to exterminate. Criticism appears no longer as an end in itself, but only as a means. 56 Against the solipsism of critical criticism. 57 Which started from an abstract conviction that to recognize estrangement was already to overcome it. Marx had clearly realized that material force must be overthrown by material force, and that social being could be changed only by means of human practice. To discover and become conscious of man's alienated condition meant at the same time to work for its actual elimination. Between a philosophy closed in speculative isolation, which produces only sterile battles of concepts, and the criticism of philosophy, which is criticism in hand-to-hand combat. 58 There was a difference that could scarcely be greater. It was the gulf separating the quest for free self-consciousness from the quest for free labor. Marx's thought underwent a decisive evolution during his year in Paris. He was now certain that the transformation of the world was a practical question, which philosophy could not solve precisely because it conceived this problem as merely a theoretical one. 59 He bid farewell forever to philosophy that had not reached this awareness and achieved its necessary conversion into philosophy of praxis. From now on, his own analysis took its starting point not from the category of alienated labor but from the reality of the worker's wretched existence. His conclusions were not speculative but directed towards revolutionary action. 60 His conception of politics itself changed profoundly. Without adopting any of the narrow socialist or communist doctrines of the time, indeed while taking his distance from them, he achieved a full awareness that economic relations weave the connecting web of society and that religion, family, state, law, morality, science, art, etc. are only particular modes of production, and fall under its general law. 61 The state has here lost the primary position it had in Hegel's political philosophy. Absorbed into society, it is conceived as a sphere determined by, rather than determining, relations among human beings. According to Marx, only political superstition still imagines today that civil life must be held together by the state, whereas in reality, on the contrary, the state is held together by civil life. 62 Marx's conceptual framework also changed fundamentally with regard to the revolutionary subject. From an initial reference to suffering humanity 63 he moved to a specific identification of the proletariat, considering it first as an abstract concept based on dialectical antitheses, the passive element 64 of theory, then, after his first social economic analysis, as the active element in its own liberation, the only class endowed with revolutionary potential in the capitalist social order. So, a somewhat vague critique of the political mediation of the state and the economic mediation of money, conceived as obstacles to the realization of a Feuerbachian common human essence, gave way to the critique of a historical relation in which material production begins to appear as the basis for any analysis and transformation of the present. The whole of human servitude Menschlichkeit is involved in the relation of the worker to production, and all relations of servitude are but modifications and consequences of this relation. 65 What Marx proposed is no longer a generic demand for emancipation but a radical transformation of the real process of production. As he came to these conclusions, Marx was planning various other investigations. He continued with the studies and excerpts of political economy, outlined a critique of Max Stirner 1806–1856, drew up a sketch for a work on the state 66, wrote a series of notes on Hegel, and prepared to draft a critique of the German economist Friedrich List 1789–1846 that he went on to complete shortly afterwards. 67 Some of Marx's visitors attested to his intense work during this period. The radical journalist Heinrich Burgers 1820–1878 said of him in late 1844, Marx had begun profound investigations in the field of political economy and nurtured the project of writing a critical work that would refound economic science. 68 Engels, too, who first met Marx in the summer of 1844 and forged a friendship and theoretical political solidarity with him that would last the rest of their lives, was driven by hopes of an imminent social upheaval to urge Marx in the first letter of their 40-year correspondence to publish as quickly as possible. See to it that the material you've collected is soon launched into the world. It's high time, heaven knows. 69 Marx's sense of the inadequacy of his knowledge held him back from completing and publishing the manuscripts. But he did write, together with Engels 70 The Holy Family, a polemical broadside against Bauer and other figures in the left Hegelian movement from which Marx had distanced himself in 1842, on grounds that it operated in speculative isolation and was geared exclusively to sterile conceptual battles. In some parts of the text, Marx and Engels also took up the theme of alienation. First of all, they argued that the propertied class and the class of the proletariat present the same human self-estrangement. But the former class feels at ease and strengthened in the self-estrangement, it recognizes estrangement as its own power and has in it the semblance of a human existence. The latter feels annihilated in estrangement, it sees in it its own powerlessness and the reality of an inhuman existence. 71. Further on, in a clear polemic against the abstractions of Bauer and his philosophical circle, they added, but workers, in the Manchester or Lyons workshops, know that property, capital, money, wage labor, and the like are no ideal figments of the brain but very practical, very objective products of their self-estrangement, and that therefore they must be abolished in a practical, objective way. 72 Their struggle could not take place on the terrain of ideas, but only on that of real conflict. But as those practical self-alienations of the mass exist in the real world in an outward way, the mass must fight them in an outward way. It must by no means hold these products of its self-alienation for mere ideal fantasies, mere alienations of self-consciousness, and must not wish to abolish material estrangement by purely inward spiritual action. 73. While working on the Holy Family, Engels urged his friend in a letter in early 1845 to complete the other work in preparation. Do try and finish your political economy book, even if there's much in it that you yourself are still dissatisfied with, it doesn't really matter, minds are ripe and we must strike while the iron is hot. Now it is high time. So try and finish before April, do as I do, set a date by which you will definitely have finished, and make sure it gets into print quickly. 74. But these entreaties were of little avail. Marx still felt the need to continue his studies before trying to give a finished form to the drafts he had written. In any event, he was sustained by the conviction that he would soon be able to publish, and on February 1, 1845, after he had been ordered to leave France because of his collaboration with the German-language workers' bi-weekly Vorwärts, he signed a contract with the Darmstadt publisher Carl Friedrich Julius Leske 1784–1886 for a 2-volume work to be entitled Critique of Politics and Political Economy. 75. The economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and the notebooks of excerpts and notes marked the beginning of Marx's critical study of this new discipline. They were filled with theoretical elements derived from predecessors and contemporaries. None of the outlines or works from this period can be classified under a single discipline. There are no texts that are purely philosophical, essentially economic, or solely political. Marx had the capacity to combine experiences of Parisian proletarians with studies of the French Revolution, readings of Smith with the insights of Proudhon, the Silesian weavers' revolt with a critique of Hegel's conception of the state, and Buret's analyses of poverty with communism. His ideas, and particularly the economic observations that began to develop, were not the fruit of a sudden fulmination but the result of intense study. 76. Part 2. The Critique of Political Economy. 3. Waiting for the Economic Crisis. 1. Continuing the study of economics. In February 1845, Marx moved to Brussels, where he was allowed residence on condition that he did not publish anything on current politics. 1. And where he remained until March 1848 with his wife Jenny von Westphalen and their first daughter Jenny 1844–1883, who was born in Paris a few months before. During these 3 years, and particularly in 1845, Marx pressed on fruitfully with his studies of political economy. In March 1845, he worked on a critique, which he never managed to complete, of the German economist Friedrich List's book on the national system of political economy. 2. Between February and July, moreover, he filled 6 notebooks with extracts, the so-called Brussels notebooks, which mainly concern the basic concepts of political economy, with special attention to Jean-Charles Leonard de Sismondi's studies on political economy, 1837, Henry Storch's 1766-1835 course of political economy, 1823, and Pellegrino Rossi's 1787-1848 course of political economy, 1843. At the same time, Marx delved into questions associated with machinery and large-scale industry, copying out a number of pages from Economy of Machinery and Manufacturers, 1833, by Charles Babbage 1791-1871.3. He was also planning with Engels to organize the German translation of a library of the best foreign socialist writers but, being short of time and unable to secure funding from a publisher, the two had to abandon the project and concentrated instead on their own work. Marx spent July and August in Manchester examining the vast English-language economic literature, an essential task for the book he had in mind. He compiled another 9 books of extracts, the Manchester Notebooks, and again the ones that featured most were manuals of political economy and books on economic history, such as Lectures on the Elements of Political Economy, 1831, by Thomas Cooper 1759-1839, History of Prices and of the State of Circulation, 1838, by Thomas Tooke 1774-1858, The Literature of Political Economy, 1845, by John Ramsay McCulloch, and Essays on Some Unsettled Problems of Political Economy, 1844, by John Stuart Mill 1806-1873.5. Marx also took great interest in social questions and gathered extracts from some of the main volumes of English-language socialist literature, particularly Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy, 1839, by John Francis Bray 1809-1897, an essay on the formation of human character and Book of the New Moral World, 1840-44, by Robert Owen 1771-1858.6. Similar arguments were put forward in Friedrich Engels's first work, The Condition of the Working Class in England, which was actually published in June 1845. In the Belgian capital, in addition to his economic studies, Marx worked on another project that he considered necessary, given the political circumstances. In November 1845, he conceived the idea of writing, along with Engels, Joseph Wiedemeyer 1818-1866 and Moses Hess, a critique of modern German philosophy as expounded by its representatives Ludwig Feuerbach, Bruno Bauer, and Max Stirner, and of German socialism as expounded by its various prophets. 7. The resulting text, posthumously published under the title The German Ideology, had a dual aim, to combat the latest forms of neo-Hegelianism in Germany. Stirner's The Ego and his own had come out in October 1844, and then, as Marx wrote to the publisher Carl Wilhelm Julius Leske, to prepare the public for the viewpoint adopted in my economy, which is diametrically opposed to German scholarship past and present. 8. This text, on which he worked right up to June 1846, was never completed, but it helped him to elaborate more clearly than before, though still not in a definitive form, what Engels defined for the wider public 40 years later as the materialist conception of history. 9. To track the progress of the economy in 1846, it is again necessary to look at Marx's letters to Leske. In August, he informed the publisher that the all but completed manuscript of the first volume had been available for so long, but that he would not have it published without revising it yet again, both as regards matter and style. It goes without saying that a writer who works continuously cannot, at the end of 6 months, publish word for word what he wrote 6 months earlier. Nevertheless, he undertook to wrap up the book in the near future. The revised version of the first volume will be ready for publication at the end of November. The second volume, of a more historical nature, will be able to follow soon after it. 10. But these reports did not correspond to the real state of his labors, since none of his manuscripts could have been defined as all but completed, when the publisher had still not received even one by the beginning of 1847, he decided to revoke the contract. These constant delays should not be attributed to any lack of zeal on Marx's part. He never gave up political activity during those years, and in the spring of 1846, he promoted the work of the Communist Correspondence Committee, whose mission was to organize a link-up among the various labor leagues in Europe. Yet, theoretical work always remained his priority, as may be seen from the testimony of those who regularly visited him. The German poet George Wierth (1822–1856), for instance, wrote in November 1846. Marx is regarded in a sense as the head of the Communist Party. Many self-styled communists and socialists would be astonished, however, if they knew just how much this man actually does. Marx works day and night to clear the minds of the workers of America, France, Germany, etc. of the peculiar systems that obscure them. He works like a madman on his history of political economy. For many years this man has not slept more than 4 hours a night. 11. Marx's own study notes and published writings are further proof of his diligence. Between autumn 1846 and September 1847 he filled 3 large books of extracts, mainly relating to economic history, from the historical account of the trade, industry, and agriculture of the main contemporary trading nations, 1830, by Gustav von Gulich 1791–1847, one of the leading German economists of the day. 12 In December 1846, having read Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's System of Economic Contradictions or Philosophy of Poetry, 1846, and found it very poor. 13 Marx decided to write a critique. He did this directly in French, so that his opponent, who did not read German, would be able to understand it. The text was completed in April 1847 and published in July as Poverty of Philosophy, reply to Mr. Proudhon's Philosophy of Poverty. It was Marx's first published writing on political economy, which set out his ideas on the theory of value, the proper methodological approach to an understanding of social reality, and the historically transient character of modes of production. The failure to complete the planned book, A Critique of Political Economy, was not therefore due to lack of application on Marx's part, but rather to the difficulty of the task he had taken on. The subject matter for critical examination was so vast that it would take many more years to address it with his characteristic seriousness and critical conscience. In the late 1840s, even though he was not aware of it, Marx was still only at the beginning of his exertions. 2. In the solitude of exile. As the social ferment intensified in the second half of 1847, Marx's political involvement became more time-consuming. 14 In June, the Communist League, an association of German workers and artisans with international branches, was founded in London. In August Marx and Engels established a German Workers' Association in Brussels, and in November Marx became vice president of the Brussels Democratic Association, which incorporated a revolutionary wing as well as a more moderate democratic component. At the end of the year, the Communist League gave Marx and Engels the job of writing a political program, and shortly afterwards, in February 1848, this was sent to press as the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Its opening words, "A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism," were destined to become famous throughout the world. So too was one of its essential theses: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. 15. The publication of the Manifesto of the Communist Party could not have been more timely. 16. Immediately afterwards, a revolutionary movement of unprecedented scope and intensity plunged the political and social order of continental Europe into crisis. The governments in place took all possible countermeasures to put an end to the insurrections, and, in March 1848, Marx was expelled from Belgium to France, where a republic had just been proclaimed. He now naturally set aside his studies of political economy and took up journalistic activity in support of the revolution, helping to chart a recommended political course. In April, he moved to the Rhineland, economically the most developed and politically the most liberal region in Germany, and in June he began editing the Neue Rhenisch-Zeitung New Rhenish newspaper that had meanwhile been founded in Cologne. From the newspaper columns he carried out an intense activity of agitation, supporting the causes of the insurgents and urging the proletariat to promote the social and republican revolution. 17. Although his own articles were mostly chronicles of political events, in April 1849, he published a series of editorials on the critique of political economy, since he thought that the time had come to deal more closely with the relations themselves on which the existence of the bourgeoisie and its class rule, as well as the slavery of the workers, are founded. 18. 5 articles based on lectures he had given in December 1847 to the German Workers' Association in Brussels appeared under the title Wage, Labor and Capital, in which Marx presented to the public, more extensively than in the past and in a language as intelligible as possible to workers, his conception of how wage labor was exploited by capital. The revolutionary movement that rose up throughout Europe in 1848 was however defeated within a short space of time. Among the reasons for the authoritarian conservative victory were, the recovery of the economy, the weakness of the working class, which in some countries scarcely had an organized structure, and the withdrawal of the middle class's support for reforms, as they drew closer to the aristocracy in order to prevent a lurch towards excessive radicalism. All this allowed reactionary political forces to regain a firm grip on the reins of government. After a period of intense political activity, in May 1848 Marx received an expulsion order from Prussia too and set off again for France. But when the revolution was defeated in Paris, the authorities ordered him to move to Morbihan, then a desolate, malaria-infested region of Brittany. Faced with this veiled attempt on my life, he decided to leave France for London, where he thought that there was a positive prospect of being able to start a German newspaper. 19. He would remain in England, an exile and stateless person, for the rest of his life, but European reaction could not have confined him in a better place to write his critique of political economy. At that time, London was the world's leading economic and financial center, the demiurge of the bourgeois cosmos. 20 and therefore the most favorable location from which to observe the latest economic developments and to resume his studies of capitalist society. Marx reached England in summer 1849 at the age of 31. His life in the capital city was far from tranquil. The Marx family, numbering 6 with the birth of Laura 1845 to 1911 in 1845, Edgar 1847 to 1855 in 1847, and Guido 1849 to 1850 soon after their arrival in 1849, plus their loyal maid Helene de Muth 1820 to 1890, who was an integral part of the family, had to live for a long time in great poverty in Soho, one of London's poorest and most run-down districts. In addition to family problems, Marx was involved in a relief committee for German émigrés, which he sponsored through the Communist League, and whose mission was to assist the numerous political refugees in London. Despite the adverse conditions, Marx managed to achieve his aim of starting a new publishing venture. In March 1850, he ran the Neue Rhenisch-Zeitung. Politische-ökonomische Review New Rhenish newspaper, review of political economy, a monthly that he planned as the locus for comprehensive and scientific investigation of the economic conditions which form the foundation of the whole political movement. He believed that a time of apparent calm such as the present must be employed precisely for the purpose of elucidating the period of revolution just experienced, the character of the conflicting parties, and the social conditions which determine the existence and the struggle of these parties. 21. Marx was convinced, wrongly, that the situation would prove to be a brief interlude between the revolution concluded shortly before and another one lying just ahead. In December 1849, he wrote to his friend Wade Meyer, "I have little doubt that by the time 3, or maybe 2, monthly issues of the Neue Rhenisch-Zeitung have appeared, a world conflagration will intervene and the opportunity of temporarily finishing with political economy will be gone." A mighty industrial, agricultural and commercial crisis was surely imminent. 22 and he took it for granted that a new revolutionary movement would emerge, though only after the outbreak of the crisis, since industrial and commercial prosperity weakened the resolve of the proletarian masses. Subsequently, in the class struggles in France, 1848 to 1850, which appeared as a series of articles in the Neue Rheinische, he asserted that a real revolution is only possible in periods when the modern forces of production and the bourgeois forms of production come in collision with each other. A new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis. It is, however, just as certain as this crisis. 23 Marx did not change his view even as economic prosperity began to spread, and in the first, January-February, issue of the Neue Rheinische, he wrote that the upturn would not last long because the markets of the East Indies were already almost saturated and those of North and South America and Australia would soon be, too. Hence, with the first news of this glut, panic will break out simultaneously in speculation and production simultaneously, perhaps as soon as towards the end of spring, in July or August at the latest. This crisis, however, since it is bound to coincide with great collisions on the continent, will bring forth results quite different from those of all previous crises. Whereas every crisis hitherto has been the signal for a new advance, a new victory of the industrial bourgeoisie over landed property and the finance bourgeoisie, this crisis will mark the beginning of the modern English Revolution. 24. In the next issue, 2, dated March-April 1850, Marx argued that the positive economic conjuncture represented no more than a temporary improvement, while overproduction and the excesses of speculation in the state railways sector were bringing on a crisis whose effects would be more significant than those of any crisis hitherto. It coincides with the agricultural crisis. This double crisis in England is being hastened and extended, and made more inflammable by the simultaneously impending convulsions on the continent, and the continental revolutions will assume an incomparably more pronounced socialist character through the recoil of the English crisis on the world market. 25. Marx's scenario, then, was very optimistic for the cause of the workers' movement and took in both the European and the North American markets. In his view, following the entry of America into the recession brought about by overproduction, we may expect the crisis to develop rather more rapidly in the coming month than hitherto. His conclusion was therefore enthusiastic: the coincidence of trade crisis and revolution is becoming more and more certain. That the destiny be fulfilled. 26. During the summer, Marx deepened his economic analysis begun before 1848, and in the May-October 1850 issue of the Review, the last before lack of funds and Prussian police harassment forced its closure, he reached the important conclusion that the commercial crisis contributed infinitely more to the revolutions of 1848 than the revolution to the commercial crisis. 27. From now on, economic crisis acquired fundamental importance in his thought. Moreover, in analyzing the processes of rampant speculation and overproduction, he ventured to predict that, if the new cycle of industrial development which began in 1848 follows the same course as that of 1843 to 47, the crisis would break out in 1852. The future crisis, he stressed, would also erupt in the countryside, and for the first time the industrial and commercial crisis would coincide with a crisis in agriculture. 28. Marx's forecasts over this period of more than a year proved to be mistaken. Yet, even at moments when he was most convinced that a revolutionary wave was imminent, his ideas were very different from those of other European political leaders exiled in London. Although he was wrong about how the economic situation would shape up, he considered it indispensable to study the current state of economic and political relations for the purposes of political activity. By contrast, most of the democratic and communist leaders of the time, whom he characterized as alchemists of the revolution, thought that the only prerequisite for a victorious revolution was adequate preparation of their conspiracy. 29. One example of this was the Manifesto to the Nations, issued by the European Democratic Central Committee, which Giuseppe Mazzini 1805-1872, Alexander Ledru-Rollin 1807-1874 and Arnold Ruga had founded in London in 1850. According to Marx, This group were implying that the revolution failed because of the ambition and jealousy of the individual leaders and the mutually hostile views of the various popular educators. Also stupefying was the way in which these leaders conceived of social organization: a mass gathering in the streets, a riot, a handclasp, and it's all over. In their view, indeed, revolution consists merely in the overthrow of the existing government. Once this aim has been achieved, the victory has been won. 30. Unlike those who expected another revolution to appear out of the blue, by the autumn of 1850 Marx was convinced that one could not ripen without a new world economic crisis. 31 From then on, he distanced himself from false hopes in an imminent revolution. 32 And lived in complete retirement. 33 As Wilhelm Pieper (1826–1869), a member of the Communist League, put it in January 1851, Marx leads a very retired life, his only friends being Mill and Lloyd, and whenever one goes to see him one is welcomed with economic categories in lieu of greetings. 34 In the following years, Marx did indeed see very few friends in London, and he kept in close touch only with Engels, who had meanwhile settled in Manchester. In February 1851, Marx wrote to Engels, "I am greatly pleased by the public, authentic isolation in which we two, you and I, now find ourselves. It is wholly in accord with our attitude and our principles." 35 Engels, for his part, replied, "This is the position we can and must adopt on the next occasion, merciless criticism of everyone. The main thing was to find some way of getting our things published, either in a quarterly in which we make a frontal attack and consolidate our position so far as persons are concerned, or in fat books. In short," he concluded with a certain optimism, "what price all the tittle-tattle the entire emigre crowd can muster against you, when you answer it with your political economy." 36 The challenge thus became one of predicting the outbreak of crisis. For Marx, who now had an additional political motive, the time had come again to devote himself entirely to the study of political economy. 3 Research Notes of 1850 to 1853. During the 3 years when Marx had interrupted his study of political economy, there were a succession of economic events, from the crisis of 1847 to the discovery of gold in California and Australia, which he thought so important that he had to undertake further research, as well as to look back over his old notes and try to give them a finished form. 37 His further reading was synthesized in 26 books of extracts, 24 of which, also containing texts from other disciplines, he compiled between September 1850 and August 1853 and numbered among the so-called London Notebooks. This study material is extremely interesting, as it documents a period of significant development in Marx's critique, when he not only summarized knowledge that he had already gained but, by studying dozens of new, especially English language, books in depth at the British Museum Library, he was also acquiring other important ideas for the work that he was intending to write. 38. The London Notebooks may be divided into 3 groups. 39 In the first 7 notebooks, I.7, written between September 1850 and March 1851, some of the numerous works that Marx read and excerpted were, A History of Prices, 1838, by Tooke, A View of the Money System of England, 1828, by James Taylor 1788–1863, History of Money, 1819, by Germain Garny 1754–1821, The Complete Works on Banks and the Essence of Coin, 1802, by George Bush 1728–1800, An Inquiry into the Nature and Effects of the Paper Credit of Great Britain, 1802, by Henry Thornton 1760–1815, and The Wealth of Nations, 1828, by Adam Smith. 40 Marx concentrated, in particular, on the history and theories of economic crises, paying close attention to the money form and credit in his attempt to understand their origins. Unlike other socialists of the time such as Proudhon, who were convinced that economic crises could be avoided through a reform of the money and credit system, Marx came to the conclusion that, since the credit system was one of the underlying conditions, crises could at most be aggravated or mitigated by the correct or incorrect use of monetary circulation. The true causes of crises were to be sought, rather, in the contradictions of production. 41. At the end of this first group of extracts, Marx summed up his own knowledge in two notebooks that he did not number as part of the main series and were entitled Bullion, The Perfect Monetary System. 42. In this manuscript, which he wrote in the spring of 1851, Marx copied out from the main works of political economy, sometimes accompanying them with comments of his own, what he regarded as the most important passages on the theory of money. Divided into 91 sections, one for each book under consideration, Bullion, The Perfect Monetary System was not merely a collection of quotations but may be thought of as Marx's first autonomous formulation of the theory of money and circulation. 43. To be used in the writing of the book that he had been planning for many years. In this same period, although Marx had to face terrible personal moments, especially around the death of his son Guido in 1850, and although his economic circumstances were so serious that he was forced to put out to nurse his last daughter Franziska 1851–1852, born in March 1851, he not only managed to pursue his own work but remained hopeful that it would soon be concluded. On April 2, 1851, he wrote to Engels, "I am so far advanced that I will have finished with all this economic crap in 5 weeks' time. With that finished I shall complete the economy at home and apply myself to another branch of learning at the British Museum. This is starting to bore me. Basically the science has made no progress since A. Smith and D. Ricardo, however much has been done in the way of individual research, often extremely discerning. Fairly soon I shall be bringing out 2 volumes of 60 sheets. 44. Engels received the news with great joy. I'm glad that you've at long last finished with political economy. The thing has really been dragging on far too long, and so long as you have in front of you an unread book which you believe to be important, you won't be able to settle down to writing. 45. But Marx's letter reflected his optimism about the work's completion more than it did the real state of things. Apart from all the books of excerpts, and with the exception of Bullion, The Perfect Monetary System, itself by no means a printer-ready draft, Marx had not yet produced a single manuscript. No doubt he had conducted his research with great intensity, but he had still not fully mastered the economic materials, and, for all his resolve and his conviction that he would eventually succeed, his scrupulousness prevented him from going beyond compendia or critical comments and finally writing his own book. Moreover, there was no publisher in the wings urging him to be more concise in his studies. The economy was a long way from being ready fairly soon. 46. So, Marx again turned to studying the classics of political economy, and between April and November 1851, he wrote what may be seen as the second group, Notebooks 8, 16, of the London Notebooks. Notebook 8 was devoted almost entirely to extracts from James Stoyart's 1712–1780 Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, 1770, which he had begun to study in 1847, and from David Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 1835. The excerpts from Ricardo, in fact, compiled while he was writing Bullion, The Perfect Monetary System, constitute the most important part of the London Notebooks, as numerous critical comments and personal reflections accompany them. 47. Until the end of the 1840s, Marx had essentially accepted Ricardo's theories, whereas from now on, through a new and deeper study of ground rent and value, he moved beyond them in certain respects. 48. In this way, Marx revised some of his earlier views on these fundamental questions and thus expanded the radius of his knowledge and went on to examine still more authors. Notebooks 9 and X, from May to July 1851, centered on economists who had dealt with the contradictions in Ricardo's theory, and who, on certain points, had improved on his conceptions. Thus, a large number of extracts from all these books came from A History of the Past and Present State of the Laboring Population, 1846, by John D. Bell Tuckett 1758, Popular Political Economy, 1827, by Thomas Hodgkin 1787–1869, on Political Economy, 1832, by Thomas Chalmers 1780–1847, an Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, 1831, by Richard Jones 1790–1855, and Principles of Political Economy, 1837–38, by Henry Charles Carey 1793–1879.49. Despite the expanded scope of his research and the accumulation of theoretical questions to be resolved, Marx remained optimistic about the completion of his writing project. In late June 1851, he wrote to the devoted Wade Meyer, "I am usually at the British Museum from 9 in the morning until 7 in the evening. The material I am working on is so damnably involved that, no matter how I exert myself, I shall not finish for another 6 to 8 weeks. There are, moreover, constant interruptions of a practical kind, inevitable in the wretched circumstances in which we are vegetating here. But, for all that, the thing is rapidly approaching completion. 50. Evidently Marx thought that he could write his book within 2 months, drawing on the vast quantity of extracts and critical notes he had already gathered. Once again, however, not only did he fail to reach the hoped-for conclusion, he did not even manage to begin the manuscript fair copy that was to be sent to the printers. This time, the main reason for the missed deadline was his dire economic straits. Lacking a steady income, and worn out by his own physical condition, he wrote to Engels at the end of July 1851, "It is impossible to go on living like this. I should have finished at the library long ago. But there have been too many interruptions and disturbances, and at home everything's always in a state of siege. For nights on end, I am set on edge and infuriated by floods of tears. So I cannot of course do very much." 51. To improve his financial position, Marx decided to resume journalistic activity and looked around for a newspaper. In August 1851, he became a correspondent for the New York Tribune, the paper with the largest circulation in the United States of America, and he wrote hundreds of pages for it during a stint that lasted until February 1862. He dealt with the main political and diplomatic events of the age, as well as one economic and financial issue after another, so that within a few years he became a journalist of note. Marx's critical study of political economy nevertheless continued through the summer of 1851. In August, Marx read Proudhon's General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, 1851, and entertained the project, which he later set aside, of writing a critique of it together with Engels. 53. In addition, he continued to compile extracts from his reading. Notebook 11 is on texts dealing with the condition of the working class, and notebooks 12 and 13 cover his researches in agrarian chemistry. Understanding the importance of this latter discipline for the study of ground rent, he took copious notes from organic chemistry in its application to agriculture and physiology. 1842, by Justus Liebig 1803–1873, and Elements of Agricultural Chemistry and Geology, 1849, by James F. W. Johnston 1796–1855. In Notebook 14, Marx turned once more to the debate on Thomas Robert Malthus's theory of population, especially the Principles of Population, 1836, by his opponent Archibald Allison 1757–1839, to pre-capitalist modes of production, as the extracts from Adolphe Dureau de la Malle's 1777–1857 Political Economy of Romans, 1840, and William H. Prescott's 1796–1859 History of the Conquest of Mexico and History of the Conquest of Peru, 1850, demonstrate, and to colonialismo, particularly. Through Herman Merivali's 1806–1874 Lectures on Colonization and Colonies, 1841–42, point 54. Finally, between September and November 1851, he extended his field of research to technology, devoting considerable space in Notebook 15 to Johann H. M. Poppy's 1776-1854 History of Technology, and in Notebook 16 to Miscellaneous Questions of Political Economy. 55 as a letter to Engels from mid-October 1851 shows, Marx was then in the throes of working out the economy, delving mainly into technology, the history thereof, and agronomy, so that he might form at least some sort of an opinion of the stuff. 56. At the end of 1851, the Lowenthal publishing house in Frankfurt expressed an interest in Marx's ever more extensive work. From the correspondence with Engels and Ferdinand Lassalle 1825 to 1864-57 it may be inferred that Marx was then working on a project in 3 volumes. The first would set forth his own conception, while the second would offer a critique of other socialisms, and the third a history of political economy. At first, however, the publisher was interested only in the 3rd volume, while retaining the option to print the others if the project proved successful. Engels tried to persuade Marx to accept the change of plan and to sign an agreement. It was necessary to strike while the iron is hot and absolutely essential to break the spell created by your prolonged absence from the German book market and, later, by funk on the part of the book dealers. 58, but the publisher's interest evaporated, and nothing ever came of it all. After 2 months, Marx turned again to the devoted Weidmeyer in the United States of America and asked him whether it might be possible to find a publisher there for his economy. 59. Despite these obstacles on the publishing front, Marx did not lose his optimism concerning the imminence of an economic crisis. At the end of 1851, he wrote to the famous poet Ferdinand Freiligrath 1810-1876, an old friend of his: "The crisis, held in check by all kinds of factors, must blow up at the latest next autumn. After the last events I am more convinced than ever that there will not be a serious revolution without a commercial crisis." 60. Meanwhile, Marx got on with other work. From December 1851 to March 1852, he wrote the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852, 61, but because of the state censorship of his writings in Prussia, he had to have it published in New York, in Weidmeyer's tiny circulation journal Die Revolution, The Revolution. In this connection, he remarked in late 1852 to an acquaintance, Gustav Zerfy 1820-1892, "No book dealer in Germany now dares to publish anything of mine." 62 Between May and June 1852, he then wrote with Engels The Polemical Great Men of the Exile, 1852, a gallery of caricatured portraits of leading figures in the German political emigration in London: Johann Gottfried Kinkel 1815-1882, Ruge, Karl Heinzen 1809-1880 and Gustav von Struve 1805-1870. However, the vain search for a publisher made his efforts pointless. The manuscript was in fact given to the Hungarian János Banja 1817-1868 to take to Germany, but he turned out to be a police agent who, instead of delivering it to the publisher, handed it over to the authorities. The text therefore remained unpublished during the lifetime of its 2 authors. From April 1852 to August 1853, Marx resumed the compilation of extracts and wrote the 3rd and last group, 17, XXIV, of the London Notebooks. These mainly concern the various stages in the development of human society, much of his research having been on historical disputes about the Middle Ages and the history of literature, culture, and customs. He took a particular interest in India 63, about which he was simultaneously writing articles for the New York Tribune. As this wide range of research demonstrates, Marx was by no means taking a rest. The barriers to his projects again had to do with the poverty with which he had to wrestle during those years. Despite constant support from Engels, who in 1851, began to send him £5 a month, and the income from the New York Tribune, which paid £2 per article, Marx lived in truly desperate conditions. Not only did he have to face the loss of his daughter, Franziska, in April 1852, his daily life was becoming one long battle. In September 1852, he wrote to Engels, For the past 8 to 10 days I have been feeding the family solely on bread and potatoes, but whether I shall be able to get hold of any today is doubtful. The best and most desirable thing that could happen would be for the landlady to throw me out. Then at least I would be quit of the sum of £22. On top of that, debts are still outstanding to the baker, the milkman, the tea chap, the greengrocer, the butcher. How am I to get out of this infernal mess? Finally, but this was essential if we were not to kick the bucket, I have, over the last 8 to 10 days, touched some German types for a few shillings and pence. 64. All this took a heavy toll on Marx's work and time. I often have to waste an entire day for a shilling. I assure you that, when I consider my wife's sufferings and my own powerlessness, I feel like consigning everything to the devil. 65. Sometimes the situation became quite unbearable, as when he wrote to Engels in October 1852, "Yesterday I pawned a coat dating back to my Liverpool days in order to buy writing paper." 66. Yet, the storms in the financial market continued to keep Marx's morale high, and he wrote about them in letters to all his closest friends. With great self-irony, he declared to La Sala in February 1852, "The financial crisis has finally reached a level comparable only to the commercial crisis now making itself felt in New York and London. Unlike the gentlemen of commerce, I cannot, alas, even have recourse to bankruptcy." 67. In April, he told Wedemeyer that, owing to extraordinary circumstances such as the discovery of new gold deposits in California and Australia and English commercial penetration of India, it may well be that the crisis will be postponed until 1853. But then its eruption will be appalling. And until that time there can be no thought of revolutionary convulsions. 68. And in August, immediately after the speculative collapses in the United States of America, he triumphantly wrote to Engels, "Is that not approaching crisis? The revolution may come sooner than we would like." 69. Marx did not keep such assessments only for his correspondence but also wrote of them in the New York Tribune. In an article of November 1852 on pauperism and free trade, he predicted, "The crisis will take a far more dangerous character than in 1847, when it was more commercial and monetary than industrial, since the more surplus capital concentrates itself in industrial production, the more extensive, the more lasting, the more direct will the crisis fall upon the working masses." 70. In short, it might be necessary to wait a little longer, but he was convinced that sooner or later the hour of revolution would sound. For the trial of the communists and personal hardships. In October 1852, the Prussian government initiated a trial of members of the Communist League who had been arrested the previous year. The charge was that they had participated in an international organization of conspirators led by Marx against the Prussian monarchy. From October to December, in order to demonstrate that the accusations were baseless, he got down to work for the party against the government's machinations. 71. And composed Revelations concerning the communist trial in Cologne. Published anonymously in Switzerland in January 1853, this short work did not have the desired effect, since a large part of the print run was confiscated by the Prussian police and it circulated only in the United States of America among a small readership, where it first appeared in installments in the New England Zeitung in Boston, and then as an independent booklet. Marx was understandably disheartened by this publishing failure after so many others. It's enough to put one off writing altogether. This constant toil pour l'eroi de Prusse. 72. Contrary to the claims orchestrated by Prussian government ministers, Marx was politically very isolated during this period. The dissolution of the Communist League, having effectively taken place in 1851, then becoming official at the end of 1852, greatly reduced the number of his political contacts. What the various police forces and political opponents defined as the Marx Party 73 had very few committed supporters. In England, apart from Engels, the only men who could have been considered Marxian 74 were Piper, Wilhelm Wolff 1809–1864, Wilhelm Liebknecht 1826–1900, Peter Immand 1823–1897, Ferdinand Wolff 1796–1866 and Ernst Dronke 1822–1891. And in other countries, where most of the political exiles had taken refuge, Marx had close relations only with Wedemeyer and Adolf Kluss 1825–1905 in the United States of America, Richard Reinhardt 1829–1898 in Paris, and Lassalle in Prussia. He was well aware that, although these contacts allowed a network to be kept going in quite difficult times, this doesn't add up to a party. 75 Besides, even this narrow circle had difficulty understanding some of Marx's political and theoretical positions, and indeed his allies often brought him more disadvantages than benefits. On such occasions, he could let off steam with no one besides Engels. Of the many disagreeable experiences during my years here, the greatest have consistently been provided by so-called party friends. I propose at the next opportunity to declare publicly that I have nothing whatever to do with any party. 76 Unlike other leaders of the political emigration, Marx had always refused to join the existing international committees, which spent their time fantasizing about the imminent revolution, and the only member of other organizations with whom he maintained relations was Ernest Charles Jones 1819–1869, the main representative of the left wing of the Chartist movement. The recruitment of new active supporters, and especially the involvement of workers in his ideas, was therefore an important and complicated matter, and the work Marx had underway was meant to serve that purpose too. Recruitment was a necessity both theoretically and politically. In March 1853, Engels wrote to him, "You ought to finish your economy. Later on, as soon as we have a newspaper, we could bring it out in weekly numbers, and what the populace could not understand, the discipuli would expound as best as possible, but not however without effect. This would provide all our by then restored associations with a basis for debate." 77 Marx had previously written to Engels that he hoped to spend a few days with him in April and to chat undisturbed about present conditions, which in his view must soon lead to an earthquake. 78 But Marx did not manage to concentrate on his writing because of the poverty that tormented him. In 1853, Soho was the epicentre of another cholera epidemic, and the circumstances of the Marx family became more and more desperate. In August, he wrote to Engels that sundry creditors were laying siege to the house, and that 3/4 of his time were taken up chasing after pennies. 79 In order to survive, he and his wife Jenny were forced to have frequent recourse to the pawn shop, pledging the few clothes or objects of value left in a house that lacked the wherewithal even for basic necessities. 80 The income from journalistic articles became more and more indispensable, although they took up precious time. At the end of the year, he complained to his friend Kluss, "I had always hoped that, I might somehow contrive to withdraw into solitude for a few months and work at my economy. It seems that this isn't to be. I find perpetual hack work for the newspapers tiresome. It is time-consuming, distracting and, in the end, amounts to very little. However independent one may think oneself, one is tied to the newspaper and its readers, especially when, like myself, one is paid in cash. Purely learned work is something totally different." 81. When Marx had no choice but to heed the necessities of life, his thinking thus remained firmly anchored in the economy. 5 articles on the crisis for the New York Tribune. In this period, too, economic crisis was a constant theme in Marx's articles for the New York Tribune. In Revolution in China and Europe, from June 1853, where he connected the anti-feudal Chinese Revolution that began in 1851 to the general economic situation, Marx again expressed his conviction that there would soon come a moment when the extension of the markets is unable to keep pace with the extension of British manufactures, and this disproportion must bring about a new crisis with the same certainty as it has done in the past. 82 In his view, in the aftermath of revolution, an unforeseen contraction of the great Chinese market would throw the spark into the overloaded mine of the present industrial system and cause the explosion of the long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the continent. 83 Of course, Marx did not look upon the revolutionary process in a determinist manner, but he was sure that crisis was an indispensable prerequisite for its fulfillment. Since the commencement of the 18th century there has been no serious revolution in Europe, which had not been preceded by a commercial and financial crisis. This applies no less to the revolution of 1789 than to that of 1848. Neither wars nor revolutions are likely to put Europe by the ears, unless in consequence of a general commercial and industrial crisis, the signal of which has, as usual, to be given by England, the representative of European industry in the market of the world. 84. The point was underlined in late September 1853, in the article Political Movements, Scarcity of Bread in Europe, neither the declamation of the demagogues, nor the twaddle of the diplomats will drive matters to a crisis, but, there are approaching economical disasters and social convulsions which must be the sure forerunners of European revolution. Since 1849 commercial and industrial prosperity has stretched the lounge on which the counter-revolution has slept in safety. 85. Traces of the optimism with which Marx awaited events may be found in the correspondence with Engels. In one letter, for example, also from September 1853, he wrote, "Things go wonderfully. All HL will be let loose in France when the financial bubble bursts." 86. But still the crisis did not come, and he concentrated his energies on other journalistic activity so as not to forego the only source of income. Between October and December 1853, Marx penned a series of articles entitled Lord Palmerston, in which he criticized the foreign policy of Henry John Temple 1784–1865, 3rd Viscount Palmerston, the longtime Foreign Secretary and future Prime Minister of Britain. These appeared both in the New York Tribune and in the People's paper published by the English Chartists. Between August and November 1854, following the Spanish civilian and military uprising in June, he wrote another series, The Revolution in Spain, in which he summarized and analyzed the main events of the previous decade in Spain. He took these labors very seriously, as we can gauge from the 9 large books of extracts that he compiled between September 1853 and January 1855, the first 4 of which, centered on diplomatic history, provided a basis for Lord Palmerston, while the other 5, on Spanish political, social, and cultural history, included research for the revolution in Spain articles. 87. Finally, at some point between late 1854 and early 1855, Marx resumed his studies of political economy. After the 3-year break, however, he decided to reread his old manuscripts before pressing on. In mid-February 1855 he wrote to Engels, "For the past 4 to 5 days I have been prevented from writing, by a severe inflammation of the eyes. My eye trouble was brought on by reading through my own notebooks on economics, the intention being, not so much to elaborate the thing, as at any rate to master the material and get it ready to work on. 88. This review gave rise to 20 pages of fresh notes, to which Marx gave the title Quotations. Essence of Money, Essence of Credit, Crises. They were further extracts from extracts he had already made in recent years. Returning to books by writers such as Tuke, Mill, and Stoyart, and to articles from The Economist, he further summarized the theories of the major political economists on money, credit, and crisis, which he had begun to study in 1850.89. At the same time, Marx produced more articles on the recession for the New York Tribune. In January 1855, in The Commercial Crisis in Britain, he wrote with satisfaction, "The English commercial crisis, whose premonitory symptoms were long ago chronicled in our columns, is a fact now loudly proclaimed by the highest authorities in this matter." 90. And, 2 months later, in The Crisis in England. A few months more and the crisis will be at a height which it has not reached in England since 1846, perhaps not since 1842. When its effects begin to be fully felt among the working classes, then will that political movement begin again, which has been dormant for 6 years. Then will the 2 real contending parties in that country stand face to face, the middle class and the working classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 91. Yet, Just as Marx seemed on the point of restarting work on the economy, personal difficulties once more caused a change of plan. In April 1855, he was profoundly shaken by the death of his 8-year-old son Edgar, confiding to Engels, "I've already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is. Amid all the fearful torments I have recently had to endure, the thought of you and your friendship has always sustained me, as has the hope that there is something sensible for us to do together in the world." 92. Marx's health and economic circumstances remained disastrous throughout 1855, and his family increased again in size with Eleanor's birth in January. He often complained to Engels of problems with his eyes and teeth and a terrible cough, and he felt that the physical staleness also stultified his brain. 93. A further complication was a lawsuit that Freund 94, the family doctor, had brought against him for non-payment of bills. To get away from this, Marx had to spend some time from mid-September to early December living with Engels in Manchester, and to remain hidden at home for a couple of weeks after his return. A solution came only thanks to a very happy event. 95. An inheritance of £100 following the death of Jenny's 90-year-old uncle. Thus, Marx was able to start work again on political economy only in June 1856, writing some articles for the People's paper on Credit Mobilier, the main French commercial bank, which he considered one of the most curious economical phenomena of our epoch. 96. In autumn 1856, the family's circumstances improved for a while, allowing them to leave their Soho lodgings for a better flat in the northern suburbs of London, at 9 Grafton Terrace, Kentish Town, where the rent was more affordable. The house, where they stayed until 1864, was built in a recently developed area bereft of beaten paths and connections to the center, and enveloped in darkness at night. But they finally lived in a real house, the minimal requirement for the family to retain at least a semblance of respectability. 97. On October 3, 1856, Marx wrote again on the crisis for the New York Tribune. He argued in The Monetary Crisis in Europe that a movement in the European money markets analogous to the Panic of 1847 was underway. 98. And in the European crisis, which appeared in November, at a time when all the columnists were confidently predicting that the worst was over, he maintained, "The indications brought from Europe certainly seem to postpone to a future day the final collapse of speculation and stock jobbing, which men on both sides of the sea instinctively anticipate as with a fearful looking forward to some inevitable doom. That collapse is none the less sure from this postponement. Indeed, the chronic character assumed by the existing financial crisis only forebodes for it a more violent and destructive end. The longer the crisis lasts, the worse the ultimate reckoning." 99. The events also gave Marx the opportunity to attack his political opponents. In The Monetary Crisis in Europe, he wrote, "If we place side by side the effects of this short monetary panic and the effect of Mazzinian and other proclamations, the whole history since 1849 of the delusions of the official revolutionists is at once deprived of its mysteries. They know nothing of the economical life of peoples, they know nothing of the real conditions of historical movement, and when the new revolution shall break out they will have a better right than Pilate to wash their hands and protest that they are innocent of the bloodshed." 100. In the first half of 1857, however, absolute calm prevailed on the international markets. Until March, Marx worked on the revelations of the diplomatic history of the 18th century, 1856, a group of articles published in the Free Press, a paper run by the anti-Palmerston conservative David Urquhart 1805–1842. These pieces were meant to be only the first part of a work on the history of diplomacy, which Marx had planned at the beginning of 1856, during the Crimean War, but which he would never complete. In this case too, he made a profound study of the materials, and between January 1856 and March 1857, he compiled 7 books of extracts on international politics in the 18th century. 101. Finally, in July, Marx wrote some brief but interesting critical remarks on economic harmonies, 1850, by Frederick Bastiat 1801–1850 and Principles of Political Economy, 1837–38, by Carey, which he had already studied and excerpted in 1851. In these notes, posthumously published under the title Bastiat and Carey, he pointed up the naivete of the two economists, the first a champion of free trade, the second of protectionism, who, in their writings, had strained to demonstrate the harmony of the relations of production 102 and thus of bourgeois society as a whole. These researches were the prelude to what would be one of the most productive and intellectually stimulating periods of Marx's critique of political economy, the composition of the Grundrisse. 4. At the time of the Grundrisse 1. The financial crisis of 1857 and the date. With the revolution. In the course of 1856, Marx completely neglected the study of political economy, but the coming of an international financial crisis suddenly changed this situation. In a climate of deep uncertainty, which turned into widespread panic contributing to bankruptcies everywhere, Marx felt that the right time for action had come again, and foreseeing the future development of the recession, he wrote to Friedrich Engels, "I don't suppose we'll be able to spend much longer here merely watching." One Engels, already infused with great optimism, predicted a scenario for the future in this way: "This time there'll be an unprecedented day of wrath, the whole of Europe's industry in ruins, all markets overstocked, all the upper classes in the soup, complete bankruptcy of the bourgeoisie, war and disorder to the nth degree." I, too, believe that it will all come to pass in 1857. 2. By the end of a decade that had seen the reflux of the revolutionary movement, and in the course of which Marx and Engels were prevented from actively participating in the European political arena, the two started to exchange messages with renewed confidence in future prospects. The long-awaited date with the revolution now seemed much closer, and for Marx this pointed to one priority above all: resuming his economics and finishing it as soon as possible. In 1857, Marx was convinced that the financial crisis developing at international level had created the conditions for a new revolutionary period throughout Europe. He had been waiting for this moment ever since the popular insurrections of 1848, and now that it finally seemed to have come, he did not want events to catch him unprepared. He therefore decided to resume his economic studies and to give them a finished form. This time, unlike in past crises, the economic storm began not in Europe but in the United States of America. During the first few months of 1857, the New York banks stepped up their volume of loans, despite the decline in deposits. The resulting growth in speculative activity worsened the general economic conditions, and, after the New York branch of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company became insolvent, the prevailing panic led to numerous bankruptcies. Loss of confidence in the banking system then produced a contraction of credit, a drying up of deposits and the suspension of money payments. Sensing the extraordinary nature of these events, Marx immediately got back to work. On August 23, 1857, the very day before the Ohio Life collapse that sowed panic in public opinion, he began to write the introduction to his economy. The explosive onset of crisis had given him an additional motive that had been absent in previous years. After the defeat of 1848, Marx had faced a whole decade of political setbacks and deep personal isolation. But, with the outbreak of the crisis, he glimpsed the possibility of taking part in a new round of social revolts and considered that his most urgent task was to analyze the economic phenomena that would be so important for the beginning of a revolution. This meant writing and publishing, as quickly as possible, the work he had been planning for so long. From New York, the crisis rapidly spread to the rest of the United States of America and, within a few weeks, to all the centers of the world market in Europe, South America, and the East, becoming the first international financial crisis in history. News of these developments generated great euphoria in Marx and fueled a huge explosion of intellectual productivity. The period between summer 1857 and spring 1858 was one of the most prolific in his life. he managed to write more in a few months than in the preceding years. In December 1857, he wrote to Engels, "I am working like mad all night and every night collating my economic studies, so that I might at least get the outlines Grundriss clear before the deluge 3. He also took the opportunity to point out that his predictions that a crisis was inevitable had not been so ill-founded, since Saturday's Economist maintains that, during the final months of 1853 throughout 1854, the autumn of 1855 and the sudden changes of 1856, Europe has never had more than a hairbreadth escape from the impending crisis. 4. Marx's work was now remarkable and wide-ranging. From August 1857 to May 1858, he filled the 8 notebooks known as the Grundriss 5 while as New York Tribune correspondent. He wrote dozens of articles on, among other things, the development of the crisis in Europe. Driven by the need to improve his economic circumstances, he also agreed to compose a number of entries for the New American Cyclopedia. Lastly, from October 1857 to February 1858, he compiled 3 books of extracts, called the Crisis Notebooks. 6 Thanks to these, it is possible to change the conventional image of a Marx studying Hegel's Science of Logic, 1812-16, to find inspiration for the manuscripts of 1857-58.7, for at that time he was much more preoccupied with events linked to the long-predicted major crisis. Unlike the extracts he had made before, these were not compendia from the works of economists but consisted of a large quantity of notes, gleaned from various daily newspapers, about major developments in the crisis, stock market trends, trade exchange fluctuations and important bankruptcies in Europe, the United States of America and other parts of the world. A letter he wrote to Engels in December indicates how intense his activity was. "I am working enormously, as a rule until 4 o'clock in the morning. I am engaged on a twofold task: 1. Elaborating the outlines of political economy. For the benefit of the public it is absolutely essential to go into the matter to the bottom, as it is for my own, individually, to get rid of this nightmare. 2. The present crisis. Apart from the articles for the New York Tribune, all I do is keep records of it, which, however, takes up a considerable amount of time. I think that, somewhere about the spring, we ought to do a pamphlet together about the affair as a reminder to the German public that we are still there as always, and always the same. 8. Marx gave up the latter idea, however, in order to concentrate all his energies on the Grundriss. 2. History and the social individual. Where to begin? How to embark on the critique of political economy, that ambitious and demanding project which he had begun and interrupted several times before. These were the first questions that Marx asked himself as he got down to work again. 2 circumstances played a crucial role in determining the answer. He held the view that, despite the validity of certain theories, economic science still lacked a cognitive procedure with which to grasp and elucidate reality correctly. 9. And he felt a need to establish the arguments and the order of exposition before he embarked on the task of composition. These considerations led him to go more deeply into problems of method and to formulate the guiding principles for his research. The upshot was one of the most extensively debated manuscripts in the whole of his oeuvre, the so-called Introduction to the Grundriss. In these pages, in a close encounter with the ideas of some of the greatest economists and philosophers, Marx there reaffirms profound convictions and arrives at significant theoretical acquisitions. Marx's intention was certainly not to write a sophisticated methodological treatise but to clarify for himself, before his readers, what orientation he should follow on the long and eventful critical journey that lay ahead. This was also necessary for the task of revising the huge mass of economic studies that he had accumulated since the mid-1840s. Thus, along with observations on the employment and articulation of theoretical categories, these pages contain a number of formulations essential to his thought that he found indispensable to summarize anew, especially those linked to his conception of history, as well as a quite unsystematic list of questions for which the solutions remained problematic. This mix of requirements and purposes, the short period of composition, scarcely a week, and, above all, the provisional character of these notes make them extremely complex and controversial. Nevertheless, since it contains the most extensive and detailed pronouncement that Marx ever made on epistemological questions, the introduction is an important reference for the understanding of his thought and a key to the interpretation of the Grundrisse as a whole. In keeping with his style, Marx alternated in the introduction between exposition of his own ideas and criticism of his theoretical opponents. The text is divided into 4 sections. 1. Production in general. 2. General relation between production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. 3. The method of political economy. 4. Means, forces, of production and relations of production, and relations of circulation, etc. 11. The first section opens with a declaration of intent, immediately specifying the field of study and pointing to the historical criterion, the object before us, to begin with, material production. Individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production, is, of course, the point of departure. Marx's polemical target was the 18th-century Robinsonades 12, the myth of Robinson Crusoe 13 as the paradigm of Homo economicus, or the projection of phenomena typical of the bourgeois era onto every other society that has existed since the earliest times. Such conceptions represented the social character of production as a constant in any labor process, not as a peculiarity of capitalist relations. In the same way, civil society Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, whose emergence in the 18th century had created the conditions through which the individual appears detached from the natural bonds etc. which in earlier historical periods make him the accessory of a definite and limited human conglomerate, was portrayed as having always existed. 14. In reality, the isolated individual simply did not exist before the capitalist epoch. As Marx put it in another passage in the Grundrisse, he originally appears as a species being, tribal being, herd animal. 15. This collective dimension is the condition for the appropriation of the earth, the great workshop, the arsenal which furnishes both means and material of labor, as well as the seat, the base of the community basis de gemeinwesens. 16. In the presence of these primal relations, the activity of human beings is directly linked to the earth, there is a natural unity of labor with its material presuppositions, and the individual lives in symbiosis with others like himself. 17. Similarly, in all later economic forms based on agriculture where the aim is to create use values and not yet exchange values. 18. The relationship of the individual to the objective conditions of his labor is mediated through his presence as member of the commune, he is always only one link in the chain. 19. In this connection, Marx writes in the introduction, the more deeply we go back into history, the more does the individual, and hence also the producing individual, appear as dependent unselbstständig, as belonging to a greater whole, in a still quite natural way in the family and in the family expanded into the clan-stam, then later in the various forms of communal society arising out of the antitheses and fusions of the clans. 20. Similar considerations appear in Capital, Volume I. Here, in speaking of the European Middle Ages, shrouded in darkness, Marx argues that instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent, serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependence here characterizes the social relations of production just as much as it does the other spheres of life organized on the basis of that production. 21. And, when he examined the genesis of product exchange, he recalled that it began with contacts among different families, tribes, or communities, for, in the beginning of civilization, it is not private individuals but families, tribes, etc., that meet on an independent footing. 22. Thus, whether the horizon was the primal bond of consanguinity or the medieval nexus of lordship and vassalage, individuals lived amid limited relations of production bornerder Produktionsverhältnisse, joined to one another by reciprocal ties. 23. The classical economists had inverted this reality, on the basis of what Marx regarded as fantasies with an inspiration in natural law. In particular, Adam Smith had described a primal condition where individuals not only existed but were capable of producing outside society. A division of labor within tribes of hunters and shepherds had supposedly achieved the specialization of trades. One person's greater dexterity in fashioning bows and arrows, for example, or in building wooden huts, had made him a kind of armorer or carpenter, and the assurance of being able to exchange the unconsumed part of one's labor product for the surplus of others encouraged every man to apply himself to a particular occupation. 24 David Ricardo was guilty of a similar anachronism. When he conceived of the relationship between hunters and fishermen in the early stages of society as an exchange between owners of commodities on the basis of the labor time objectified in them. 25. In this way, Smith and Ricardo depicted a highly developed product of the society in which they lived, the isolated bourgeois individual, as if he were a spontaneous manifestation of nature. What emerged from the pages of their works was a mythological, timeless individual, one posited by nature, whose social relations were always the same and whose economic behavior had a historyless anthropological character. 26 According to Marx, the interpreters of each new historical epoch have regularly deluded themselves that the most distinctive features of their own age have been present since time immemorial. 27. Marx argued instead that reduction by an isolated individual outside society is as much of an absurdity as is the development of language without individuals living together and talking to each other. 28 And, against those who portrayed the isolated individual of the 18th century as the archetype of human nature, not as a historical result but as history's point of departure, he maintained that such an individual emerged only with the most highly developed social relations. 29. Marx did not entirely disagree that man was a zeta omicron nu pi omicron lambda iota tau iota kappa nu zoon polit icon, a social animal, but he insisted that he was an animal which can individuate itself only in the midst of society. 30 Thus, since civil society had arisen only with the modern world, the free wage laborer of the capitalist epoch had appeared only after a long historical process. He was, in fact, the product on one side of the dissolution of the feudal forms of society, on the other side of the new forces of production developed since the 16th century. 31 If Marx felt the need to repeat a point he considered all too evident, it was only because works by Henry Charles Carey, Frederick Bastiat, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon had brought it up for discussion in the previous 20 years. 32. After sketching the genesis of the capitalist individual and demonstrating that modern production conforms only to a definitive stage of social development, production by social individuals, Marx points to a second theoretical requirement, namely, to expose the mystification practiced by economists with regard to the concept of production in general, production im allgemeinem. This is an abstraction, a category that does not exist at any concrete stage of reality. If abstraction was not combined with the kind of determinations characteristic of any historical reality, then production changed from being a specific, differentiated phenomenon into a perpetually self-identical process, which concealed the essential diversity wesent-like Verschiedenheit of the various forms in which it manifested itself. This was the error committed by economists who claimed to show the eternity and harmoniousness of the existing social relations. 33 In contrast to their procedure, Marx maintained that it was the specific features of each social economic formation which made it possible to distinguish it from others, gave the impetus for its development and enabled scholars to understand the real historical. 34. Although the definition of the general elements of production is segmented many times over and split into different determinations, some of which belong to all epochs, others to only a few, there are certainly, among its universal components, human labor and material provided by nature. 35 For, without a producing subject and a worked upon object, there could be no production at all. But the economists introduced a third general prerequisite of production, a stock, previously accumulated, of the products of former labor, that is, capital. 36 The critique of this last element was essential for Marx, in order to reveal what he considered to be a fundamental limitation of the economists. It also seemed evident to him that no production was possible without an instrument of labor, if only the human hand, or without accumulated past labor, if only in the form of primitive man's repetitive exercises. However, while agreeing that capital was past labor and an instrument of production, he did not, like Smith, Ricardo and John Stuart Mill, conclude that it had always existed. If the error is made of conceiving capital in its physical attribute only as instrument of production, while entirely ignoring the economic form which makes the instrument of production into capital, 37 one falls into the crude inability to grasp the real distinctions and a belief that there exists only one single economic relation which takes on different names. 38. For this to be plausible, economists depicted the historical circumstances prior to the birth of the capitalist mode of production as results of its presence with its very own features. 39 As Marx puts it in the Grundrisse, the bourgeois economists who regard capital as an eternal and natural, not historical, form of production then attempt to legitimize it again by formulating the conditions of its becoming as the conditions of its contemporary realization, i.e. presenting the moments in which the capitalist still appropriates as not capitalist, because he is still becoming, as the very conditions in which he appropriates as capitalist. 40. From a historical point of view, the profound difference between Marx and the classical economists is that, in his view, capital did not begin the world from the beginning, but rather encountered production and products already present, before it subjugated them beneath its process. 41 For the new productive forces and relations of production do not develop out of nothing, nor drop from the sky, nor from the womb of the self-positing idea, but from within and in antithesis to the existing development of production and the inherited, traditional relations of property. 42 Similarly, the circumstance whereby producing subjects are separated from the means of production, which allows the capitalist to find propertyless workers capable of performing abstract labor, the necessary requirement for the exchange between capital and living labor, is the result of a process that the economists cover with silence, which forms the history of the origins of capital and wage labor. 43. A number of passages in the Grundrisse criticize the way in which economists portray historical as natural realities. It is self-evident to Marx, for example, that money is a product of history. To be money is not a natural attribute of gold and silver, but only a determination they first acquire at a precise moment of social development. 44 The same is true of credit. According to Marx, lending and borrowing was a phenomenon common to many civilizations, as was usury, but they no more constitute credit than working constitutes industrial labor or free wage labor. And credit as an essential, developed relation of production appears historically only in circulation based on capital. 45 Prices and exchange also existed in ancient society, but the increasing determination of the former by costs of production, as well as the increasing dominance of the latter over all relations of production, only develop fully, in bourgeois society, the society of free competition, or what Adam Smith, in the true 18th century manner, puts in the prehistoric period. The period preceding history, is rather a product of history. 46 Furthermore, just as he criticized the economists for their lack of historical sense, Marx mocked Proudhon and all the socialists who thought that labor productive of exchange value could exist without developing into wage labor, that exchange value could exist without turning into capital, or that there could be capital without capitalists. 47. Marx's chief aim is therefore to assert the historical specificity of the capitalist mode of production, to demonstrate, as he would again affirm in Capital, Volume 3, that it is not an absolute mode of production but merely historical, transitory. 48. This viewpoint implies a different way of seeing many questions, including the labor process and its various characteristics. In the Grundrisse, Marx wrote that the bourgeois economists are so much cooped up within the notions belonging to a specific historic stage of social development that the necessity of the objectification of the powers of social labor appears to them as inseparable from the necessity of their alienation. 49 Marx repeatedly took issue with this presentation of the specific forms of the capitalist mode of production as if they were constants of the production process as such. To portray wage labor not as a distinctive relation of a particular historical form of production but as a universal reality of man's economic existence was to imply that exploitation and alienation had always existed and would always continue to exist. Evasion of the specificity of capitalist production therefore had both epistemological and political consequences. On the one hand, it impeded understanding of the concrete historical levels of production. On the other hand, in defining present conditions as unchanged and unchangeable, it presented capitalist production as production in general and bourgeois social relations as natural human relations. Accordingly, Marx's critique of the theories of economists had a twofold value. As well as underlining that a historical characterization was indispensable for an understanding of reality, it had the precise political aim of countering the dogma of the immutability of the capitalist mode of production. A demonstration of the historicity of the capitalist order would also be proof of its transitory character and of the possibility of its elimination. 3. Poverty in London. In order to have the energy demanded by his Herculean project, Marx would have needed some tranquility, but his personal situation was still extremely precarious and did not allow him any respite. Having employed all the resources at his disposal in the relocation to a new home, he was short of money again to pay the first month's rent. So he reported to Engels, who lived and worked in Manchester at the time, all the troubles of his situation. I am without prospects and with soaring family liabilities. I have no idea about what to do, and in fact my situation is more desperate than it was 5 years ago. I thought that I had already tasted the quintessence of this shit, but no 50. The statement deeply shocked Engels, who had been so sure that after the move his friend would finally be more settled, that in January 1857 he spent the money received from his father for Christmas to buy a horse and pursue his great passion, fox hunting. However, during this period and for his whole life, Engels never denied all of his support to Marx and his family, and, worried about this difficult juncture, he sent Marx £5 a month and urged him to count on him always in difficult times. Engels's role was certainly not limited to financial support. In the deep isolation Marx experienced during those years, but through the large correspondence exchanged between the two, Engels was the only point of reference with whom he could engage in intellectual debate. More than anything I need your opinion. 51 Engels was the only friend to confide in at difficult times of despondency. Write soon because your letters are essential now to help me pluck up. The situation is dire. 52 Engels was also the companion with whom Marx shared the sarcasm solicited by events. I envy people who can turn somersaults. It must be a great way of ridding the head of bourgeois anger and ordure. 53. In fact, uncertainty soon became more pressing. Marx's only income, aside from the help granted by Engels, consisted of payments received from the New York Tribune, the most widely circulated English-language newspaper at the time. The agreement on his contributions, for which he received £2 per article, changed with the economic crisis that also had repercussions on the American daily. Aside from the American traveler and writer Bayard Taylor 1825–1878, Marx was the only European correspondent not to be fired, but his participation was scaled down from 2 articles weekly to 1, and, although in times of prosperity they never gave me an extra penny. 54, his payments were halved. Marx humorously recounted the event. There is a certain irony of fate in my being personally embroiled in these damned crises. 55 However, to be able to witness the financial breakdown was an unparalleled entertainment. Nice, too, that the capitalists, who so vociferously opposed the right to work, are now everywhere demanding public support from their governments and, hence advocating the right to profit at public expense. 56 Despite his state of anxiety, he announced to Engels that, though my own financial distress may be dire indeed, never, since 1849, have I felt so cozy as during this outbreak. 57. The beginning of a new editorial project slightly eased the desperation. The editor of the New York Tribune, Charles Dana 1819–1897, invited Marx to join the editorial committee for the New American Cyclopedia. Lack of money drove him to accept the offer, but he entrusted most of the work to Engels in order to dedicate more time to his research. In their division of labor between July 1857 and November 1860, Engels edited military entries, i.e. the majority of the ones commissioned, while Marx compiled several biographical sketches. Although the payment of $2 per page was very low, it was still an addition to his disastrous finances. For this reason, Engels urged him to get as many entries from Dana as possible. We can easily supply that amount of unalloyed erudition, so long as unalloyed Californian gold is substituted for it. 58 Marx followed the same principle in writing his articles, to be as little concise as possible, so long as it is not insipid. 59. Despite efforts, his financial situation did not improve at all. It actually became so unsustainable that, chased by creditors, he compared to hungry wolves 60, and in the absence of coal for heating during the cold winter of that year, in January 1858, he wrote to Engels, "If these conditions persist, I would sooner be miles under the ground than go on vegetating this way. Always being a nuisance to others while, on top of that, being constantly tormented by personal trifles becomes unbearable in the long run." 61 In such circumstances he also had bitter words for the emotional sphere. "Privately, I think, I lead the most agitated life imaginable. For people of wide aspiration nothing is more stupid than to get married, thus letting oneself in for the small miseries of domestic and private life." 62. Poverty was not the only specter haunting Marx. As with a major part of his troubled existence, he was also affected at the time by several diseases. In March 1857, the excessive labor done at night gave him an eye infection. In April, he was hit by toothache. In May, he suffered continuous liver complaints for which he was submerged in drugs. Greatly enfeebled, he was incapacitated and unable to work for 3 weeks. He then reported to Engels, "In order that my time should not be entirely wasted, I have, in the absence of better things, been mastering the Danish language. However, if the doctor's promises are anything to go by, I have prospects of becoming a human being again by next week. Meanwhile I'm still as yellow as a quince and vastly more irritated." 63. Shortly afterwards, a much graver occurrence befell the Marx family. In early July, Jenny gave birth to their last child, but the baby, born too weak, died immediately after. Bereaved once more, Marx confessed to Engels, "In itself, this is not a tragedy. But, the circumstances that caused it to happen were such to bring back here trending memories, probably the death of Edgar, the last child he lost. It is impossible to discuss this issue in a letter." 64 Engels was highly affected by this statement and replied, "Things must be really hard for you to write like this. You can accept the death of the little one stoically, but your wife will hardly be able to." 65. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Engels fell ill and was seriously hit by a glandular fever, so he could not work for the whole summer. At that point, Marx was in real difficulties. Without his friend's entries for the encyclopedia, he needed to buy time, so he pretended to have sent a pile of manuscripts to New York, and that they had been lost in the post. Nonetheless, the pressure did not decrease. When the events surrounding the Indian Sepoy Rebellion became more striking, the New York Tribune expected an analysis from its expert. 66 Without knowing that the articles concerning military matters were in fact the work of Engels. Marx, forced by the circumstances to be temporarily in charge of the military department. 67 Ventured to claim that the English needed to make a retreat by the beginning of the rainy season. He informed Engels of his choice in these words, "It is possible that I'll look really bad, but in any case with a little dialectics I will be able to get out of it. I have, of course, so formulated my words as to be right either way." 68 However, Marx did not underestimate this conflict, and reflecting on its possible effects, he said, "In view of the drain of men and bullion which she will cost the English, India is now our best ally." 69. Poverty, health problems, and all kind of privations, the Grundriss was written in this tragic context. It was not the product of research by a well-to-do thinker protected by bourgeois tranquility. On the contrary, it was the labor of an author who experienced hardship and found the energy to carry on only sustained by the belief that, given the advancing economic crisis, his work had become necessary for his times. For in search of a method, Marx, then, started from the need to address a fundamental methodological issue: How to reproduce reality in thought. How to construct an abstract model capable of comprehending and representing society. Such questions are also posed in the introduction to the Grundrisse. The pages that Marx devoted to the relationship between scientific presentation and the real movement 70 do not represent his final thoughts on method. They theorize the problem inadequately and do little more than sketch out a number of points. Nevertheless, these reflections have made the introduction an indispensable theoretical text, as well as a fascinating one from a literary point of view, for all serious interpreters and readers of Marx. Like other great thinkers before him, Marx first asked himself where to begin, that is, in his case, what political economy should take as its analytic starting point. One possibility was that it should begin with the real and the concrete, with the real precondition, the foundation and subject of the entire social act of production, the population. 71. But Marx considered that this path, taken by the founders of political economy, William Petty 1623–1687 and Pierre de Bois-Guilbert, was inadequate and erroneous. To begin with, such an indeterminate entity as the population would involve an overly generic image of the whole. It would be incapable of demonstrating the division into classes, bourgeoisie, landowners, and proletariat, since these could be differentiated only through knowledge of their respective foundations, capital, land ownership, and wage labor. With an empirical approach of that kind, concrete elements like the state would dissolve into abstract determinations such as division of labor, money, or value. No sooner had the 18th century economists finished defining their abstract categories than there began the economic systems, which ascended from simple relations, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. This procedure, employed by Smith and Ricardo in economics as well as George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in philosophy, may be summed up in the thesis that the abstract determinations lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. It was this that Marx described as the scientifically correct method, wissenschaftlich richtige method. With the right categories, it was possible to retrace the journey until one finally arrives at population again, only this time not as the chaotic conception of the whole, but as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. 72. Yet, contrary to what certain commentators on the introduction have argued, 73, Marx's definition of the scientifically correct method does not at all mean that it was the one he subsequently employed himself. 74. First of all, he did not share the conviction of the economists that their logical reconstruction of the concrete at the level of ideas was a faithful reproduction of reality. 75. The procedure synthetically presented in the introduction did, it is true, borrow various elements from Hegel's method, but it also displayed radical differences. Like Hegel before him, Marx was convinced that the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete is only the way in which thought appropriates the concrete, that the recomposition of reality in thought should start from the simplest and most general determinations. For both, moreover, the concrete was the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. It appeared in thought as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure, although for Marx, it was always necessary to keep in mind that the concrete was the point of departure for observation, Anschauung and conception. Beyond this common base, however, there was the difference that Hegel fell into the illusion of conceiving the real as the product of thought, whereas for Marx this is by no means the process by which the concrete itself comes into being. In Hegelian idealism, Marx argues, the movement of the categories appears as the real act of production, whose product is the world. Conceptual thinking is the real human being, and the conceptual world as such is thus the only reality, not only representing the real world in ideas but also operating as its constitutive process. Marx emphasized several times, in opposition to Hegel, that the concrete totality, as a totality of thoughts, like the concrete in thought, is in fact a product of thinking and comprehending, but that it is not in any way a product of the concept which thinks and generates itself. For the real subject retains its autonomous existence outside the head just as before. Hence, in the theoretical method, too, the subject, society, must always be kept in mind as the presupposition 76. In the introduction, Marx turned to another crucial issue. In what order should he set out the categories in the work he was about to write? To the question as to whether the complex should furnish the instruments with which to understand the simple, or the other way round, he decisively opted for the first possibility. Bourgeois society is the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allow insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanquished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along with it. 77. It is the present, then, which offers the indications for a reconstruction of the past. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape, and the intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species can be understood only after the higher development is already known. 78. This well-known statement should not, however, be read in evolutionist terms. Indeed, Marx explicitly criticized the conception of so-called historical evolution, based on the banality that the latest form regards the previous ones as steps leading up to itself. 79. Unlike the theorists of evolutionism, who posited a naively progressive trajectory from the simplest to the most complex organisms, Marx chose to use an opposite, much more complex logical method and elaborated a conception of history marked by the succession of modes of production: ancient, Asiatic, feudal, capitalist, which was meant to explain the positions and functions that the categories assumed within those various modes. 80. It was bourgeois society, therefore, which provided the clues for an understanding of the economies of previous historical epochs, although, given the profound differences between societies, the clues should be treated with moderation. Marx emphatically repeated that this could not be done in the manner of those economists who smudge over all historical differences and see bourgeois relations in all forms of society. 81. Marx rejected the approach of chronological succession for the scientific categories, which he had used in The Poverty of Philosophy, in favor of a logical method with historical empirical checks. Since the present helped one to understand the past, or the structure of man, the structure of the ape, it was necessary to begin the analysis from the most mature stage, capitalist society, and more particularly from the element that predominated there over all others, capital. Capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society. It must form the starting point as well as the finishing point. 82. In essence, setting out the categories in a precise logical order and the working of real history do not coincide with each other, and moreover, as Marx wrote in the Manuscripts for Capital, Volume 3, all science would be superfluous if the outward appearance and the essence of things directly coincided. 83. Marx, then, arrived at his own synthesis by diverging from the empiricism of the early economists, which yielded a dissolution of concrete elements into abstract definitions, from the method of the classical economists, which reduced thought about reality to reality itself, from philosophical idealism, including, in Marx's view, Hegel's philosophy, which he accused of giving thought the capacity to produce the concrete, from gnoseological conceptions that rigidly counterposed forms of thought, and objective reality, from historicism and its dissolution of the logical into the historical, and, finally, from his own conviction in The Poverty of Philosophy that he was essentially following the march of history. 84. His aversion to establishing a one-to-one correspondence between the concrete and thought led him to separate the two by recognizing the specificity of the latter and assigning to the former an existence independent of thought, so that the order of exposition of the categories differed from that which manifested itself in the relations of the real historical process. 85. To avoid limiting the cognitive process to a mere repetition of the stages of what had happened in history, it was necessary to use a process of abstraction, and therefore categories that allowed for the interpretation of society in all its complexity. On the other hand, to be really useful for this purpose, abstraction had to be constantly compared with various historical realities, in such a way that the general logical determinations could be distinguished from the concrete historical relations. Marx's conception of history thereby gained in efficacy and incisiveness, Once a symmetry of logical order and actual historical order had been rejected, the historical became decisive for the understanding of reality, while the logical made it possible to conceive history as something other than a flat chronology of events. 86. The method developed by Marx had provided him with tools not only to understand the differences among all the modes in which production had manifested itself in history, but also to discern in the present the tendencies prefiguring a new mode of production and therefore confounding all those who had proclaimed the inalterability of capitalism. His own research, including in epistemology, never had an exclusively theoretical motive. It was always driven by the need to interpret the world in order to engage better in the political struggle. The last important reflections elaborated by Marx, starting from a few considerations on the relationship between Greek art and modern society, focused on the uneven relationship Ungleichverhältnis between material production and artistic development. 87. Far from affirming the kind of rigid parallelism between production and forms of consciousness that many ostensible Marxists later postulated, Marx stressed that there was no direct relationship between social economic development and artistic production. Reworking certain ideas in the historical view of the literature of the south of Europe, 1813, by Leonard Simon de Sismondi, which he had read and excerpted in a notebook of 1852, he now wrote, "In the case of the arts, it is well known that certain periods of their flowering are out of all proportion to the general development of society, hence also to the material foundation materiellen Grundlage, the skeletal structure, of its organization." He also pointed out that certain art forms, the epic, for instance, are possible only at an undeveloped stage of artistic development. If this is the case with the relation between different kinds of art within the realm of the arts, it is already less puzzling that it is the case in the relation of the entire realm to the general development of society. 88. Greek art presupposed Greek mythology, that is, an unconsciously artistic representation of social forms. But, in an advanced society such as that of the modern age, in which people conceive of nature rationally, not as an external power standing over and against them, mythology loses its raison d'être and the epic can no longer be repeated. Is Achilles possible with powder and lead? Or the Iliad with the printing press? Do not the song and the saga and the muse necessarily come to an end with the printer's bar, hence do not the necessary conditions of epic poetry vanish? 89. Marx had an anti-dogmatic approach as to how the forms of material production are related to intellectual creations and behavior. His awareness of their uneven development involved rejection of any schematic procedure that posited a uniform relationship among the various spheres of the social totality. 90. Even the well-known thesis in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, published 2 years after Marx wrote the introduction, the mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. 91, should not be interpreted in a determinist sense. 92. It should be clearly distinguished from the narrow and predictable reading of Marxism-Leninism, in which the superstructural phenomena of society are merely a reflection of the material existence of human beings. 93. Apart from the methodological considerations in the introduction, Marx divided the Grundriss into 2 parts, the chapter on money, which deals with money and value, and the chapter on capital, which centers on the process of production and circulation of capital and addresses such key themes as the concept of surplus value and the economic formations which preceded the capitalist mode of production. His immense effort did not, however, allow him to complete the work. In late February 1858 he wrote to La Salette, "I have in fact been at work on the final stages for some months. But the thing is proceeding very slowly because no sooner does one set about finally disposing of subjects to which one has devoted years of study than they start revealing new aspects and demand to be thought out further. The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories or, if you like, a critical exposé of the system of the bourgeois economy. It is at once an exposé and, by the same token, a critique of the system. I have very little idea how many sheets the whole thing will amount to. Now that I am at last ready to set to work after 15 years of study, I have an uncomfortable feeling that turbulent movements from without will probably interfere after all. 94. 5. Writing the Grundrisse. Attention to the main economic and political events of the time was a constant in Marx's life. In the autumn of 1857, Engels was still evaluating events with optimism. The American crash is superb and will last for a long time. Commerce will again be going downhill for the next 3 or 4 years. Now we have a chance. 95. Thus, he was encouraging Marx. In 1848 we were saying, now our moment is coming, and in a certain sense it was, but this time it is coming completely and it is a case of life or death. 96. On the other hand, without harboring any doubts about the imminence of the revolution, they both hoped that it would not erupt before the whole of Europe had been invested by the crisis, and so the auspices for the year of strife were postponed to 1858.97. As reported in a letter from Jenny von Westphalen to Conrad Schramm 1822-1858, a family friend, the general crisis had its positive effects on Marx. You can imagine how high up the moor is. He has recovered all his wonted facility and capacity for work, as well as the liveliness and buoyancy of spirit. 98. In fact, Marx began a period of intense intellectual activity, dividing his labors between the articles for the New York Tribune, the work for the New American Cyclopedia, the unfinished project to write a pamphlet on the current crisis and, obviously, the Grundrisse. However, despite his renewed energies, all these undertakings proved excessive and Engels's aid became once more indispensable. By the beginning of 1858, following his full recovery from the disease he had suffered, Marx asked him to return to work on the encyclopedia entries. Sometimes it seems to me that if you could manage to do a few sections every couple of days, it could perhaps act as a check on your drunkenness that, from what I know of Manchester and at the present excited times, seems to me inevitable and far from good for you. Because I really need to finish off my other works, that are taking up all my time, even if the house should come falling on my head. 99. Engels accepted Marx's energetic exhortation and reassured him that, after the holidays, he experienced the need of a quieter and more active life. 100. Nonetheless, Marx's greatest problem was still lack of time, and he repeatedly complained to his friend that whenever I'm at the British Museum, there are so many things I need to look up that it's closing time, now 4 o'clock, before I have so much as looked round. Then there's the journey there. So much time lost. 101. Moreover, in addition to practical difficulties, there were theoretical ones. I have been so damnably held up by errors in calculation that, in despair, I have applied myself to a revision of algebra. Arithmetic has always been my enemy, but by making a detour via algebra, I shall quickly get back into the way of things. 102. Finally, his scrupulousness contributed to slowing the writing of the Grundrisse, as he demanded of himself that he keep on searching for new confirmations to test the validity of his theses. In February, he explained the state of his research to Ferdinand Lassalle thus: "Now I want to tell you how my economics is getting on. The work is written. I have in fact had the final text in hand for some months. But the thing is proceeding very slowly, because no sooner does one set about finally disposing of subjects that have been the main object of years of study, than they start revealing new aspects and demand to be thought out further." In the same letter, Marx regretted once again the condition to which he was doomed. Being forced to spend a large part of the day on newspaper articles, he wrote, "I am not master of my time but rather its slave. Only the nights are left for my own work, which in turn is often disrupted by bilious attacks or recurrences of liver trouble." 103. In fact, illness had violently befallen him again. In January 1858, he communicated to Engels that he had been in cure for 3 weeks. "I had exaggerated working at night, only keeping myself going with lemonades and a large quantity of tobacco." 104. In March, he was very sickly again with his liver, the prolonged work by night and, by day, the numerous petty discomforts resulting from the economical conditions of my domesticity have recently been cause of frequent relapses. 105. In April, he claimed again, "I felt so ill with my bilious Complaint this week, that I am incapable of thinking, reading, writing or, indeed, doing anything save the articles for the New York Tribune. These, of course, cannot be allowed to lapse since I must draw on the curs as soon as possible to avoid bankruptcy. 106. At this stage of his life, Marx had completely given up politically organized affiliations and private relations. In letters to his few remaining friend, he disclosed that I live like a hermit. 107 and I seldom see my few acquaintances nor, on the whole, is this any great loss. 108 Aside from Engels's continuous encouragement, the recession and its expansion worldwide also fed his hopes and goaded him into carrying on working. Take an all in all, the crisis has been burrowing away like a good old mole. 109 The correspondence with Engels documents the enthusiasm sparked in him by the progression of events. In January, having read the news from Paris in the Manchester Guardian, he exclaimed, "Everything seems to be going better than expected." 110 And at the end of March, commenting on recent developments, he added, "In France the bedlam continues most satisfactorily. It is unlikely that conditions will be peaceful beyond the summer." 111 While a few months earlier, he had pessimistically stated that, after what has happened over the last 10 years, any thinking being's contempt for the masses as for individuals must have increased to such a degree that odi profanum vulgus et rco. 112 has almost become an imposed maxim. Nonetheless, all these are themselves Philistine states of mind, that will be swept away by the first storm. 113. In May, he claimed with some satisfaction that on the whole the present moment of time is a pleasing one. History is apparently about to take again a new start, and the signs of dissolution everywhere are delightful for every mind not bent upon the conservation of things as they are. 114. Similarly, Engels reported to Marx with great fervour that on the day of the execution of Felice Orsini 1819–1858, the Italian Democrat who had tried to assassinate Napoleon III 1808–1873, a major working-class protest took place in Paris. At a time of great turmoil it is good to see such a roll call take place and hear 100,000 men reply present. 115 In view of possible revolutionary developments, he also studied the sizable number of French troops and warned Marx that to win it would have been necessary to form secret societies in the army, or, as in 1848, for the bourgeoisie to stand against Bonaparte. Finally, he predicted that the secession of Hungary and Italy and the Slavic insurrections would have violently hit Austria, the old reactionary bastion, and that, in addition to this, a generalized counter-attack would have spread the crisis to every large city and industrial district. In other words, he was certain that after all, it's going to be a hard struggle. 116 Led by his optimism, Engels resumed his horse riding, this time with a further aim, as he wrote to Marx, "Yesterday, I took my horse over a bank and hedge 5 feet and several inches high, the highest I have ever jumped. When we go back to Germany we will certainly have a thing or two to show the Prussian cavalry. Those gentlemen will find it difficult to keep up with me." 117 The reply was of smug satisfaction, "I congratulate you upon your equestrian performances. But don't take too many breakneck jumps, as there will be soon more important occasion for risking one's neck. I don't believe that cavalry is the speciality in which you will be of the greatest service to Germany." 118. On the contrary, Marx's life met with further complications. In March, La Sala informed him that the editor Franz Dunker 1813–1879 from Berlin had agreed to publish his work in installments, but the good news paradoxically turned into another destabilizing factor. A new cause of concern added to the others, anxiety, as recounted in the umpteenth medical bulletin addressed to Engels, this time written by Jenny von Westphalen. His bile and liver are again in a state of rebellion. The worsening of his condition is largely attributable to mental unrest and agitation which now, after the conclusion of the contract with the publishers, are greater than ever and increasing daily, since he finds it utterly impossible to bring the work to a close. 119 For the whole of April, Marx was hit by the most virulent bile pain he had ever suffered and could not work at all. He concentrated exclusively on the few articles for the New York Tribune. These were indispensable for his survival, and he had to dictate them to his wife, who was fulfilling the function of secretary. 120 As soon as he was able to hold a pen again, he informed Engels that his silence was only due to his inability to write. This was manifest not only in the literary, but in the literal sense of the word. He also claimed that the persistent urge to get down to work coupled with the inability to do so contributed to aggravate the disease. His condition was still very bad. "I am not capable of working. If I write for a couple of hours, I have to lie down in pain for a couple of days. I expect, damn it, that this state of affairs will come to an end next week. It couldn't have come at a worse time. Obviously during the winter I overdid my nocturnal labors. Hin illi lacrimi. 121. Marx tried to fight his illness, but, after taking large amounts of medicines without drawing any benefit from them, he resigned himself to follow the doctor's advice to change scene for a week and refrain from all intellectual labor for a while. 122 So he decided to visit Engels, to whom he announced, "I've let my duty go hang." 123 Naturally, during his 20 days in Manchester, he carried on working. He wrote the chapter on capital and the last pages of the Grundrisse. 6. Struggling against bourgeois society. Once back in London, Marx should have edited the text in order to send it to the publishers, but, although he was already late, he still delayed its draft. His critical nature won over his practical needs again. As he informed Engels, "During my absence a book by Maclaren covering the entire history of currency came out in London, which, to judge by the excerpts in The Economist, is first rate. The book isn't in the library yet. Obviously I must read it before writing mine. So I sent my wife to the publisher in the city, but to our dismay we discovered that it costs 9/60, more than the whole of our fighting funds. Hence I would be most grateful if you could send me a mail order for that amount. There probably won't be anything that's new to me in the book, but after all the fuss The Economist has made about it, and the excerpts I myself have read, my theoretical conscience won't allow me to proceed without having looked at it." 124. This vignette is very telling. The dangerousness of the reviews in The Economist for family peace, sending his wife Jenny to the city on a mission to deal with theoretical doubts, the fact that his savings was not enough even to buy a book, the usual pleas to his friend in Manchester that required immediate attention. What can better describe the life of Marx in those years and particularly what his theoretical conscience was capable of? In addition to his complex temperament, ill health, and poverty, his usual enemies, contributed to delay the completion of his work even further. His physical condition worsened again, as reported to Engels. "The disease from which I was suffering before leaving Manchester again became chronic, persisting throughout the summer, so that any kind of writing costs me a tremendous effort." 125 Moreover, those months were marked by unbearable economic concerns that forced him constantly to live with the specter of an inevitable final catastrophe. 126 Seized by desperation again, in July, Marx sent a letter to Engels that really testifies to the extreme situation he was living in. "It behoves us to put our heads together to see if some way cannot be found out of the present situation, for it has become absolutely untenable. It has already resulted in my being completely disabled from doing any work, partly because I have to waste most of my best time running round in fruitless attempts to raise money, and partly because the strength of my abstraction, due rather, perhaps, to my being physically run down, is no longer a match for domestic miseries. My wife is a nervous wreck because of this misery. Thus the whole business turns on the fact that what little comes in is never earmarked for the coming month, nor is it ever more than just sufficient to reduce debts, so that this misery is only postponed by 4 weeks which have to be got through in one way or another. Not even the auction of my household goods would suffice to satisfy the creditors in the vicinity and ensure an unhampered removal to some hidey hole. The show of respectability which has so far been kept up has been the only means of avoiding a collapse. I for my part wouldn't care a damn about living in Whitechapel, the neighborhood in London where most of the working class lived at the time, provided I could again at last secure an hour's peace in which to attend to my work. But in view of my wife's condition just now such a metamorphosis might entail dangerous consequences, and it could hardly be suitable for growing girls. I would not with my worst enemy to have to wade through the quagmire in which I've been trapped for the past 8 weeks, fuming the while over the innumerable vexations that are ruining my intellect and destroying my capacity for work. 127. Yet, despite his extremely destitute state, Marx did not let the precariousness of his situation triumph over him, and, concerning his intention to complete his work, he commented to his friend Joseph Wade Meyer, "I must pursue my goal at all costs and not allow bourgeois society to turn me into a money-making machine." 128. Meanwhile, the economic crisis waned, and soon enough the market resumed its normal functioning. 129. In fact, in August, a disheartened Marx turned to Engels, "Over the past few weeks the world has grown damned optimistic again." 130. And Engels, reflecting on the way the overproduction of commodities had been absorbed, asserted, "Never before has such heavy flooding drained away so rapidly." 131. The certainty that the revolution was around the corner, which inspired them throughout the autumn of 1856 and encouraged Marx to write the Grundrisse, was now giving way to the most bitter disillusionment: there is no war. Everything is bourgeois. 132. While Engels raged against the increasing embourgeoisement of the English proletariat, a phenomenon that, in his opinion, was to lead the most exploitative country in the world to have a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. 133. Marx held on to every even slightly significant event, until the end. Despite the optimistic turn taken by world trade, it is some consolation at least that the revolution has begun in Russia, for I regard the convocation of notables to Petersburg as such a beginning. His hopes were also set on Germany. In Prussia things are worse than they were in 1847, as well as on the Czech bourgeoisie's struggle for national independence. Exceptional movements are on foot amongst the Slavs, especially in Bohemia, which, though counter-revolutionary, yet provide ferment for the movement. Finally, as if betrayed, he scathingly asserted, "It will do the French no harm to see that, even without them, the world moved." 134. However, Marx had to resign himself to the evidence: the crisis had not provoked the social and political effects that he and Engels had forecast with so much certainty. Nonetheless, he was still firmly convinced that it was only a matter of time before the revolution in Europe erupted, and that the issue, if any, was what world scenarios the economic change would have provoked. Thus, he wrote to Engels, giving a sort of political evaluation of the most recent events and a reflection on future prospects. "We can't deny that bourgeois society has for the second time experienced its 16th century, a 16th century which, I hope, will sound its death knell just as the first flattered it in its lifetime. The real task of bourgeois society is the creation of the world market, or at least of its general framework, and of the production based on the market. Since the world is round, it seems to me that the colonization of California and Australia and the opening up of China and Japan would seem to have completed this process. The difficult question for us is this: on the continent the revolution is imminent and will immediately assume a socialist character. Will it not necessarily be crushed in this little corner of the earth, since the movement of bourgeois society is still in the ascendant over a far greater area? 135. These thoughts include two of the most significant of Marx's predictions, a right one that led him to intuit, better than any of his contemporaries, the world scale of the development of capitalism, and a wrong one, linked to the belief in the inevitability of the proletarian revolution in Europe. The letters to Engels contain Marx's sharp criticism of all those who were his political adversaries in the progressive camp. Many were targeted alongside one of his favorites, Proudhon, the main figure of the dominant form of socialism in France, whom Marx regarded as the false brother communism needed to rid itself of. 136. Marx often entertained a relationship of rivalry with Lassalle, for instance, and when he received Lassalle's latest book Heraclitus, the Dark Philosopher, 1858, he termed it as a very silly concoction. 137. In September 1858, Giuseppe Mazzini published his new manifesto in the journal Pensiero ed Azione, Thought and Action, but Marx, who had no doubts about him, asserted, Still the same old jackass. 138 Instead of analyzing the reasons for the defeat of 1848 to 49, Mazzina busies himself with advertising nostrums for the cure of the political palsy of the revolutionary migration. 139 He railed against Julius Froebel 1805 to 1893, a member of the Frankfurt Council in 1848 to 49 and typical representative of the German Democrats, who had fled abroad and later distanced himself from political life. Once they have found their bread and cheese, all these scoundrels require is some blasé pretext to bid farewell to the struggle. 140 Finally, as ironic as ever, he derided the revolutionary activity of Karl Blind 1826 to 1907, one of the leaders of the German émigrés in London. He gets a couple of acquaintances in Hamburg to send letters, written by himself, to English newspapers in which mention is made of the stir created by his anonymous pamphlets. Then his friends report on German newspapers what a fuss was made by the English ones. That, you see, is what being a man of action means. 141. Marx's political engagement was of a different nature. While never desisting from fighting against bourgeois society, he also kept his awareness of his main role in this struggle, which was that of developing a critique of the capitalist mode of production through a rigorous study of political economy and ongoing analysis of economic events. For this reason, during the lows of the class struggle, he decided to use his powers in the best possible way by keeping at a distance from the useless conspiracies and personal intrigues to which political competition was reduced at the time. Since the Cologne trial, the one against the communists of 1853, I have withdrawn completely into my study. My time was too precious to be wasted in fruitless endeavor and petty squabbles. 142 As a matter of fact, despite the flood of troubles, Marx continued to work, and, after he had carefully worked up the chapter on money between August and October 1858 into the manuscript original text of the second and the beginning of the third chapter of a contribution to the critique of political economy, in 1859 he published his A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, a short book with no public resonance, for which the Grundriss had been the initial testing ground. Marx ended the year 1858 similarly to previous ones. As his wife Jenny recounts, 1858 was neither a good nor a bad year for us, it was one where days went by, one completely like the next. Eating and drinking, writing articles, reading newspapers, and going for walks, this was our whole life. 143 Day after day, month after month, year after year, Marx kept working on his oeuvre. He was guided in the burdensome labor of drafting the Grundriss by his great determination and strength of personality, and also by the unshakable certainty that his existence belonged to the movement for the emancipation of millions of women and men. 5. The polemic against Karl Voigt. 1. Herr Voigt. In 1860, Marx was forced again to interrupt his work of political economy. The reason for this new suspension was a violent conflict with Karl Voigt 1817 to 1895. Representative of the left in the National Assembly of Frankfurt during 1848 to 1849, Voigt was, at the time, professor of natural sciences in Geneva, where he lived in exile. In the spring of 1859, he published the pamphlet Studies on the Present Situation in Europe, which articulated a Bonapartist foreign policy outlook. 1 In June of the same year, an anonymous flyer appeared which denounced the intrigues of Voigt in favor of Napoleon III, especially his attempts to bribe some journalists to furnish philo-Bonapartist versions of contemporary political events. The accusation, which was later shown to be the work of Karl Blind, a German journalist and writer who had emigrated to London, was taken up by the weekly Das Volk the People, which counted Marx and Engels among its contributors, and by the Augsburg Daily Allgemeine Zeitung general newspaper. This induced Voigt to file a lawsuit against the German daily, which could not rebut the charge due to the anonymity in which Blind wished to remain. Although the libel suit failed, Voigt was the moral victor in the whole affair. Thus, in publishing his account of the events, My Case Against the Allgemeine Zeitung, 1859, he accused Marx of betraying the workers. He laughs at the fools who blindly repeat his proletarian catechism after him. The only men he respects are aristocrats, those who are pure aristocrats, and are conscious of being so. To oust them from power he requires a force, which he can find only in the proletariat. This is why his system is tailored to fit that force. Point 2. Voigt also wrote that Marx had inspired a plot against him, and he charged Marx of being the leader of the Brimstone Gang 3, a band that lived by blackmailing those who had participated in the revolutionary uprisings of 1848, threatening to reveal the names of those who had not paid them to be silent. I say quite bluntly, everyone who engages in political machinations with Marx and his associates will sooner or later fall into the hands of the police. For these machinations are no sooner underway than they are made known and betrayed to the secret police and hatched out by them as soon as the time appears to be ripe. The instigators, Marx and co., are of course sitting in London out of reach. Point 4. Voigt described the Brimstone Gang as a group of people who, after being scattered throughout Switzerland, France, and England, gradually congregated in London, and there they revered Mr. Marx as their visible leader. Point 5. According to Voigt, their slogan was Social Republic, Workers' Dictatorship, and their business was establishing contacts and hatching plots. Point 6. The Genevan professor warned against the machinations of a small group of depraved men whose aims and efforts are all directed toward seducing the worker away from his job, implicating him in conspiracies and communist intrigues, and finally, after living from the sweat of his brow, driving him cold-bloodedly to his destruction. Now once again this small group is using every possible method to ensnare the workers' associations in its toils. Whatever they may say, you may rest assured that their true aim was to exploit the worker for their own selfish ends and finally to abandon him to his fate. Point 7. In fact, Marx had not heard of this Brimstone Gang before the appearance of Voigt's book. One of the most faithful and accurate statements about the real face of this group was written by the German revolutionary of 1848 Johann Philipp Becker 1809–1886. This company, essentially a company of idlers, was referred to jestingly and mockingly as the Brimstone Gang. It was a club which consisted, as it were, of a motley crowd brought together by chance. It had neither president nor program, neither statute nor dogma. There is no question of its having been a secret society, or of its having had any political or other goal to pursue systematically. They merely wanted to show off, and that with openness and frankness that knew no bounds. Nor did they have any connection with Marx, who for his part could certainly have known nothing of their existence and whose socio-political views moreover diverged widely from theirs. Who would have thought that after 10 years' slumber the long-forgotten Brimstone Gang would be set alight once more by Professor Voigt in order to ward off imagined aggressors by spreading a foul stench which was then transmitted by obliging journalists with great enthusiasm. Point 8. Besides having an echo in France as well as England, the London Daily Telegraph reported Voigt's accusations. Marx took his revenge later, when he had the chance to write what he thought about this British newspaper. By means of an ingenious system of concealed plumbing, all the lavatories of London empty their physical refuse into the Thames. In the same way, every day the capital of the world spews out all its social refuse through a system of goose quills, and it pours out into a great central paper cloaca, the Daily Telegraph. Liebignein rightly criticizes the senseless wastefulness, which robs the Thames of its purity and the English soil of its manure. At the entrance, which leads to the sewer, the following words are written in somber colors: Hic quis quam faxit oledum, 10, or as Byron translated it so poetically, wanderer, stop and, piss, 11. Voigt's published account was quite successful in Germany and created a sensation in liberal newspapers. The jubilation of the bourgeois press is, of course, unbounded. 12. Berlin's National Zeitung national newspaper published a summary in 2 long editorials in January 1860, and Marx consequently sued the newspaper for libel. However, the Royal Prussian High Tribunal rejected the complaint, declaring that the articles did not exceed the limits of allowed criticism and did not constitute an offense. Marx's sarcastic comment on the judgment was, like the Turk who cut off the Greek's head without intending to hurt him. Point 13. Not allowed to defend himself in open court, Marx decided that the disinnumerable infamies directed against him and his party comrades by Voigt required a literary refutation now that the road to a public rebuttal in the courts had been definitively barred. 14. Voigt's texts skillfully mixed real events with others wholly invented, so as to plant doubts regarding the real history of emigration among those who were not acquainted with all the facts. In order to protect his reputation, Marx therefore felt obliged to organize his own defense, and so in late February 1860 he began to gather material for a book against Voigt. He adopted two paths. Above all, he wrote dozens of letters to militants with whom he had had political relationships during and since 1848, with the aim of obtaining from them all possible documents regarding Voigt. 15 At the end of this work, Marx wrote of Voigt's skunk-like shameless impertinence in accusing him and his friends, who had always sacrificed their private interests to defend those of the working class, of living from the sweat of the worker's brow. In America there is a small animal called a skunk, which has only one method of defending itself at moments of extreme danger, its offensive smell. When attacked it releases a substance from certain parts of its body, which, if it touches your clothes, will ensure that they have to be burnt and, if it touches your skin, will banish you for a period from all human society. The smell is so horribly offensive that when hunters see that their dogs have accidentally started a skunk they will hurriedly take to their heels in greater panic than if they had found that a wolf or a tiger was pursuing them. For powder and lead is an adequate defense against wolves and tigers, but no antidote has been found to the a posteriori of a skunk. 16. Beyond the many polemical passages, in order better to illustrate the politics of the principal European states and to reveal the reactionary role played by Bonaparte, Marx carried out vast studies on the political and diplomatic history of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. 17 The latter is doubtless the most interesting part of the work and, along with the section reconstructing the history of the Communist League 18, the only part that still has value for the contemporary reader, beside the pleasure of discovering Marx's rhetorical art. At any rate, as was always the case with Marx, his studies greatly increased the size of the book, which grew without his noticing it. 19 Moreover, the time needed to complete the work kept increasing. In fact, although Engels urged him, "Do try and be a bit superficial for once, so that you get it done in time." 20, and wrote to Jenny Marx, "We're forever producing truly splendid things, but take care to see that they never appear on time, and so they are all flops." An immediate riposte to Voigt 3 sheets long would, after all, have been of far greater value than anything that has since been done. Insist for all you're worth on something being done, and done immediately, about a publisher, and on the pamphlet 9 being finished at long last. 21, Marx decided to finish it only in September. Marx had wanted to entitle the book De Voigt to evoke the similarity of views between Voigt and the Bonapartist Arab journalist de Rosgade, a contemporary. The latter, in translating Bonapartist pamphlets into Arabic on order of the Algerian authorities, had defined Emperor Napoleon III as the son of beneficence, the glory of the firmament. 23 And to Marx nothing appeared more appropriate for Voigt than the epithet of German de. 24 However, Engels convinced him to opt for the more comprehensible Herr Voigt. Further problems involved the book's place of publication. Engels strongly urged publishing the book in Germany. "You must at all costs avoid having your pamphlet 6 printed in London. The experience is one we have been through hundreds of times with émigré literature. Always the same ineffectuality, always money and labor gone down the drain, not to mention the irritation." 25 Nevertheless, since no German publisher became available, Marx had the book published in London by Pech, and, what is more, this was only made possible by a collection made to pay its expense. Engels commented that printing in Germany would have been preferable and could undoubtedly have been arranged, winky face, a German publisher being in a much stronger position to break the conspiracy of silence. 26. The rebuttal of Voigt's accusations occupied Marx for an entire year, obliging him to completely neglect his economic studies, which according to his contract with the Berlin publishing house of Duncker were to continue with the sequel to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. Before the undertaking started, Engels understood its dangerousness. In January 1860, he had tried to convince Marx to concentrate exclusively on his work, which, in his opinion, would have been the only real instrument to defeat the opponents of the time and advance anti-capitalist theory. I believe that if, despite Voigt and Co., we are to keep our end up so far as the public is concerned, we shall do it through our scientific work. In Germany itself, direct political and polemic action, as our party understands it, is a sheer impossibility. So, what remains? Either we hold tongues or we make efforts that are known only to the immigration and the American Germans but not to anyone in Germany, or else we go on as we have begun, you in your first installment a contribution to the critique of political economy and I in Poe and Rhine. The early appearance of your second installment is obviously of paramount importance in this connection, and I hope that you won't let the Voigt affair stop you from getting on with it. Do try for once to be a little less conscientious with regard to your own stuff. It is, in any case, far too good for the wretched public. The main thing is that it should be written and published. The shortcomings that catch your eye certainly won't be apparent to the jackasses, and, when time becomes turbulent, what will it avail you to have broken the whole thing before you have even finished the section on capital in general? I am very well aware of all the other interruptions that crop up, but I also know that the delay is due mainly to your own scruples. Come to that, it's surely better that the thing should appear, rather than that doubts like these should prevent its appearing at all. 27. Despite these strong recommendations, the frenzy that drove Marx during this affair also infected those closest to him. His wife Jenny found Herr Voigt a source of endless pleasure and delight. Lassalle greeted the text as a magisterial thing in every way. 28. Wilhelm Wolff said it is a masterpiece from beginning to end. 29. And even Engels declared the work to be the best polemic work you have ever written. 30. Many acquaintances of Marx, as the letters included in Herr Voigt show, had tried to dissuade him from undertaking this work. The Russian journalist Nikolai Ivanovich Sazonov (1815–1862) asked Marx to ignore all this wretched pettiness. All serious men, all scrupulous men are on your side, but they expect something other than sterile polemics from you. They would like to study the continuation of your admirable work as soon as possible. Keep in good health and as in the past for the enlightenment of the world without concerning yourself with petty stupidities and petty acts of cowardly malice. 31. Bartholomew Samir (1812–1869), former Minister of the Interior and head of the revolutionary Hungarian government of 1849, asked him, "Is it really worth your while to bother your head with all this tittle-tattle?" 32. Finally, the teacher and political activist Peter Iman tried to dissuade him by arguing, "I would not like to be condemned to write about it, and I shall be most astonished if you can bring yourself to immerse your hand in such a brew." 33. Marx's principal biographers unanimously consider this work to have been a notable waste of time and energy. 34. One of its most striking features is Marx's frequent use of literary references in his argument. For example, Pedro Calderón de la Barca (1600–1681), William Shakespeare (1564–1616), Dante Alighieri (1265–1321), Alexander Pope (1688–1744), Cicero 106 BC, 43 BC, Matteo Maria Boiardo 1441–1494, Johann Fischart 1545–1591, Lawrence Stern 1713–1768, and various sources from Middle High German literature. Otherwise who appear include, Virgil 70 BC, 19 BC, figures from the Bible, Johann C. F. Schiller 1759–1805, George G. Byron 1788–1824, Victor Hugo 1802–1885, and, of course, his beloved Miguel de Cervantes 1547–1616, Voltaire, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Heinrich Heine, and Honoré de Balzac. 35. However, these citations, and the precious time employed to insert them into the text, did not simply respond to Marx's wish to demonstrate the superiority of his culture as against that of Voigt. nor to an attempt to make the pamphlet more enjoyable to the readers through satire. They reflect two essential characteristics of Marx's personality. The first is the great importance he attributed throughout his life to style and structure in his works, even in the minor or merely polemical ones, such as Herr Voigt. The mediocrity of the great bulk of the writings with which he clashed in so many battles, their inferior form, their uncertain and ungrammatical construction, their illogical formulations and the presence of many errors always aroused his indignation. 36 Thus, alongside the conflict over content, he inveighed against the intrinsic vulgarity and lack of quality in his adversaries' works and wanted to show them not only the correctness of what he wrote but also the best way of doing it. The second typical characteristic, evidenced throughout the imposing preparatory work for Herr Voigt, is the aggressivity and unrestrained virulence, which he directed at his primary adversaries. Whether they were philosophers, economists, or political militants, and whether they were called Bruno Bauer, Max Stirner, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Voigt, Lassalle, or Mikhail Bakunin, Marx wanted in essence to destroy them, to demonstrate in every way possible the groundlessness of their concepts, to compel them to surrender by making it impossible for them to object to his assertions. Thus, under this impulse, he was tempted to bury his antagonists under mountains of critical arguments, and when he was seized by this fury to the point of making him lose sight even of his project of critique of political economy, then he no longer contented himself only with George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, David Ricardo, or with citing historical events, but made use of Aeschylus 525 BC, 456 BC, Dante Alighieri, William Shakespeare, and Gotthold Ephraim Lessing. Herr Voigt was a kind of fateful coincidence of these two components of his character. A short circuit caused by one of the most glaring examples of the literary slovenliness so loathed by Marx, and by his will to destroy the enemy who, through lies, had threatened his credibility and attempted to sully his political history. With this book, Marx hoped to create a sensation and did everything to get the German press to speak of it. However, the newspapers and Voigt himself paid absolutely no attention. The dogs want to kill the thing with silence. 37 Also, the appearance of a much abridged French version, which is now in press 38, was blocked when the volume was the target of censorship and included in the list of prohibited books. During the lifetimes of Marx and Engels, no other edition of Herr Voigt appeared, and only short selected passages were reprinted. 2. Fighting misery and disease. Contributing to the delay of Marx's work and terribly complicating his personal situation were his two eternal sworn enemies, poverty and illness. This period, in fact, was one in which Marx's economic situation became truly desperate. Besieged by the claims of his many creditors and with the constant shadow of injunctions by the broker and the judicial official on his door, he complained to Engels, "How I shall continue to make shift here I can't imagine, for the rates, school, house, grocer, butcher, and God knows what else are denying me any further respite." 39 At the end of 1861, the situation became even more desperate, and to survive, aside from being able to count on the constant help of his friend, to whom he showed immense gratitude for the outstanding proofs of friendship, 40, Marx was obliged to pawn everything that was not actually nailed down. 41 To his friend, "As always," he wrote, "if I were quit of this wretched situation and did not see my family oppressed by miserable adversities, how overjoyed I would be at the fiasco of the Decembrist financial system, so long and so frequently prognosticated by me in the New York Tribune." 42 And when, at the end of December, he sent him his New Year's greetings, he said, "If it's anything like the old one, I, for my part, would sooner consign it to the devil." 43 The disheartening financial problems were promptly accompanied by health problems, to which the former contributed. The deep depression which affected Marx's wife Jenny for many weeks, made her more vulnerable to contracting smallpox, with which she was taken ill at the end of 1860, with serious risk to her life. Throughout the whole illness and convalescence of his companion, Marx was constantly at her bedside and only resumed his own activities when Jenny was out of danger. During this period, as he wrote Engels, work was completely out of the question, the only occupation that helps me maintain the necessary quietness of mind is mathematics. 44, one of the great intellectual passions of his life. Moreover, a few days later, he added that a circumstance that had greatly helped was a severe toothache. After extracting a tooth, the dentist had by mistake left a chip in his mouth, which gave him a face that was swollen and painful along with a half-closed throat. And how did this help him? Well, this is how. Marx in fact said stoically, this physical pressure contributes much to the disablement of thought and hence to one's powers of abstraction, for, as Hegel says, pure thought or pure being or nothingness is one and the same thing. 45. Despite these problems, these weeks afforded him the opportunity to read many books, among them Charles Darwin's 1809-1882 On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, 1859, printed just 1 year previously. The comment in the letter Marx sent to Engels was destined to provoke discussion among armies of scholars and socialist militants. Although developed in the crude English fashion, this is the book which, in the field of natural history, provides the basis for our views. 46. Following this period, at the beginning of 1861, Marx's condition worsened because of an inflammation of the liver that had affected him in the previous summer. I am as tormented as Job, though not as God-fearing. 47. In particular, being bent over caused him great pain and he was forbidden to write. Thus, to overcome the highly disgusting condition, which incapacitated him to work. 48. He took refuge again in literature. For recreation in the evenings I have been reading Appian's Civil Wars of Rome in the original Greek. A most valuable book. Spartacus emerges as the most capital fellow in the whole history of antiquity. A great general, not a Garibaldi, of noble character, a real representative of the proletariat of ancient times. 49. 3. In the meantime economics waits. Having recuperated from his illness by the end of February 1861, Marx repaired to Zaltbommel in Holland to seek a solution to his own financial difficulties. There, he received help from his uncle Lion Phillips 1794-1866, businessman and brother of the father of the future founder of the lamp factory, the ancestor of one of the world's most important producers of electrical equipment, who agreed to advance him £160 from his future maternal inheritance. From here Marx clandestinely went to Germany, where for 4 weeks he was Lassalle's guest in Berlin. Lassalle had repeatedly urged collaboration between the two on the founding of a party organ, and now, with the amnesty decree of January 1861, the conditions were present for Marx to regain his Prussian citizenship, annulled after his expulsion in 1849, and to move to Berlin. However, Marx's skeptical view of Lassalle prevented the project from ever being seriously considered. 50. Back home from his journey, he described to Engels the German intellectual and militant in these terms. Lassalle, dazzled by the esteem earned him in certain learned circles by his Heraclitus 19 and, in another circle, consisting of spongers, by his good wine and food, doesn't know, of course, that he is of ill repute with the public at large. And then his intractability, his obsession with the speculative concept, the fellow actually dreams of a new Hegelian philosophy raised to the second power, which he intends to write, his inoculation with early French liberalism, his arrogant pen, import unity, tactlessness, etc. If subjected to rigid discipline, Lassalle might be of service as one of the editors. Otherwise, we would simply make fools of ourselves. 51. Engels's judgment was no less sharp, the man is incorrigible. 52. In any case, Marx's request for citizenship was quickly rejected, and since he never had himself naturalized in England, he remained stateless for the rest of his life. Marx's correspondence supplies entertaining accounts of this German sojourn, which helps us to understand his character. His hosts, Lassalle and his companion Countess Sophie von Hatzfeldt 1805-1881, did their utmost to organize for him a series of activities, which only his letters show how deeply he detested. From a brief account of the first days spent in the city, we see him up against high society. On Tuesday evening, he was among the audience at a Berlin comedy, full of Prussian self-glorification, altogether a disgusting affair. On Wednesday, he was obliged to be present at 3 hours of ballet at the opera, a really mortally boring thing, and, what is more, horrible dicta 53 in a box close to that of handsome Wilhelm 54 the king in person. On Thursday, Lassalle gave a luncheon in his honor, at which some celebrities were present. Anything but cheered by the occasion, Marx gave this description of his neighbor at table, the literary editor Ludmila Assing 1821–1880, "She is the most ugly creature I ever saw in my life, a nastily Jewish physiognomy, a sharply protruding thin nose, eternally smiling and grinning, always speaking poetical prose, constantly trying to say something extraordinary, playing at false enthusiasm, and spitting at her audience during the trances of her ecstasis." 55 he wrote to Karl Siebel 1836. 1868, Rhenish poet and distant relative of Engels, "I am bored stiff here. I am treated as a kind of lion and am forced to see a great many professional wits, both male and female. It's awful." 56 later, he could not deny to Lassalle that for him cosmopolitan London exerted an extraordinary fascination. 57 although he admitted that he lived a hermit's life in this gigantic place. 58 and so, having passed through Elberfeld, Bremen, Cologne, his own Trier, and then again through Holland, he arrived home at the end of April. Awaiting him was his economics. In June 1859, Marx had published the first installment of a contribution to the critique of political economy and was intending to follow it with a second as soon as possible. Notwithstanding his customary optimism, in September 1860 he wrote to Lassalle, "I think that second part may very likely come out before Easter." 59, events ensured that 2 years would pass before he was able to return to his studies. He was profoundly frustrated and complained to Engels in July, "I'm not progressing as fast as I should like, owing to much domestic trouble." 60 and again in December, "My writing is progressing, but slowly." Circumstances being what they were, there was, indeed, little possibility of bringing such theoretical matters to a rapid close. However, the thing is assuming a much more popular form, and the method is much less in evidence than in first part. 61. For journalism and international politics. In the last phase of 1861, Marx resumed his collaboration with the New York Tribune and wrote for the Viennese liberal daily Die Presse, the Press, a paper that was one of the most popular in the German language, with 30,000 subscribers and the largest circulation in Austria. Most of his correspondence in this period centered around the Civil War in the United States. In this war, according to Marx, the struggle played out between the highest form of popular self-government ever realized up to now and the most abject form of human slavery known to history. 62 This interpretation makes clear, more than anything else can, the abyss that separated him from Giuseppe Garibaldi, 1807–1882, who had refused the offer from the U.S. Union government to take up a command post in the army, because he felt that the war was only a power conflict and did not have to do with the emancipation of the slaves. Regarding this viewpoint and the attempted initiative at reconciliation between the two sides, Marx commented to Engels, "Garibaldi, the jackass, has made a fool of himself by a solidarity letter to the Yankees." 63. In his articles, moreover, Marx analyzed the economic impact of the American conflict on England, specifically examining the development of commerce, the financial situation, as well as the opinions running through English society. As regards this point, an interesting reference is also contained in a letter to Lassalle. The whole of the official press in England is, of course, in favor of the slave holders. They are the self-same fellows who have wearied the world with their anti-slave trade philanthropy. But cotton. 64. As always in the letters to Lassalle, Marx developed various reflections regarding one of the political themes on which he lavished his greatest attention in those days, the violent opposition to Russia and its allies Henry Palmerston 1784–1865 and Louis Bonaparte 1778–1846. In particular, Marx made an effort to clarify to Lassalle the legitimacy of the convergence in this battle between their party and that of David Urquhart, a Tory politician with romantic views. Concerning the latter, who had the audacity to republish, for anti-Russian and anti-Whig purposes, Marx's articles against Palmerston, which had been published by the official organ of the English Chartists, he wrote, "He is, subjectively reactionary. This in no way precludes the movement in foreign policy, of which he is the head, from being objectively revolutionary. It is to me a matter of complete indifference, just as in a war against Russia, say, it would be a matter of indifference to you whether, in firing on the Russians, the motives of your neighbor in the firing line were black, red, and gold or revolutionary. 65. Marx continued, "It goes without saying that, in foreign policy, there's little to be gained by using such catchwords as reactionary and revolutionary. 66. The first known photograph of Marx dates back to 1861.67. The image shows him standing with hands leaning on a chair in front of him. His thick hair is already white, while his dense beard is jet black. His resolute look does not betray the bitterness of the defeats he suffered and the many difficulties that gripped him, but rather the steadfastness that characterized him throughout his life. And yet, unease and melancholy touched even him who wrote in the same period the photograph was taken, to help overcome the intense annoyance I feel about my in every respect unsettled situation. I am reading Thucydides 460 BC, 400 BC. At least, these ancients remain ever new. 68. 6. Capital, the unfinished critique. One critical analysis of theories of surplus value. In August 1861, Marx again devoted himself to the critique of political economy, working with such intensity that by June 1863 he had filled 23 sizable notebooks on the transformation of money into capital, on commercial capital, and above all on the various theories with which economists had tried to explain surplus value. 1. His aim was to complete a contribution to the critique of political economy, which had been meant as the first installment of his planned work. The book published in 1859 contained a brief first chapter, The Commodity, differentiating between use value and exchange value, and a longer second chapter, Money, or Simple Circulation, dealing with theories of money as unit of measure. In the preface, Marx stated, "I examine the system of bourgeois economy in the following order: capital, landed property, wage labor, the state, foreign trade, world market." 2. 2 years later, Marx's plans had not changed. He was still intending to write 6 books, each devoted to one of the themes he had listed in 1859.3. However, from summer 1861 to March 1862, he worked on a new chapter, Capital in General, which he intended to become the 3rd chapter in his publication plan. In the preparatory manuscript contained in the first 5 of the 23 notebooks he compiled by the end of 1863, he focused on the process of production of capital and, more particularly, on 1. The transformation of money into capital, 2. Absolute surplus value, and 3. Relative surplus value. 4. Some of these themes, already addressed in the Grundrisse, were now set forth with greater analytic richness and precision. A momentary alleviation of the huge economic problems that had beset him for years allowed Marx to spend more time on his studies and to make significant theoretical advances. In late October 1861 he wrote to Engels that circumstances had finally cleared to the extent that he had at least got firm ground under his feet again. His work for the New York Tribune assured him of £2 a week. 5. He had also concluded an agreement with Die Presse, the press. Over the past year, he had pawned everything that was not actually nailed down, and their plight had made his wife seriously depressed. But now the twofold engagement promised to put an end to the harried existence led by his family and to allow him to complete his book. Nevertheless, by December, he told Engels that he had been forced to leave Eus with the butcher and grocer, and that his debt to assorted creditors amounted to £100. 6. Because of these worries, his research was proceeding slowly. Circumstances being what they were, there was, indeed, little possibility of bringing the theoretical matters to a rapid close. But he gave notice to Engels that the thing is assuming a much more popular form, and method is much less in evidence than in part I.7. Against this dramatic background, Marx tried to borrow money from his mother, as well as from other relatives and the poet Karl Siebel. In a letter to Engels later in December, he explained that these were attempts to avoid constantly pestering him. At any event, they were all unproductive. Nor was the agreement with Die Presse working out, as they were only printing, and paying for, half the articles he submitted to them. Things took a further turn for the worse when the New York Tribune, faced with financial constraints associated with the American Civil War, had to cut down on the number of its foreign correspondents. Marx's last article for the paper appeared on March 10, 1862. From then on, he had to do without what had been his main source of income since the summer of 1851. That same month, the landlord of his house threatened to take action to recover rent arrears, in which case, as he put it to Engels, he would be sued by all and sundry. 8 And he added shortly after, "I'm not getting on very well with my book, since work is often checked, i.e. suspended, for weeks on end by domestic disturbances." 9. During this period, Marx launched into a new area of research, theories of surplus value, 1862-63. 10 This was planned to be the fifth 11 and final part of the long third chapter on capital in general. Over 10 notebooks, Marx minutely dissected how the major economists had dealt with the question of surplus value. His basic idea was that all economists share the error of examining surplus value not as such, in its pure form, but in the particular forms of profit and rent. 12. In Notebook 6, Marx started from a critique of the physiocrats. First of all, he recognized them as the true fathers of modern political economy. 13 Since it was they who laid the foundation for the analysis of capitalist production. 14 And sought the origin of surplus value not in the sphere of circulation, in the productivity of money, as the mercantilists thought, but in the sphere of production. They understood the fundamental principle that only that labor is productive which creates a surplus value. 15 On the other hand, being wrongly convinced that agricultural labor was the only productive labor. 16 They conceived of rent as the only form of surplus value. 17 They limited their analysis to the idea that the productivity of the land enabled man to produce no more than sufficed to keep him alive. 18 According to this theory, then, surplus value appeared as a gift of nature. 19 In the second half of Notebook 6, and in most of Notebooks 7, 8, and 9, Marx concentrated on Adam Smith. He did not share the false idea of the physiocrats that only one definite kind of concrete labor, agricultural labor, creates surplus value. 20 Indeed, in Marx's eyes one of Smith's greatest merits was to have understood that, in the distinctive labor process of bourgeois society, the capitalist appropriates for nothing, appropriates without paying for it, a part of the living labor. 21 Or again, that more labor is exchanged for less labor, from the laborer's standpoint, less labor is exchanged for more labor, from the capitalist's standpoint. 22 Smith's limitation, however, was his failure to differentiate surplus value as such from the specific forms it assumes in profit and rent. 23 He calculated surplus value not in relation to the part of capital from which it arises, but as an overplus over the total value of the capital advanced. 24 Including the part that the capitalist expends to purchase raw materials. Marx put many of these thoughts in writing during a 3-week stay with Engels in Manchester in April 1862. On his return, he reported to La Salette, "As for my book, it won't be finished for another 2 months. During the past year, to keep myself from starving, I have had to do the most despicable hack work and have often gone for months without being able to add a line to the thing. And there is also that quirk I have of finding fault with anything I have written and not looked at for a month, so that I have to revise it completely." 25 Marx doggedly resumed work and until early June extended his research to other economists such as Germain Garny and Charles Ganel. 1758-1836. Then he went more deeply into the question of productive and unproductive labor, again focusing particularly on Smith who, despite a lack of clarity in some respects, had drawn the distinction between the two concepts. From the capitalist's viewpoint, productive labor is wage labor which, exchanged against the part of the capital that is spent on wages, reproduces not only this part of the capital, or the value of its own labor capacity, but in addition produces surplus value for the capitalist. It is only thereby that commodity or money is transformed into capital, is produced as capital. Only that wage labor is productive which produces capital. 26. Unproductive labor, on the other hand, is labor which is not exchanged with capital, but directly with revenue, that is, with wages or profit. 27. According to Smith, the activity of sovereigns, and of the legal and military officers surrounding them, produced no value and in this respect was comparable to the duties of domestic servants. This, Marx pointed out, was the language of a still revolutionary bourgeoisie, which had not yet subjected to itself the whole of society, the state, etc. Illustrious and time-honored occupations, sovereign, judge, officer, priest, etc. With all the old ideological castes to which they give rise, their men of letters, their teachers and priests, are from an economic standpoint put on the same level as the swarm of their own lackeys and jesters maintained by the bourgeoisie and by idle wealth, the landed nobility and idle capitalists. 28. In Notebook X, Marx turned to a rigorous analysis of François Quesnay's 1694-1774 Tableau économique, 1758. 29. He praised it to the skies, describing it as an extremely brilliant conception, incontestably the most brilliant for which political economy had up to then been responsible. 30. Meanwhile, Marx's economic circumstances continued to be desperate. In mid-June, he wrote to Engels, "Every day my wife says she wishes she and the children were safely in their graves, and I really cannot blame her, for the humiliations, torments and alarms that one has to go through in such a situation are indeed indescribable." Already in April, the family had had to repawn all the possessions it had only recently reclaimed from the loan office. The situation was so extreme that Jenny made up her mind to sell some books from her husband's personal library, although she could not find anyone who wanted to buy them. Nevertheless, Marx managed to work hard and in mid-June expressed a note of satisfaction to Engels. "Strange to say, my grey matter is functioning better in the midst of the surrounding poverty than it has done for years." 31. Continuing his research, he compiled notebooks 11, 12, and 13 in the course of the summer. They focused on the theory of rent, which he had decided to include as an extra chapter 32 in the text he was preparing for publication. Marx critically examined the ideas of Johann Rodbertus 1805-1875, then moved on to an extensive analysis of the doctrines of David Ricardo. Denying the existence of absolute rent, Ricardo had allowed a place only for differential rent related to the fertility and location of the land. In this theory, absolute rent was an excess, it could not have been anything more, because that would have contradicted his concept of value being equal to a certain quantity of labor time. 33. He would have had to admit that the agricultural product was constantly sold above its cost price, which he calculated as the sum of the capital advanced and the average profit. 34. Marx's conception of absolute rent, by contrast, stipulated that under certain historical circumstances, landed property does indeed put up the prices of raw materials. 35. In the same letter to Engels, Marx wrote that it was a real miracle that he had been able to get on with his theoretical writing to such an extent. 36. His landlord had again threatened to send in the bailiffs, while tradesmen to whom he was in debt spoke of withholding provisions and taking legal action against him. Once more he had to turn to Engels for help, confiding that had it not been for his wife and children he would far rather move into a model lodging house than be constantly squeezing his purse. 37. In September, Marx wrote to Engels that he might get a job in a railroad office in the new year. 38. In December, he repeated to Ludwig Kugelmann 1828-1902 that things had become so desperate that he had decided to become a practical man, Nothing came of the idea, however. Marx reported with his typical sarcasm, luckily, or perhaps I should say unluckily. I did not get the post because of my bad handwriting. 39 Meanwhile, in early November, he had confided to Ferdinand Lassalle that he had been forced to suspend work for some 6 weeks but that it was going ahead, with interruptions. However, he added, it will assuredly be brought to a conclusion by and by 40. During this span of time, Marx filled another 2 notebooks, 14 and 15, with extensive critical analysis of various economic theorists. He noted that Thomas Robert Malthus, for whom surplus value stemmed from the fact that the seller sells the commodity above its value, represented a return to the past in economic theory, since he derived profit from the exchange of commodities. 41 Marx accused James Mill of misunderstanding the categories of surplus value and profit, highlighted the confusion produced by Samuel Bailey 1791–1870 in failing to distinguish between the immanent measure of value and the value of the commodity, and argued that John Stuart Mill did not realize that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit were 2 different quantities. 42 The latter being determined not only by the level of wages but also by other causes not directly attributable to it. Marx also paid special attention to various economists opposed to Ricardian theory, such as the socialist Thomas Hodgkin. Finally, he dealt with the anonymous text revenue and its sources. In his view, a perfect example of vulgar economics, which translated into doctrinaire but apologetic language the standpoint of the ruling section, i.e. the capitalists. 43 With the study of this book, Marx concluded his analysis of the theories of surplus value put forward by the leading economists of the past and began to examine commercial capital, or the capital that did not create but distributed surplus value. 44 Its polemic against interest-bearing capital might parade as socialism, but Marx had no time for such reforming zeal that did not touch upon real capitalist production but merely attacked one of its consequences. For Marx, on the contrary, the complete objectification, inversion, and derangement of capital as interest-bearing capital, in which, however, the inner nature of capitalist production, its derangement, merely appears in its most palpable form, is capital which yields compound interest. It appears as a Moloch demanding the whole world as a sacrifice belonging to it of right, whose legitimate demands, arising from its very nature, are however never met and are always frustrated by a mysterious fate. 45. Marx continued in the same vein. Thus it is interest, not profit, which appears to be the creation of value arising from capital as such, and consequently it is regarded as the specific revenue created by capital. This is also the form in which it is conceived by the vulgar economists. All intermediate links are obliterated, and the fetishistic face of capital, as also the concept of the capital fetish, is complete. This form arises necessarily, because the juridical aspect of property is separated from its economic aspect and one part of the profit under the name of interest accrues to capital in itself which is completely separated from the production process, or to the owner of this capital. To the vulgar economist who desires to represent capital as an independent source of value, a source which creates value, this form is of course a godsend, a form in which the source of profit is no longer recognizable and the result of the capitalist process, separated from the process itself, acquires an independent existence. In MCM an intermediate link is still retained. In MM we have the incomprehensible form of capital, the most extreme inversion and materialization of production relations. 46. Following the studies of commercial capital, Marx moved on to what may be thought of as a third phase of the economic manuscripts of 1861 to 1863. This began in December 1862, with the section on capital and profit in Notebook 16 that Marx indicated as the third chapter. 47 Here Marx drew an outline of the distinction between surplus value and profit. In Notebook 17, also compiled in December, he returned to the question of commercial capital, following the reflections in Notebook 1548, and to the reflux of money in capitalist reproduction. At the end of the year, Marx gave a progress report to Kugelmann, informing him that the second part, or the continuation of the first installment, a manuscript equivalent to about 30 sheets of print was now at last finished. 4 years after the first schema, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx now reviewed the structure of his projected work. He told Kugelmann that he had decided on a new title, using capital for the first time, and that the name he had operated with in 1859 would be merely the subtitle. 49 Otherwise he was continuing to work in accordance with the original plan. What he intended to write would be the third chapter of the first part, namely Capital in General. 50 The volume in the last stages of preparation would contain what Englishmen call the principles of political economy. Together with what he had already written in the 1859 installment, it would comprise the quintessence of his economic theory. On the basis of the elements he was preparing to make public, he told Kugelmann, a further sequel, with the exception, perhaps, of the relationship between the various forms of state and the various economic structures of society, could easily be pursued by others. Marx thought he would be able to produce a fair copy 51 of the manuscript in the new year, after which he planned to take it to Germany in person. Then he intended to conclude the presentation of capital, competition, and credit. In the same letter to Kugelmann, he compared the writing styles in the text published in 1859 and in the work he was then preparing. In the first part, the method of presentation was certainly far from popular. This was due partly to the abstract nature of the subject. The present part is easier to understand because it deals with more concrete conditions. To explain the difference, almost by way of justification, he added, "Scientific attempts to revolutionize a science can never be really popular. But, once the scientific foundations are laid, popularization is easy. Again, should times become more turbulent, one might be able to select the colors and nuances demanded by a popular presentation of these particular subjects." 52. A few days later, at the start of the new year, Marx listed in greater detail the parts that would have comprised his work. In a schema in Notebook 18, he indicated that the first section, Abschnitt, the production process of capital, would be divided as follows. 1. Introduction. Commodity. Money. 2. Transformation of money into capital. 3. Absolute surplus value. 4. Relative surplus value. 5. Combination of absolute and relative surplus value. 6. Reconversion of surplus value into capital. Primitive accumulation. Wakefield's theory of colonization. 7. Result of the production process. 8. Theories of surplus value. 9. Theories of productive and unproductive labor. 53. Marx did not confine himself to the first volume but also drafted a schema of what was intended to be the third section of his work, Capital and Profit. This part, already indicating themes that were to comprise Capital, Volume 3, was divided as follows. 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit as distinguished from rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories on profit and prices of production. 4. Rent. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. 7. Theories of profit. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. 9. Revenue and its sources. 10. Reflux movements of money in the process of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. 54. In Notebook 18, which he composed in January 1863, Marx continued his analysis of mercantile capital. Surveying George Ramsay 1855–1935, Antoine Elie Cherbuliez 1797–1869 and Richard Jones, he inserted some additions to the study of how various economists had explained surplus value. Marx's financial difficulties persisted during this period and actually grew worse in early 1863. He wrote to Engels that his attempts to raise money in France and Germany had come to naught, that no one would supply him with food on credit, and that the children had no clothes or shoes in which to go out. 55 2 weeks later, he was on the edge of the abyss. In another letter to Engels, he confided that he had proposed to his life's companion what now seemed an inevitability: "My 2 elder children will obtain employment as governesses through the Cunningham family. Lenchen is to enter service elsewhere, and I, along with my wife and little Tussie, shall go and live in the same city model lodging house in which Red Wolf once resided with his family." 56 At the same time, new health problems had appeared. In the first 2 weeks of February, Marx was strictly forbidden all reading, writing or smoking. He suffered from some kind of inflammation of the eye, combined with a most obnoxious affection of the nerves of the head. He could return to his books only in the middle of the month, when he confessed to Engels that during the long idle days he had been so alarmed that he indulged in all manner of psychological fantasies about what it would feel like to be blind or insane. 57 Just over a week later, having recovered from the eye problems, he developed a new liver disorder that was destined to plague him for a long time to come. Since Dr. Allen, his regular doctor, would have imposed a complete course of treatment that would have meant breaking off all work, he asked Engels to get Dr. Edward Gumpert to recommend a simpler household remedy. 58 During this period, apart from brief moments when he studied machinery, Marx had to suspend his in-depth economic studies. In March, however, he resolved to make up for lost time by some hard slogging. 59 He compiled 2 notebooks, XX and XXI, that dealt with accumulation, the real and formal subsumption of labor to capital, and the productivity of capital and labor. His arguments were correlated with the main theme of his research at the time, surplus value. In late May, he wrote to Engels that in the previous weeks he had also been studying the Polish Question 60 at the British Museum. "What I did, on the one hand, was fill in the gaps in my knowledge, diplomatic, historical, of the Russian-Prussian-Polish affair and, on the other, read and make excerpts from all kinds of earlier literature relating to the part of the political economy I had elaborated." 61 These working notes, written in May and June, were collected in 8 additional notebooks A-H, which contained hundreds of more pages summarizing economic studies of the 18th and 19th centuries. 62 Marx also informed Engels that, feeling more or less able to work again, he was determined to cast the weight off his shoulders and therefore intended to make a fair copy of the political economy for the printers, and give it a final polish. He still suffered from a badly swollen liver, however. 63 And in mid-June, despite wolfing sulfur, he was still not quite fit. 64 In any case, he returned to the British Museum and in mid-July reported to Engels that he had again been spending 10 hours a day working at economics. These were precisely the days when, in analyzing the reconversion of surplus value into capital, he prepared in notebook XXII a recasting of Quesnay's Tableau économique. 65 Then he compiled the last notebook in the series begun in 1861, N. XXII, which consisted mainly of notes and supplementary remarks. At the end of these 2 years of hard work, and following a deeper critical re-examination of the main theorists of political economy, Marx was more determined than ever to complete the major work of his life. Although he had not yet definitively solved many of the conceptual and expository problems, his completion of the historical part now impelled him to return to theoretical questions. To the writing of the 3 volumes, Marx gritted his teeth and embarked on a new phase of his labors. From summer 1863, he began the actual composition of what would become his magnum opus. 66 Until December 1865, he devoted himself to the most extensive versions of the various subdivisions, preparing drafts in turn of Volume I, the bulk of Volume III, his only account of the complete process of capitalist production, 67 and the initial version of Volume II, the first general presentation of the circulation process of capital. As regards the 6-volume plan indicated in 1859 in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx inserted a number of themes relating to rent and wages that were originally to have been treated in volumes 2 and 3. In mid-August 1863, Marx updated Engels on his steps forward. In one respect, my work, preparing the manuscript for the press, is going well. In the final elaboration the stuff is, I think, assuming a tolerably popular form. On the other hand, despite the fact that I write all day long, it's not getting on as fast as my own impatience, long subjected to a trial of patience, might demand. At all events, it will be 100% more comprehensible than no L.68. Marx kept up the furious pace throughout the autumn, concentrating on the writing of Volume I. But his health rapidly worsened as a result, and November saw the appearance of what his wife called the terrible disease against which he would fight for many years of his life. It was a case of carbuncle 69, a nasty infection that manifested itself in abscesses and serious, debilitating boils on various parts of the body. Because of one deep ulcer following a major carbuncle, Marx had to have an operation, and for quite a time his life was in danger. According to his wife's later account, the critical condition lasted for 4 weeks and caused Marx severe and constant pains, together with tormenting worries and all kinds of mental suffering. For the family's financial situation kept it on the brink of the abyss. 70. In early December, when he was on the road to recovery, Marx told Engels that he had had one foot in the grave. 71, and 2 days later, that his physical condition struck him as a good theme for a short story. From the front, he looked like someone who regaled his inner man with port, claret, stout, and a truly massive mass of meat. But behind, on his back, the outer man, a damned carbuncle. 72. In this context, the death of Marx's mother obliged him to travel to Germany to sort out the legacy. His condition again deteriorated during the trip, and on the way back this forced him to stop off for a couple of months with his uncle Lion Philips, at Zaltbommel in the Netherlands. During this time, a carbuncle larger than anything before appeared on his right leg, as well as extensive boils on his throat and back. The pain from these was so great that it kept him awake at night. In the second half of January 1864, he wrote to Engels that he felt like a veritable Lazarus, assailed on all sides at once. 73. After he returned to London, all the infections and skin complaints continued to take their toll on Marx's health into the early spring, and he was only able to resume his planned work towards the middle of April, after an interruption of more than 5 months. In that time, he continued to concentrate on Volume I, and it seems likely that it was precisely then that he drafted the so-called results of the immediate process of production, the only part of the initial version that has been preserved. Towards the end of May, new purulent growths appeared on his body and caused indescribable torments. Bent on continuing with the book at all costs, he again avoided Dr. Allen and his urgings of a regular course of treatment, which would have disrupted the work he simply had to get done. Marx felt all the time that there was something wrong, and he confessed his misgivings to his friend in Manchester. The tremendous resolution I have to summon up before I can tackle more difficult subjects also contributes to the sense of inadequacy. You excuse the Spinozistic term. 74. The arrival of summer did not change his precarious circumstances. In the first days of July, he came down with influenza and was unable to write. 75, and 2 weeks later, he was laid up for 10 days because of a serious pustulent lesion on his penis. Only after a family break in Ramsgate, in the last week of July and the first 10 days of August, did it become possible to press on with his work. He began the new period of writing with Volume 3, Part 2, the conversion of profit into average profit, then Part 1, the conversion of surplus value into profit, which was completed, most probably, between late October and early November 1864. During this period, he assiduously participated in meetings of the International Working Men's Association, for which he wrote the inaugural address and the statutes in October. Also in that month, he wrote to Karl Klings 1828, a metallurgical worker in Zolingen who had been a member of the League of Communists, and told him of his various mishaps and the reason for his unavoidable slowness. I have been sick throughout the past year, being afflicted with carbuncles and furuncles. Had it not been for that, my work on political economy, capital, would already have come out. I hope I may now complete it finally in a couple of months and deal the bourgeoisie a theoretical blow from which it will never recover. You may count on my remaining ever a loyal champion of the working class. 76. Having resumed work after a pause for duties to the International, Marx wrote Part 3 of Volume 3, entitled The Law of the Tendency of the Rate of Profit to Fall. His work on this was accompanied with another flare-up of his disease. In November, yet another carbuncle appeared below his right breast 77 and confined him to bed for a week. It then continued to give him trouble when he leaned forward to write. 78 the next month, fearing another possible carbuncle on his right side, he decided to treat it himself. He confided to Engels that he was reluctant to consult Dr. Allen, who knew nothing of his prolonged recourse to an arsenic-based remedy, and who would give him a dreadful dressing down for carbuncling behind his back. 79. From January to May 1865, Marx devoted himself to Volume 2. The manuscripts were divided into 3 chapters, which eventually became parts in the version that Engels had printed in 1885, 1. The Metamorphoses of Capital, 2. The Turnover of Capital, and 3. Circulation and Reproduction. In these pages, Marx developed new concepts and connected up some of the theories in volumes I and 3. In the new year too, however, the carbuncle did not stop persecuting Marx, and around the middle of February, there was another flare-up of the disease. He told Engels that, unlike in the previous year, his faculties were not affected and he was perfectly able to work. 80 But such forecasts proved to be over-optimistic. By early March, the old trouble was plaguing him in various sensitive and aggravating places, so that sitting down was difficult. 81 In addition to the furuncles, which persisted until the middle of the month, the International took up an enormous amount of time. Still, he did not stop work on the book, even if it meant that sometimes he didn't get to bed until 4 in the morning. 82. A final spur for him to complete the missing part soon was the publisher's contract. Thanks to the intervention of Wilhelm Strohn, an old comrade from the days of the League of Communists, Otto Meissner 1819–1902 in Hamburg had sent him a letter on March 21 that included an agreement to publish the work Capital, a contribution to the critique of political economy. It was to be approximately 50 signatures, 83 in length, and to appear in 2 volumes. 84. Time was short, and once in late April, Marx wrote to Engels that he felt as limp as a wet rag, partly from working late at night, partly from the diabolical muck he had been taking. 85 In mid-May, a ghastly carbuncle appeared on his left hip, near the inexpressible part of the body. 86 A week later, the furuncles were still there, although fortunately they only troubled him locally and did not disturb the brain pan. He made good use of the time when he was fit for work and told Engels that he was working like a mule. 87. Between the last week of May and the end of June, Marx composed a short text, Wages, Price, and Profit, 1865.88. In it, he contested John Weston's thesis that wage increases were not favorable to the working class, and that trade union demands for higher pay were actually harmful. Marx showed that, on the contrary, a general rise of wages would result in a fall in the general rate of profit, but not affect the average prices of commodities, or their values. 89. In the same period, Marx also wrote Part 4 of Volume 3, entitling it Conversion of Commodity Capital and Money Capital into Commercial Capital and Money Dealing Capital, Merchants' Capital. At the end of July 1865, he gave Engels another progress report. There are 3 more chapters to be written to complete the theoretical part, the first 3 books. Then there is still the 4th book, the historical literary one, to be written, which will, comparatively speaking, be the easiest part for me, since all the problems have been resolved in the first 3 books, so that this last one is more by way of repetition in historical form. but I cannot bring myself to send anything off until I have the whole thing in front of me. Whatever shortcomings they may have, the advantage of my writings is that they are an artistic whole, and this can only be achieved through my practice of never having things printed until I have them in front of me in their entirety. 90. When unavoidable slowdowns and a series of negative events forced him to reconsider his working method, Marx asked himself whether it might be more useful first to produce a finished copy of Volume I, so that he could immediately publish it, or rather to finish writing all the volumes that would comprise the work. In another letter to Engels, he said that the point in question was whether he should do a fair copy of part of the manuscript and send it to the publisher, or finish writing the whole thing first. He preferred the latter solution, but reassured his friend that his work on the other volumes would not have been wasted. Under the circumstances, progress with it has been as fast as anyone could have managed, even having no artistic considerations at all. Besides, as I have a maximum limit of 60 printed sheets 91, it is absolutely essential for me to have the whole thing in front of me, to know how much has to be condensed and crossed out, so that the individual sections shall be evenly balanced and in proportion within the prescribed limits. 92. Marx confirmed that he would spare no effort to complete as soon as possible. The thing was a nightmarish burden to him. It prevented him from doing anything else, and he was keen to get it out of the way before a new political upheaval. I know that time will not stand still forever just as it is now. 93. Although he had decided to bring forward the completion of Volume I, Marx did not want to leave what he had done on Volume III up in the air. Between July and December 1865 he composed, albeit in fragmentary form, Part 5, Division of Profit into Interest and Profit of Enterprise. Interest-bearing Capital, Part 6, Transformation of Surplus Profit into Ground Rent, and Part 7, Revenues and Their Sources. 94. The structure that Marx gave to Volume 3 between summer 1864 and the end of 1865 was therefore very similar to the 12-point schema of January 1863 contained in Notebook 18 of the Manuscripts on Theories of Surplus Value. The lack of financial difficulties that had allowed Marx to forge ahead with his work was not to last long. They reappeared after a year or so had passed, and his health took another turn for the worse in the course of the summer. On top of this, his duties for the International were particularly intense in September, in connection with its first conference, in London. In October, Marx paid a visit to Engels in Manchester, and when he returned to London he had to face more terrible events. His daughter Laura had fallen ill, the landlord was again threatening to evict his family and send in the bailiffs, and threatening letters began to pour in from all the other riffraff. His wife Jenny was so desolate that, as he put it to Engels, he did not have the courage to explain the true state of things to her and really did not know what to do. 95. The only good news was the death of a 73-year-old aunt in Frankfurt, from whom he expected to receive a small share of the inheritance. 3. The completion of Volume I. At the beginning of 1866, Marx launched into the new draft of Capital, Volume I. In mid-January, he updated Wilhelm Liebknecht 1826-1900 on the situation, indisposition, all manner of unfortunate mischances, demands made on me by the International Association etc., have confiscated every free moment I have for writing out the fair copy of my manuscript. Nevertheless, he thought he was near the end and that he would be able to take Volume I of it to the publisher for printing in March. He added that its 2 volumes would appear simultaneously. 96. In another letter, sent the same day to Kugelmann, he spoke of being busy 12 hours a day writing out the fair copy. 97. But hoped to take it to the publisher in Hamburg within 2 months. Contrary to his predictions, however, the whole year would pass in a struggle with the carbuncles and his worsening state of health. At the end of January, his wife Jenny informed the old comrade in arms Johann Philipp Becker that her husband had again been laid low with his former dangerous and exceedingly painful complaint. This time it was all the more distressing for him because it interrupted the copying out of his book that he had just begun. In her view, This new eruption was simply and solely due to overwork and long hours without sleep at night. 98. Just a few days later, Marx was struck by the most virulent attack yet and was in danger of losing his life. When he recovered enough to start writing again, he confided to Engels. It was a close shave this time. My family did not know how serious the case was. If the matter recurs in that form 3 or 4 times more, I shall be a dead man. I am marvelously wasted away and still damned weak, not in the mind but about my loins and in my legs. The doctors are quite right to think that excessive work at night has been the chief cause of this relapse. But I cannot tell these gentlemen the reasons that force this extravagance on me, nor would it serve any purpose to do so. At this moment, I have all kinds of little progeny about my person, which is painful but no longer in the least dangerous. 99. Despite everything, Marx's thoughts were still directed mainly at the task ahead of him. What was most loathsome to me was the interruption in my work, which had been going splendidly since January 1st, when I got over my liver complaint. There was no question of sitting, of course. I was able to forge ahead even if only for short periods of the day. I could make no progress with the really theoretical part. My brain was not up to that. I therefore elaborated the section on the working day from the historical point of view, which was not part of my original plan. 100. Marx concluded the letter with a phrase that well summed up this period of his life: my book requires all my writing time. 101. How much the more was this true in 1866? The situation was now seriously alarming Engels. Fearing the worst, he intervened firmly to persuade Marx that he could no longer go on in the same way. You really must at last do something sensible now to shake off this carbuncle nonsense, even if the book is delayed by another 3 months. The thing is really becoming far too serious, and if, as you say yourself, your brain is not up to the mark for the theoretical part, then do give it a bit of a rest from the more elevated theory. Give over working at night for a while and lead a rather more regular life. 102. Engels immediately consulted Dr. Gumpert, who advised another course of arsenic, but he also made some suggestions about the completion of his book. He wanted to be sure that Marx had given up the far from realistic idea of writing the whole of Capital before any part of it was published. Can you not so arrange things, he asked, that the first volume at least is sent for printing first and the second one a few months later? 103. Taking everything into account, he ended with a wise observation: what would be gained in these circumstances by having perhaps a few chapters at the end of your book completed, and not even the first volume can be printed, if events take us by surprise? Marx replied to each of Engels's points, alternating between serious and facetious tones. With regard to arsenic, he wrote, tell or write to Gumpert to send me the prescription with instructions for use. As I have confidence in him, he owes it to the best of political economy if nothing else to ignore professional etiquette and treat me from Manchester. 104. As for his work plans, he wrote, as far as this damned book is concerned, the position now is, it was ready at the end of December. The treatise on ground rent alone, the penultimate chapter, is in its present form almost long enough to be a book in itself. 105. I have been going to the museum in the daytime and writing at night. I had to plow through the new agricultural chemistry in Germany, in particular Liebig and Schonbein, which is more important for this matter than all the economists put together, as well as the enormous amount of material that the French have produced since I last dealt with this point. I concluded my theoretical investigation of ground rent 2 years ago. And a great deal had been achieved, especially in the period since then, fully confirming my theory incidentally. And the opening up of Japan, by and large I normally never read travel books if I am not professionally obliged to. So here was the shifting system as it was applied by those curs of English manufacturers to one and the same persons in 1848-50, being applied by me to myself. 106. Daytime study at the library, to keep abreast of the latest discoveries, and nighttime work on his manuscript. This was the punishing routine to which Marx subjected himself in an effort to use all his energies for the completion of the book. On the main task, he wrote to Engels, although ready, the manuscript, which in its present form is gigantic, is not fit for publishing for anyone but myself, not even for you. He then gave some idea of the preceding weeks. I began the business of copying out and polishing the style on the dot of January 1st, and it all went ahead swimmingly, as I naturally enjoy licking the infant clean after long birth pangs. But then the carbuncle intervened again, so that I have since been unable to make any more progress but only to fill out with more facts those sections which were, according to the plan, already finished. 107. In the end, he accepted Engels's advice to spread out the publication schedule. I agree with you and shall get the first volume to Meissner as soon as it is ready. But, he added, in order to complete it, I must first be able to sit 108. In fact, Marx's health was continuing to deteriorate. Towards the end of February, 2 huge new carbuncles appeared on his body, and he attempted to treat them alone. He told Engels that he used a sharp razor to get rid of the upper one, lancing the cur all by himself. The infected blood spurted, or rather leapt, right up into the air, and from then he thought of the carbuncle as buried, albeit in need of some nursing. As for the lower one, he wrote, it is becoming malignant and is beyond my control. If this diabolical business advances, I shall have to send for Allen, of course, as, owing to the locus of the cur, I am unable to watch and cure it myself. 109. Following this harrowing account, Engels rebuked his friend more severely than ever before. No one can withstand such a chronic succession of carbuncles for long, apart from the fact that eventually you may get one that becomes so acute as to be the end of you. And where will your book and your family be then? 110. To give Marx some relief, he said he was prepared to make any financial sacrifice. Begging him to be sensible, he suggested a period of total rest. Do me and your family the one favor of getting yourself cured. What would become of the whole movement if anything were to happen to you, and the way you are proceeding, that will be the inevitable outcome. I really shall not have any peace day or night until I have got you over this business, and every day that passes without my hearing anything from you, I worry and imagine you are worse again. Nota bene. You should never again let things come to such a pass that a carbuncle which actually ought to be lanced, is not lanced. That is extremely dangerous. 111. Finally, Marx let himself be persuaded to take a break from work. On March 15 he travelled to Margate, a seaside resort in Kent, and on the 10th day sent back a report about himself. I am reading nothing, am writing nothing. The mere fact of having to take the arsenic 3 times a day obliges one to arrange one's time for meals and for strolling. As regards company here, it does not exist, of course. I can sing with the miller of the D112, I care for nobody and nobody cares for me. 113. Early in April, Marx told his friend Kugelmann that he was much recovered. But he complained that, because of the interruption, another 2 months and more had been entirely lost, and the completion of his book put back once more. 114. After his return to London, he remained at a standstill for another few weeks because of an attack of rheumatism and other troubles. His body was still exhausted and vulnerable. Although he reported to Engels in early June that there has fortunately been no recurrence of anything carbuncular, 115, he was unhappy that his work had been progressing poorly owing to purely physical factors. 116. In July, Marx had to confront what had become his 3 habitual enemies, Livy's periculum in mora, danger in delay, in the shape of rent arrears, the carbuncles, with a new one ready to flare up, and an ailing liver. In August, he reassured Engels that, although his health fluctuated from one day to the next, he felt generally better. After all, the feeling of being fit to work again does much for a man. 117. He was threatened with new carbuncles here and there, and although they kept disappearing without the need for urgent intervention, they had obliged him to keep his hours of work very much within limits. 118. On the same day, he wrote to Kugelmann, I do not think I shall be able to deliver the manuscript of the first volume, it has now grown to 3 volumes, to Hamburg before October. I can only work productively for a very few hours per day without immediately feeling the effects physically. 119. This time too, Marx was being excessively optimistic. The steady stream of negative phenomena to which he was daily exposed in the struggle to survive once more proved an obstacle to the completion of his text. Furthermore, he had to spend precious time looking for ways to extract small sums of money from the pawn shop and to escape the tortuous circle of promissory notes in which he had landed. Writing to Kugelmann in mid-October, Marx expressed a fear that as a result of his long illness, and all the expenses it had entailed, he could no longer keep the creditors at bay and the house was about to come crashing down about his ears. 120. Not even in October, therefore, was it possible for him to put the finishing touches to the manuscript. In describing the state of things to his friend in Hanover, and explaining the reasons for the delay, Marx set out the plan he now had in mind. My circumstances, endless interruptions, both physical and social, oblige me to publish volume I first, not both volumes together, as I had originally intended. And there will now probably be 3 volumes. The whole work is thus divided into the following parts. Book I. The process of production of capital. Book 2. The process of circulation of capital. Book 3. Structure of the process as a whole. Book 4. On the history of the theory. The first volume will include the first 2 books. The third book will, I believe, fill the second volume, the fourth the 3rd. 121. Reviewing the work he had done since the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, published in 1859, Marx continued. It was, in my opinion, necessary to begin again from the beginning in the first book, i.e., to summarize the book of mine published by Duncker in one chapter on commodities and money. I judged this to be necessary, not merely for the sake of completeness, but because even intelligent people did not properly understand the question. In other words, there must have been defects in the first presentation, especially in the analysis of commodities. 122. Extreme poverty marked the month of November, 2. Referring to a terrible everyday life that allowed no respite, Marx wrote to Engels, not merely has my work been frequently interrupted by all this, but by trying to make up at night for the time lost during the day, I have acquired a fine carbuncle near my penis. 123. But he was keen to point out that this summer and autumn it was really not the theory which caused the delay, but his physical and civil condition. If he had been in good health, he would have been able to complete the work. He reminded Engels that it was 3 years since the first carbuncle had been lanced, years in which he had had only short periods of relief from it. 124. Moreover, having been forced to expend so much time and energy on the daily struggle with poverty, he remarked in December, I only regret that private persons cannot file their bills for the bankruptcy court with the same propriety as men of business. The situation did not change all winter, and in late February 1867, Marx wrote to his friend in Manchester, who had never failed to send him whatever he could. A grocer is sending the bailiffs in on Saturday, the day after tomorrow, if I do not pay him at least £5. The work will soon be complete, and would have been so today if I had been subject to less harassment of late. 125. At the end of February 1867, Marx was finally able to give Engels the long-awaited news that the book was finished. Now he had to take it to Germany, and once again he was forced to turn to his friends so that he could redeem his clothes and timepiece from their abode at the pawnbroker's. 126. Otherwise he would not have been able to leave. Having arrived in Hamburg, Marx discussed with Engels the new plan proposed by Meissner. He now wants that the book should appear in 3 volumes. In particular he is opposed to my compressing the final book, the historico-literary part, as I had intended. He said that from the publishing point of view, this was the part by which he was setting most store. I told him that as far as that was concerned, I was his to command. 127. A few days later, he gave a similar report to Becker. The whole work will appear in 3 volumes. The title is capital. A Critique of Political Economy. The first volume comprises the first book, The Process of Production of Capital. it is without question the most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the heads of the bourgeoisie, landowners included. 128 After a few days in Hamburg, Marx traveled on to Hanover. He stayed there as the guest of Kugelmann, who finally got to know him after years of purely epistolary relations. Marx remained available there in case Meissner wanted him to help out with the proofreading. Marx wrote to Engels that his health was extraordinarily improved. There was no trace of the old complaint or his liver trouble, and what is more, he was in good spirits. 129 His friend replied from Manchester. I always had the feeling that that damn book, which you have been carrying for so long, was at the bottom of all your misfortune, and you would and could never extricate yourself until you had got it off your back. Forever resisting completion, it was driving you physically, mentally, and financially into the ground, and I can very well understand that, having shaken off that nightmare, you now feel quite a new man. 130. Marx wanted to fill others in about the forthcoming publication of his work. To Siegfried Meyer 1840–1872, a German socialist member of the International active in organizing the workers' movement in New York, he wrote, Volume I comprises the process of production of capital. Volume II contains the continuation and conclusion of the theory, Volume III the history of political economy from the middle of the 17th century. 131. In mid-June, Engels became involved in correction of the text for publication. He thought that, compared with the 1859 contribution to the critique of political economy, the dialectic of the argument had been greatly sharpened. 132 Marx was heartened by this approval. That you have been satisfied with it so far is more important to me than anything the rest of the world may say of it. 133 However, Engels noted that his exposition of the form of value was excessively abstract and insufficiently clear for the average reader. He also regretted that precisely this important section had the marks of the carbuncles rather firmly stamped upon it. 134 In reply, Marx fulminated against the cause of his physical torments. I hope the bourgeoisie will remember my carbuncles until their dying day. 135, and convinced himself of the need for an appendix presenting his conception of the form of value in a more popular form. This 20-page edition was completed by the end of June. Marx completed the proof corrections at 2 a.m. on August 1, 1867. A few minutes later, he wrote to his friend in Manchester, Dear Fred, have just finished correcting the last sheet. So, this volume is finished. I owe it to you alone that it was possible. I embrace you, full of thanks. 136 A few days later, in another letter to Engels, he summarized what he regarded as the two main pillars of the book. 1. This is fundamental to all understanding of the facts, the twofold character of labor according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, which is brought out in the very first chapter. 2. The treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. 137. Capital was put on sale on 14 September 1867.138. Following the final modifications, the table of contents was as follows. Preface. 1. Commodity and money. 2. The transformation of money into capital. 3. The production of absolute surplus value. 4. The production of relative surplus value. 5. Further research on the production of absolute and relative surplus value. 6. The process of accumulation of capital. Appendix to Part 1, 1. The form of value. 139. Despite the long correction process and the final edition, the structure of the work would be considerably expanded over the coming years, and various further modifications would be made to the text. Volume I therefore continued to absorb significant energies on Marx's part even after its publication. 4. In search of the definitive version. In October 1867, Marx returned to Volume II. But this brought a recurrence of his medical complaints, liver pains, insomnia, and the blossoming of two small carbuncles near the membrum. Nor did the incursions from without or the aggravations of home life leave off. There was a certain bitterness in his sage remark to Engels that my sickness always originates in the mind. 140 As always, his friend helped out and sent all the money he could, together with the hope that it drives away the carbuncles. 141 That is not what happened, though, and in late November Marx wrote to say, "The state of my health has greatly worsened, and there has been virtually no question of working." 142. The new year, 1868, began much as the old one had ended. During the first weeks of January, Marx was even unable to attend to his correspondence. His wife Jenny confided to Becker that her poor husband had once again been laid up and fettered hand and foot by his old, serious, and painful complaint, which was becoming dangerous through its constant recurrence. 143 A few days later, his daughter Laura reported to Engels, "Moore is once more being victimized by his old enemies, the carbuncles, and is, by the arrival of the latest, made to feel very ill at ease in a sitting posture." 144 Marx began to write again only towards the end of the month, when he told Engels that for 2 to 3 weeks he would do absolutely no work. "It would be dreadful," he added, "if a third monster were to erupt." 145. The state of Marx's health continued to fluctuate. In late March, he reported to Engels that it was such that he should really give up working and thinking entirely for some time. But he added that that would be hard for him, even if he had the means to loaf around. 146 The new interruption came just as he was recommencing work on the second version of Volume 2, after a gap of nearly 3 years since the first half of 1865. He completed the first 2 chapters in the course of the spring. 147 In addition to a group of preparatory manuscripts, on the relationship between surplus value and rate of profit, the law of the rate of profit, and the metamorphoses of capital, which occupied him until the end of 1868. 148. At the end of April 1868, Marx sent Engels a new schema for his work, with particular reference to the method by which the rate of profit is developed. 149 In the same letter, he made it clear that Volume 2 would present the process of circulation of capital on the basis of the premises developed in Volume I. He intended to set out, in as satisfactory a manner as possible, the formal determinations of fixed capital, circulating capital, and the turnover of capital, and hence to investigate the social intertwining of the different capitals, of parts of capital and of revenue, equals M. Volume 3 would then the conversion of surplus value into its different forms and separate component parts. 150. In May, however, the health problems were back, and after a period of silence Marx explained to Engels that 2 carbuncles on the scrotum would perhaps have made even Sulla peevish. 151 In the second week of August, he told Kugelmann of his hope to finish the entire work by the end of September 1869. 152 But the autumn brought an outbreak of carbuncles, and in spring 1869, when Marx was still working on the third chapter of Volume 2, 153 his liver took yet another turn for the worse. His misfortunes continued in the following years, with troublesome regularity, and prevented him from ever completing Volume 2. There were also theoretical reasons for the delay. From autumn 1868 to spring 1869, determined to get on top of the latest developments in capitalism, Marx compiled copious excerpts from texts on the finance and money markets that appeared in the Money Market Review, The Economist, and similar publications. 154 Moreover, in autumn 1869, having become aware of new, in reality, insignificant, literature about changes in Russia, he decided to learn Russian so that he could study it for himself. He pursued this new interest with his usual rigor, and in early 1870 Jenny told Engels that, instead of looking after himself, he had begun to study Russian hammer and tongs, went out seldom, ate infrequently, and only showed the carbuncle under his arm when it was already very swollen and had hardened. 155 Engels hastened to write to his friend, trying to persuade him that in the interests of the Volume 2 he needed a change of lifestyle, otherwise, if there was constant repetition of such suspensions, he would never finish the book. 156. The prediction was spot on. In early summer, Summarizing what had happened in the previous months, Marx told Kugelmann that his work had been held up by illness throughout the winter, and that he had found it necessary to mug up on his Russian, because, in dealing with the land question, it had become essential to study Russian landowning relationships from primary sources. 157. After all the interruptions and a period of intense political activity for the International following the birth of the Paris Commune, Marx turned to work on a new edition of Volume I. Dissatisfied with the way in which he had expounded the theory of value, he spent December 1871 and January 1872 rewriting the 1867 appendix, and this led him to rewrite the first chapter itself. 158. On this occasion, apart from a small number of additions, he also modified the entire structure of the book. 159. Corrections and reworking also affected the French translation. From March 1872, Marx had to work on correcting the drafts, which were then sent to the printer in installments between 1872 and 1875.160. In the course of the revisions, he decided to make further changes to the basic text, mostly in the section on the accumulation of capital. In the postscript to the French edition, he did not hesitate to attach to it a scientific value independent of the original. 161. Although the rhythm was less intense than before, because of the precarious state of his health and because he needed to widen his knowledge in some areas, Marx continued to work on capital during the final years of his life. In 1875, he wrote another manuscript of Volume III entitled Relationship between Rate of Surplus Value and Rate of Profit Developed Mathematically. 162. And between October 1876 and early 1881 he prepared new drafts of sections of Volume 2.163. Some of his letters indicate that, if he had been able to feed in the results of his ceaseless research, he would have updated Volume I as well. 164. The critical spirit with which Marx composed his magnum opus reveals just how distant he was from the dogmatic author that both most of his adversaries and many self-styled disciples presented to the world. Unfinished though it remained. 165. Those who today want to use essential theoretical concepts for the critique of the capitalist mode of production still cannot dispense with reading Marx's Capital. Part 3. Political militancy. 7. The birth of the International Working Men's Association. 1. The right man in the right place. On September 28, 1864, St. Martin's Hall in the very heart of London was packed to overflowing with some 2,000 workmen. They had come to attend a meeting called by English trade union leaders and a small group of workers from the continent. The advance notices had spoken of a deputation organized by the workmen of Paris, which would deliver their reply to the address of their English brethren, and submit a plan for a better understanding between the peoples. 1. In fact, when a number of French and English workers' organizations had met in London a year earlier, in July 1863, to express solidarity with the Polish people against Tsarist occupation, they had also declared what they saw as the key objectives for the working class movement. The preparatory address of English to French workmen, drafted by the prominent Union leader George Auger 1813–1877 and published in the bi-weekly The Beehive, stated, "A fraternity of peoples is highly necessary for the cause of labor, for we find that whenever we attempt to better our social condition by reducing the hours of toil, or by raising the price of labor, our employers threaten us with bringing over Frenchmen, Germans, Belgians, and others to do our work at a reduced rate of wages, and we are sorry to say that this has been done, though not from any desire on the part of our continental brethren to injure us, but through a want of regular and systematic communication between the industrial classes of all countries. Our aim is to bring up the wages of the ill-paid to as near a level as possible with that of those who are better remunerated, and not to allow our employers to play us off one against the other, and so drag us down to the lowest possible condition, suitable to their avaricious bargaining. 2. The organizers of this initiative did not imagine, nor could they have foreseen, what it would lead to shortly afterwards. Their idea was to build an international forum where the main problems affecting workers could be examined and discussed, but this did not include the actual founding of an organization to coordinate the trade union and political action of the working class. Similarly, their ideology was initially permeated with general ethical humanitarian elements, such as the importance of fraternity among peoples and world peace, rather than class conflict and clearly defined political objectives. Because of these limitations, the meeting at St. Martin's Hall might have been just another of those vaguely democratic initiatives of the period with no real follow-through. But in reality it gave birth to the prototype of all organizations of the workers' movement, which both reformists and revolutionaries would subsequently take as their point of reference, the International Working Men's Association. Point 3. It was soon arousing passions all over Europe. It made class solidarity a shared ideal and inspired large numbers of men and women to struggle for the most radical of goals, changing the world. Thus, on the occasion of the Third Congress of the International, held in Brussels in 1868, the lead writer of the Times accurately identified the scope of the project. It is not a mere improvement that is contemplated, but nothing less than a regeneration, and that not of one nation only, but of mankind. This is certainly the most extensive aim ever contemplated by any institution, with the exception, perhaps, of the Christian Church. To be brief, this is the program of the International Workingmen's Association. Point 4. Thanks to the International, the workers' movement was able to gain a clearer understanding of the mechanisms of the capitalist mode of production, to become more aware of its own strength, and to develop new and more advanced forms of struggle. The organization resonated far beyond the frontiers of Europe, generating hope that a different world was possible among the artisans of Buenos Aires, the early workers' associations in Calcutta, and even the labor groups in Australia and New Zealand that applied to join it. Conversely, news of its founding inspired horror in the ruling classes. The idea that the workers too wanted to play an active role in history sent shivers down their spine, and many a government set its sights on eradicating the International and harried it with all the means at its disposal. The workers' organizations that founded the International were something of a motley. The central driving force was British trade unionism, whose leaders, nearly all reformist in their horizons, were mainly interested in economic questions. They fought to improve the workers' conditions, but without calling capitalism into question. Hence they conceived of the International as an instrument that might favor their objectives, by preventing the import of manpower from abroad in the event of strikes. Another significant force in the organization was the mutualists, long dominant in France but strong also in Belgium and French-speaking Switzerland. In keeping with the theories of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, they were opposed to any working-class involvement in politics and to the strike as a weapon of struggle, as well as holding conservative positions on women's emancipation. Advocating a cooperative system along federalist lines, they maintained that it was possible to change capitalism by means of equal access to credit. In the end, therefore, they may be said to have constituted the right wing of the International. Alongside these two components, which formed the numerical majority, there were others of a different hue again. The third in importance were the communists, grouped around the figure of Marx and active in small groupings with very limited influence, above all in a number of German and Swiss cities, and in London. They were anti-capitalist, that is, they opposed the existing system of production and espoused the necessity of political action to overthrow it. At the time of its founding, the ranks of the International also included elements that had nothing to do with the socialist tradition, such as certain groups of East European exiles inspired by vaguely democratic ideas. Among these were followers of Giuseppe Mazzini, whose cross-class conception, mainly geared to national demands, considered the International useful for the issuing of general appeals for the liberation of oppressed peoples. Point 5. The picture is further complicated by the fact that some groups of French, Belgian, and Swiss workers who joined the International brought with them a variety of confused theories, some of a utopian inspiration, while the General Association of German Workers, the party led by followers of Ferdinand Lassalle, which never affiliated to the International but orbited around it, was hostile to trade unionism and conceived of political action in rigidly national terms. All these groups, with their complex web of cultures and political/trade union experiences, made their mark on the nascent international. It was an arduous task indeed to build a general framework and to keep such a broad organization together, if only on a federal basis. Besides, even after a common program had been agreed upon, each tendency continued to exert a, sometimes centrifugal, influence in the local sections where it was in the majority. To secure cohabitation of all these currents in the same organization, around a program so distant from the approaches with which each had started out, was Marx's great accomplishment. His political talents enabled him to reconcile the seemingly irreconcilable, ensuring that the International did not swiftly follow the many previous workers' associations down the path to oblivion. 6. It was Marx who gave a clear purpose to the International, and Marx too who achieved a non-exclusionary, yet firmly class-based, political program that won it a mass character beyond all sectarianism. The political soul of its General Council was always Marx. He drafted all its main resolutions and prepared all its Congress reports, except the one for the Lausanne Congress in 1867, when he was totally occupied with the proofs for capital. He was the right man in the right place. 7. As the German workers' leader Johann Georg Ecarius (1818–1889) once put it. Contrary to later fantasies that pictured Marx as the founder of the International, he was not even among the organizers of the meeting at St. Martin's Hall. He sat in a non-speaking capacity on the platform, as he recalled in a letter to his friend Engels. This is how he explained why he took part. I knew that on this occasion people who really count were appearing, both from London and from Paris, and I therefore decided to waive my usual standing rule to decline any such invitations. At the meeting, which was chock full, for there is now evidently a revival of the working class taking place, it was resolved to found a Workingmen's International Association, whose General Council is to have its seat in London and is to intermediate between the workers' societies in Germany, Italy, France, and England. Ditto that a General Workingmen's Congress was to be convened in Belgium in 1865.8. Despite the unpromising starting position, Marx immediately grasped the potential in the event and worked hard to ensure that the new organization successfully carried out its mission. Thanks to the prestige attaching to his name, at least in restricted circles, he was appointed to the 34-member Standing Committee 9, where he soon gained sufficient trust to be given the task of writing the inaugural address and the provisional statutes of the International. Marx realized that it was impossible to make anything out of the stuff drafted during his absence, and he was determined that not one single line should be allowed to stand. 10. In the two texts he wrote, Marx firmly linked economic and political struggle to each other, and made international thinking and international action an irreversible choice. 11. The inaugural address states, everywhere the great mass of the working classes were sinking down to a lower depth, at the same rate at least that those above them were rising in the social scale. In all countries of Europe it has now become a truth demonstrable to every unprejudiced mind, and only decried by those whose interest it is to hedge other people in a fool's paradise, that no improvement of machinery, no appliance of science to production, no contrivances of communication, no new colonies, no emigration, no opening of markets, no free trade, not all these things put together, will do away with the miseries of the industrious masses, but that, on the present false base, every fresh development of the productive powers of labor must tend to deepen social contrasts and point social antagonisms. Death of starvation rose almost to the rank of an institution, during this intoxicating epoch of economical progress, in the metropolis of the British Empire. That epoch is marked in the annals of the world by the quickened return, the widening compass, and the deadlier effects of the social pest called a commercial and industrial crisis. The workers should be clear that the lords of the land and the lords of capital will always use their political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of their economic monopolies. So far from promoting, they will continue to lay every possible impediment in the way of the emancipation of labor. Hence, to conquer political power has become the great duty of the working classes. 12. It was mainly thanks to Marx's capacities that the International developed its function of political synthesis, unifying the various national contexts in a project of common struggle that recognized their significant autonomy, but not total independence, from the directive center 13. The maintenance of unity was grueling at times, especially as Marx's anti-capitalism was never the dominant political position within the organization. He told Engels how very difficult it had been to frame the thing so that our view should appear in a form that would make it acceptable to the present outlook of the workers' movement. It will take time before the revival of the movement allows the old boldness of language to be used. We must be fortire in re, suaviter in modo 14. But Marx's thoughts on the possible electoral uses of the International were different. A few months after its foundation, he wrote with reference to the English radical Edmund Beales 1803–1881, who was standing in the parliamentary elections, that we cannot become the pedestal for small parliamentary ambitions. 15. Over time, however, partly through his own tenacity, partly through occasional splits, Marx's thought became the hegemonic doctrine. 16. It was hard going, but the effort of political elaboration benefited considerably from the struggles of those years. The character of workers' mobilizations, the anti-systemic challenge of the Paris Commune, the unprecedented task of holding together such a large and complex organization, the successive polemics with other tendencies in the workers' movement on various theoretical and political issues, all this impelled Marx beyond the limits of political economy alone, which had absorbed so much of his attention since the defeat of the 1848 revolution and the ebbing of the most progressive forces. He was also stimulated to develop and sometimes revise his ideas, to put old certainties up for discussion and ask himself new questions, and in particular to sharpen his critique of capitalism by drawing the broad outlines of a communist society. The orthodox Soviet view of Marx's role in the International, according to which he mechanically applied to the stage of history a political theory he had already forged in the confines of his study, is thus totally divorced from reality. 17. 2. Organizational development and growth. During its lifetime and in subsequent decades, the International was depicted as a vast, financially powerful organization. The size of its membership was always overestimated, whether because of imperfect knowledge or because some of its leaders exaggerated the real situation or because opponents were looking for a pretext to justify a brutal crackdown. The public prosecutor who arraigned some of its French leaders in June 1870 stated that the organization had more than 800,000 members in Europe. 18. A year later, after the defeat of the Paris Commune, the Times put the total at 2.5 million, and Oscar Testud 1840, the main person to study it in the conservative camp, predicted this would rise above 5 million. 19. In Britain too, with the sole exception of the steel workers, the International always had a sparse presence among the industrial proletariat. 20. Nowhere did the latter ever form a majority, at least after the expansion of the organization in southern Europe. The other great limitation was the failure to draw in unskilled labor. 21. Despite Marx's efforts in that direction beginning with the run-up to the First Congress, the instructions for delegates of the Provisional General Council, the different questions are clear on this. Apart from their original purposes, they trade unions must now learn to act deliberately as organizing centers of the working class in the broad interest of its complete emancipation. They must aid every social and political movement tending in that direction. Considering themselves and acting as the champions and representatives of the whole working class, they cannot fail to enlist the non-society men into their ranks. They must look carefully after the interests of the worst paid trades, such as the agricultural laborers, rendered powerless by exceptional circumstances. They must convince the world at large that their efforts, far from being narrow and selfish, aim at the emancipation of the downtrodden millions. 22. However, the International remained an organization of employed workers, the jobless never became part of it. The provenance of its leaders reflected this, since all but a few had a background as artisans or brain workers. The resources of the International are similarly complicated. There was talk of fabulous wealth at its disposal. 23. But the truth is that its finances were chronically unstable. The sums collected were never higher than a few score pounds per annum, 24 barely enough to pay the General Secretary's wage of 4 shillings a week and the rent for an office from which the organization was often threatened with eviction for arrears. In one of the key political organizational documents of the International, Marx summarized its functions as follows: it is the business of the International Working Men's Association to combine and generalize the spontaneous movements of the working classes, but not to dictate or impose any doctrinary system whatever. 25. Despite the considerable autonomy granted to federations and local sections, the International always retained a locus of political leadership. Its General Council was the body that worked out a unifying synthesis of the various tendencies and issued guidelines for the organization as a whole. From October 1864 until August 1872 it met with great regularity, as many as 385 times. In the room filled with pipe and cigar smoke where the council held its sessions on Wednesday evening, its members debated a wide range of issues, such as working conditions, the effects of new machinery, support for strikes, the role and importance of trade unions, the Irish question, various foreign policy matters, and, of course, how to build the society of the future. The General Council was also responsible for drafting the documents of the International, circulars, letters, and resolutions for current purposes, special manifestos, addresses, and appeals in particular circumstances. 26. Britain was the first country where applications were made to join the International. In the first year of its existence, the General Council began serious activity to publicize the principles of the association. This helped to broaden its horizon beyond purely economic questions, as we can see from the fact that it was among the organizations belonging to the Electoral Reform League founded in February 1865. In France, the International began to take shape in January 1865, when its first section was founded in Paris. Other major centers appeared shortly afterwards in Lyons and Caen. But it remained very limited in strength. Nevertheless, the French supporters of the International, who were mostly followers of Proudhon's mutualist theories, established themselves as the second largest group at the first conference of the organization, held in London between 25 and September 29 and attended by 30 delegates from England, France, Switzerland, and Belgium, with a few representatives from Germany, Poland, and Italy. The original plan had been to set up a General Congress forthwith. But Marx held that the time was not yet ripe for it. 27 And in a letter to Engels he confessed that, with a still embryonic political structure, he could only foresee a disgrace. 28 The delegates who assembled at the London Conference in September 1865 provided information about the first steps taken by the International, especially at an organizational level. And this conference decided to call the first Congress for the following year and laid down the main themes to be discussed there. On this basis, Marx proposed a draft agenda and cited the main points in a letter to Hermann Jung 1830–1901, the corresponding secretary of the International for Switzerland. 1. Questions relating to the association. 1. Questions relating to its organization. 2. The establishment of friendly societies for the members of the association. Moral and material support to be given to the association's orphans. 2. Social questions. 1. Cooperative labor. 2. Reduction of the hours of labor. 3. Female and children's labor. 4. Trades unions, their past, their present, and their future. 5. Combination of efforts, by means of the International Association, in the struggle between capital and labor. 6. International credit, foundation of international credit institutions, their form and their mode of operation. 7. Direct and indirect taxation. 8. Standing armies and their effects upon production. 3. International politics, the need to eliminate Muscovite influence in Europe by applying the right of self-determination of nations, and the re-establishment of Poland upon a democratic and social basis. 4. A question of philosophy, the religious idea and its relation to social, political, and intellectual development. 29. In the period between these two gatherings, the International continued to expand in Europe and established its first important nuclei in Belgium and French-speaking Switzerland. The Prussian combination laws, which prevented German political associations from having regular contacts with organizations in other countries, meant that the International was unable to open sections in what was then the German Confederation. The General Association of German Workers, the first workers' party in history, founded in 1863 and led by Lassalle's disciple Johann Baptist von Schweitzer 1833–1875, followed a line of ambivalent dialogue with Otto von Bismarck 1815–1898 and showed little or no interest in the International during the early years of its existence. It was an indifference shared by Wilhelm Liebknecht, despite his political proximity to Marx. Johann Philipp Becker tried to find a way round these difficulties through the Geneva-based group of German-speaking sections. While Liebknecht did not understand the centrality of the international dimension for the struggle of the workers' movement, Marx also had deep theoretical and political differences with von Schweitzer. In February 1865 he wrote to the latter that the aid of the Royal Prussian government for cooperative societies, which the Lassalleans welcomed, was worthless as an economic measure, whilst, at the same time, it served to extend the system of tutelage, corrupt part of the working class and emasculate the movement. Marx went on to reject any possibility of an alliance between the workers and the monarchy. Just as the bourgeois party in Prussia discredited itself and brought about its present wretched situation by seriously believing that with the new era the government had fallen into its lap by the grace of the Prince Regent, so the Workers' Party will discredit itself even more if it imagines that the Bismarck era or any other Prussian era will make the golden apples just drop into its mouth, by grace of the king. It is beyond all question that Lassalle's ill-starred illusion that a Prussian government might intervene with socialist measures will be crowned with disappointment. The logic of circumstances will tell. But the honor of the Workers' Party requires that it reject such illusions, even before their hollowness is punctured by experience. The working class is revolutionary or it is nothing. 31. The critique of state socialism was a common theme in Marx's political reflections during that period. A few days after the letter to Schweitzer, he suggested to Engels that the position of the Lassalleans in Germany was akin to the alliance of the proletariat with the government against the liberal bourgeoisie, which the two of them had firmly opposed in 1847.32. The activity of the General Council in London was decisive for the further strengthening of the International. In spring 1866, with its support for the strikers of the London Amalgamated Tailors, it played an active role for the first time in a workers' struggle, and following the success of the strike, 5 societies of tailors, each numbering some 500 workers, decided to affiliate to the International. The positive outcome of other disputes attracted a number of small unions, so that, by the time of its first Congress, it already had 17 union affiliations with a total of more than 25,000 new members. The International was the first association to succeed in the far from simple task of enlisting trade union organizations into its ranks. 33. At any event, not everything went off smoothly. Frequent political conflicts on the General Council, together with the absence of Marx on several occasions for health reasons, encouraged the Mazzinians led by Luigi Wolf, 1871 to rejoin battle with him. Marx had always been aware of their hostility, and in December 1865 he had written to Engels that if he resigned tomorrow, the bourgeois element would have the upper hand. 34. In March 1866, at a particularly unfavorable moment, he added, "Everything is at 6s and 7s on the International Council, and a great desire is being manifested to rebel against the absent tyrant, but at the same time to wreck the whole shop as well." 35. In the same month he wrote to his cousin Antoinette Phillips 1837–1885. "During my forced and prolonged absence from the Council of the International Association, Mazzini had been busy in stirring a sort of revolt against my leadership. Leadership is never a pleasant thing, nor a thing I ambition. I have always before my mind your father's saying that, the mules always hate the muleteer. But having once fairly embarked in an enterprise which I consider of import, I certainly, anxious man as I am, do not like to give way. Mazzina, a most decided hater of free thinking and socialism, watched the progress of our society with great jealousy. 36. Between 3 and September 8, 1866, the city of Geneva hosted the first Congress of the International, with 60 delegates from Britain, France, Germany, and Switzerland. By then the association could point to a very favorable balance sheet of the 2 years since its foundation, having rallied to its banner more than 100 trade unions and political organizations. Those taking part in the Congress essentially divided into two blocks. The first, consisting of the British delegates, the few Germans and a majority of the Swiss, followed the directives of the General Council drawn up by Marx, who was not present in Geneva. The second, comprising the French delegates and some of the French-speaking Swiss, was made up of mutualists. At that time, in fact, moderate positions were prevalent in the International, and the mutualists, led by the Parisian Henri Tolain (1828–1897), envisaged a society in which the worker would be at once producer, capitalist, and consumer. They regarded the granting of free credit as a decisive measure for the transformation of society, considered women's labor to be objectionable from both an ethical and a social point of view, and opposed any interference by the state in work relations, including legislation to reduce the working day to 8 hours, on the grounds that it would threaten the private relationship between workers and employers and strengthen the system currently in force. Basing themselves on resolutions prepared by Marx, the General Council leaders succeeded in marginalizing the numerically strong contingent of mutualists at the Congress, and obtained votes in favor of state intervention. On the latter issue, in the section of the instructions for delegates of the Provisional General Council, the different questions, 1866, relating to juvenile and children's labor, both sexes, Marx had spelled things out clearly. This can only be effected by converting social reason into social force, and, under given circumstances, there exists no other method of doing so, than through general laws, enforced by the power of the state. In enforcing such laws, the working class do not fortify governmental power. On the contrary, they transform that power, now used against them, into their own agency. They effect by a general act what they would vainly attempt by a multitude of isolated individual efforts. 37. Thus, far from strengthening bourgeois society, as Proudhon and his followers wrongly believed, these reformist demands were an indispensable starting point for the emancipation of the working class. Furthermore, the instructions that Marx wrote for the Geneva Congress underline the basic function of trade unions against which not only the mutualists but also certain followers of Robert Owen in Britain and of Lassalle in Germany 38 had taken a stand. This activity of the trades unions is not only legitimate, it is necessary. It cannot be dispensed with so long as the present system of production lasts. On the contrary, it must be generalized by the formation and the combination of trades unions throughout all countries. On the other hand, unconsciously to themselves, the trades unions were forming centers of organization of the working class, as the medieval municipalities and communes did for the middle class. If the trades unions are required for the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, they are still more important as organized agencies for superseding the very system of wages, labor and capital rule. In the same document, Marx did not spare the existing unions his criticism. For they were too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital and had not yet fully understood their power of acting against the system of wages slavery itself. They therefore kept too much aloof from general social and political movements. 39. He had argued exactly the same a year earlier, in an address to the General Council on 20 and June 27 that was posthumously published as Value, Price, and Profit, 1865. The working class ought not to exaggerate to themselves the ultimate working of these everyday struggles. They ought not to forget that they are fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects, that they are retarding the downward movement, but not changing its direction, that they are applying palliatives, not curing the malady. They ought, therefore, not to be exclusively absorbed in these unavoidable guerrilla fights incessantly springing up from the never-ceasing encroachments of capital or changes of the market. They ought to understand that, with all the miseries it imposes upon them, the present system simultaneously engenders the material conditions and the social forms necessary for an economical reconstruction of society. Instead of the conservative motto, "A fair day's wage for a fair day's work," they ought to inscribe on their banner the revolutionary watchword, "Abolition of the wages system." 40. One of the main resolutions adopted at the Congress concerned a measure that Marx thought essential to free the working class from the yoke of capital, the shortening of the working day. A preliminary condition, without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive, is the limitation of the working day. It is needed to restore the health and physical energies of the working class, that is, the great body of every nation, as well as to secure them the possibility of intellectual development, sociable intercourse, social and political action. 41. As the delegates foresaw, their demand for 8 hours work as the legal limit of the working day would eventually become the common platform of the working classes all over the world. Marx's comments on the results of this Congress were generally positive. He wrote to his friend Ludwig Kugelmann in Hanover. "By and large, it went off better than I expected. I was unable to attend, but I did write the program for the London delegates. I deliberately confined it to points which allow direct agreement and combination of efforts by the workers and give direct sustenance and impetus to the requirements of the class struggle and the organization of the workers into a class." The Parisian gentlemen had their heads stuffed full of the most vacuous Proudhonist clichés. They prattle incessantly about science and know nothing. They spurn all revolutionary action, i.e. arising from the class struggle itself, every concentrated social movement, and therefore also that which can be achieved by political means, examples such as limitation of the working day by law. Beneath the cloak of freedom and anti-governmentalism or anti-authoritarian individualism, these gentlemen, who for 16 years now have so quietly endured the most wretched despotism, and are still enduring it, are in actuality preaching vulgar bourgeois economics, only in the guise of Proudhonist idealism. Proudhon has done enormous harm. His pseudo-critique and his pseudo-confrontation with the utopians, he himself is no more than a Philistine utopian, seized hold of and corrupted first the gleottering youth, the students, then the workers, especially those in Paris. In my report I shall give them a discreet rap over the knuckles. 42. From late 1866 on, strikes intensified in many European countries. Organized by broad masses of workers, they helped to generate an awareness of their condition and formed the core of a new and important wave of struggles. The mobilizations did, however, usher in a period of contact and coordination with the international, which supported them with declarations and calls for solidarity, organized fundraising for strikers, and helped to fight attempts by the bosses to weaken the workers' resistance. It was because of its practical role in this period that workers began to recognize the International as an organization that defended their interests and, in some cases, they asked to be affiliated to it. 43. For all the difficulties bound up with the diversity of nationalities, languages, and political cultures, the International managed to achieve unity and coordination across a wide range of organizations and spontaneous struggles. Its greatest merit was to demonstrate the absolute need for class solidarity and international cooperation, moving decisively beyond the partial character of the initial objectives and strategies. In Britain, on the other hand, the labor movement was undergoing a process of institutionalization. The Reform Act, resulting from the battle first joined by the Reform League, expanded the franchise to more than 1 million British workers. The subsequent legalization of trade unions, which ended the risk of persecution and repression, allowed the Fourth Estate to become a real presence in society, with the result that the pragmatic rulers of the country continued along the path of reform, and the laboring classes, so unlike their French counterparts, felt a growing sense of belonging as they pinned more of their hopes for the future on peaceful change. 44. The situation on the continent was very different indeed. In the German Confederation, collective wage bargaining was still virtually non-existent. In Belgium, strikes were repressed by the government almost as if they were acts of war, while in Switzerland they were still an anomaly that the established order found it difficult to tolerate. In France, it was declared that strikes would be legal in 1864, but the first labor unions still operated under severe restrictions. The lack of theoretical political advances in France, a country he regarded as crucial for the whole European workers' movement, was one of Marx's major preoccupations during this period. In early June 1866 he wrote to Engels, "The faithful followers of Proudhon, my very good friends here, Lafargue and Longuet, are also among that number, believe that the whole of Europe must and will sit quietly on its arse until the French messieurs have abolished poverty and ignorance." 45 2 weeks later, he mentioned a group of representatives, non-workers, of Jeune France, who at a meeting of the General Council trotted out their view that any nationality and even nations are antiquated prejudices. Marx described such ideas, according to which the political institutions of the time should be broken down into small groups or communes that would then form an association, but not a state, as Proudhonized Stirnaism. He poked fun at the fact this individualization of humanity and the mutualism it entails should develop by bringing history to a halt in every other country, and the whole world waits until the French are ready to carry out a social revolution. Then they will demonstrate the experiment to us, and the rest of the world, being bowled over by the force of their example, will do the same, just what Fourier expected from his model phalanstery. Marx perceptively noted in passing that, by the denial of nationalities, many French people seem to imply their absorption by the model French nation. 46. This was the backdrop to the Congress of 1867, held in Lausanne between 2 and September 8 and attended by 64 delegates from 6 countries, with 1 each from Belgium and Italy. The International assembled with a new strength that had come from its continuing broad-based expansion. Marx himself, busy working on the proofs of capital, was absent both from the General Council when preparatory documents were being drafted and from the actual Congress. 47 The effects were certainly felt, for example, in the focus on bald reports of organizational growth and in Proudhonian themes, such as the cooperative movement and alternative uses of credit, dear to the strongly represented mutualists. Engels expressed his concern to Marx, "The Congress really does appear to have been swept away in the French tide this time, the number of Proudhonist resolutions is really far too large." 48 But his friend reassured him, "None of that signifies. The main thing is that the Congress was held, not what happened there. We'll make sport of the Paris wiseacres in our general report." 49 That is what happened, and the confrontation between the two tendencies was merely postponed. 3. The defeat of the mutualists. Right from the earliest days of the International, Proudhon's ideas were hegemonic in France, French-speaking Switzerland, Wallonia, and the city of Brussels. His disciples, particularly Tolaine and Ernest Edouard Fribourg, succeeded in making a mark with their positions on the founding meeting in 1864, the London Conference of 1865, and the Geneva and Lausanne Congresses. For 4 years the mutualists were the most moderate wing of the International. The British trade unions, which constituted the majority, did not share Marx's anti-capitalism, but nor did they have the same pull on the policies of the organization that the followers of Proudhon were able to exercise. Basing themselves on the theories of the French anarchist, the mutualists argued that the economic emancipation of the workers would be achieved through the founding of producer cooperatives and a central people's bank. Resolutely hostile to state intervention in any field, they opposed socialization of the land and the means of production as well as any use of the strike weapon. Marx undoubtedly played a key role in the long struggle to reduce Proudhon's influence in the International. His ideas were fundamental to the theoretical development of its leaders, and he showed a remarkable capacity to assert them by winning every major conflict inside the organization. With regard to the cooperation, for example, in the 1866 instructions for the delegates of the Provisional General Council, the different questions, he had already declared that, to convert social production into one large and harmonious system of free and cooperative labor, General social changes are wanted, changes of the general conditions of society, never to be realized save by the transfer of the organized forces of society, viz., the state power, from capitalists and landlords to the producers themselves, recommending to the workers to embark in cooperative production rather than in cooperative stores. The latter touch but the surface of the present economical system, the former attacks its groundwork. 50. The workers themselves, however, were already sidelining Proudhonian doctrines. It was above all the proliferation of strikes that convinced the mutualists of the error of their conceptions. Proletarian struggles showed both that the strike was necessary as an immediate means of improving conditions in the present and that it strengthened the class consciousness essential for the construction of future society. It was real-life men and women who halted capitalist production to demand their rights and social justice, thereby shifting the balance of forces in the international and, more significantly, in society as a whole. It was the Parisian bronze workers, the weavers of Rouen and Lyons, the coal miners of Saint-Étienne who, more forcefully than in any theoretical discussion, convinced the French leaders of the International of the need to socialize the land and industry. And it was the workers' movement that demonstrated, in opposition to Proudhon, that it was impossible to separate the social-economic question from the political question. 51. The Brussels Congress, held between 6 and September 13, 1868, with the participation of 99 delegates from France, Britain, Switzerland, Germany, Spain, 1 delegate, and Belgium, 55, finally clipped the wings of the mutualists. The high point came when the Assembly approved César de Pépé's 1646–1714 proposal on the socialization of the means of production, a decisive step forward in defining the economic basis of socialism, no longer simply in the writings of particular intellectuals but in the program of a great transitional organization. As regards the mines and transport, the Congress declared 1. That the quarries, collieries, and other mines, as well as the railways, ought in a normal state of society to belong to the community represented by the state, a state itself subject to the laws of justice. 2. That the quarries, collieries, and other mines, and railways, be let by the state, not to companies of capitalists as at present, but to companies of working men bound by contract to guarantee to society the rational and scientific working of the railways, etc., at a price as nearly as possible approximate to the working expense. The same contract ought to reserve to the state the right to verify the accounts of the companies, so as to present the possibility of any reconstitution of monopolies. A second contract ought to guarantee the mutual right of each member of the companies in respect to his fellow workmen. As to landed property, it was agreed that the economical development of modern society will create the social necessity of converting arable land into the common property of society, and of letting the soil on behalf of the state to agricultural companies under conditions analogous to those stated in regard to mines and railways. Similar considerations were applied to the canals, roads, and telegraphs, considering that the roads and other means of communication require a common social direction. The Congress thinks they ought to remain the common property of society. Finally, some interesting points were made about the environment. Considering that the abandonment of forests to private individuals causes the destruction of woods necessary for the conservation of springs, and, as a matter of course, of the good qualities of the soil, as well as the health and lives of the population, the Congress thinks that the forests ought to remain the property of society. 52. In Brussels, then, the International made its first clear pronouncement on the socialization of the means of production by state authorities. 53. This marked an important victory for the General Council and the first appearance of socialist principles in the political program of a major workers' organization. In addition, the Congress again discussed the question of war. A motion presented by Becker, which Marx later summarized in the published resolutions of the Congress, stated, "The workers alone have an evident logical interest in finally abolishing all war, both economic and political, individual and national, because in the end they always have to pay with their blood and their labor for the settling of accounts between the belligerents, regardless of whether they are on the winning or losing side." 54. The workers were called upon to treat every war as a civil war. 55 De pp also suggested the use of the general strike. 56, a proposal that Marx dismissed as nonsense. 57 but which actually tended to develop a class consciousness capable of going beyond merely economic struggles. This time too, the verdict on the Congress that Marx expressed to Engels was generally positive. Frederick Lessner 1825–1910 says that we accomplished so much despite being so little represented at the Congress, which was almost entirely Belgian, with the addition of Frenchmen, because on all decisive points the Belgian workers, notwithstanding their Brussels leaders, voted with London. 58. The difficulties of sending members to congresses were due to the scant resources at the disposal of the organization in London. Marx spoke of the matter with great irritation to Engels in the summer of 1869. Yesterday there was a tragicomical meeting of the General Council. Dunning letters for cards, rent, arrears of secretary's salary, etc. In short, international bankruptcy, so we can't yet see how we can send a delegate to the next Congress. The gist of the story is this: the local committees, including central committees, spend too much money and tax their people too highly for their national or local needs, and leave nothing over for the General Council. Money is always there to print idiotic addresses to the Spaniards, etc., and for other follies. We shall be forced to declare to the next Congress, either in written or spoken form, that we cannot continue to run the General Council in this way, but that they should be so kind, before they give us successors, to pay our debts, which would reach a much higher figure if most of our secretaries did not personally cover correspondence costs. If only I could somewhere see people who would not involve us in stupidities, I would greet with the greatest pleasure the exit of the Central Council from here. The business is becoming really tiresome. 59. These problems, which were already emerging in 1869, were the norm rather than the exception throughout the life of the International. In spring 1870 Marx wrote ironically to Wilhelm Brache 1842–1880, one of the founders, with Liebknecht, of the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, as a consolation, the information that the finances of the General Council are below zero, steadily growing negative dimensions. 60. In September 1868, Marx returned to the question of state socialism. In a letter to Engels, he suggested that what von Schweitzer had described the previous month in Hamburg at the Congress of the General Association of German Workers as the apex of Lassalle's discoveries, that is, state credit for the foundation of productive associations, was literally copied from the program of French Catholic socialism, inspired by Philip Buch's 1796–1850, which went back to the days of Louis Philippe 1773–1850. 61. Instead, strong opposition to the government would have been good for the social struggle. The most essential thing for the German working class is that it should cease to agitate by permission of the high government authorities. Such a bureaucratically schooled race must undergo a complete course of self-help. 62. In a letter to Schweitzer, Marx set out at greater length his differences with the Lassallean tendency. The first question was his opposition to the strategy of state aid versus self-help, which Buch's, the leader of Catholic socialism, had used against the genuine workers' movement in France, and on the basis of which Lassalle himself had later made concessions to the Prussian monarchy, to Prussian reaction, the feudal party, and even to the clericals. For Marx, it was essential that the workers' struggle should be free and independent. The main thing is to teach the worker to walk by himself, especially in Germany, where he is regulated bureaucratically from childhood onwards and believes in the authority of superiors. The other significant area of disagreement was the theoretical and political rigidity of Lassalle and his followers. Marx criticized the comrade with whom he had been in touch for many years, on the grounds that, like everyone who claims to have in his pocket a panacea for the sufferings of the masses, Lassalle gave his agitation, from the very start, a religious, sectarian character, and, being the founder of a sect, he denied all natural connection with the earlier movement, both in Germany and abroad. Lassalle was guilty of the same error as Proudhon, that of not seeking the real basis of his agitation in the actual elements of the class movement, but of wishing, instead, to prescribe for that movement a course determined by a certain doctrinaire recipe. For Marx, any sect seeks its raison d'être and its point d'honneur not in what it has in common with the class movement, but in the particular shibboleth distinguishing it from that movement. 63 His opposition to that kind of politics could not have been clearer. In the fight against state socialism, Marx also took issue with Liebknecht. After one of his speeches in the Reichstag in summer 1869, Marx commented to Engels, "The brute believes in the future state of democracy. Secretly that means sometimes constitutional England, sometimes the bourgeois United States, sometimes wretched Switzerland. He has no conception of revolutionary politics." 64. Apart from disputes and conflicts, however, there were also very positive developments. In late 1868, Marx reported to Kugelmann a major step forward at the recent Congress of the American Labor Union, which had treated women workers with full parity. By contrast, Marx lamented, the English, and to an even greater extent the gallant French, are displaying a marked narrowness of spirit in this respect. Everyone who knows anything of history also knows that great social revolutions are impossible without the feminine ferment. Social progress may be measured precisely by the social position of the fair sex. 65. Finally, Marx was not at all worried about diversity. He was well aware that, as the stage of development reached by different sections of the workers in the same country and by the working class in different countries necessarily varies considerably, the actual movement also necessarily expresses itself in very diverse theoretical forms. In his view, the community of action the International Working Men's Association is calling into being, the exchange of ideas by means of the different organs of the sections in all countries and, finally, the direct discussions at the General Congresses would also gradually create a common theoretical program for the general workers' movement. 66. If the collectivist turn of the International began at the Brussels Congress in 1868, the Basel Congress of 5–12 September 1869 consolidated it and eradicated Proudhonism even in its French homeland. The French delegates too supported the declaration that society has the right to abolish individual ownership of the land and to make it part of the community. 67 After Basel, France was no longer mutualist. A relieved Marx could write to his daughter Laura Lafargue, "I am glad the Basel Congress is over, and has, comparatively speaking, passed off so well. I am always fretting on such occasions of public exhibition of the party with all its ulcers." None of the actors was up to the high principles, but the higher class idiocy effaces the working class blunders. 68 The Basel Congress was also of interest because Mikhail Bakunin took part in the proceedings as a delegate. Having failed to win the leadership of the League for Peace 69 and Freedom, he had founded the International Alliance for Socialist Democracy in September 1868 in Geneva, and in December this had applied to join the International. In a letter to Marx, dated December 22, 1868, he wrote, "You asked if I continue to be your friend. Yes, more than ever, dear Marx, because I understand better than ever how right you are in following, and in inviting us all to march on the wide road of economic revolution, and in denigrating those among us who would lose themselves on the paths of either national or exclusively political enterprises. I now do what you yourself commenced to do more than 20 years ago. My homeland now is the International of which you are one of the principal founders. So you see, dear friend, that I am your disciple, and I am proud to be it. 70. The General Council initially turned down the request from Bakunin, on the grounds that the International Alliance for Socialist Democracy continued to be affiliated to another, parallel transnational structure, and that one of its objectives, the equalization of classes 71, was radically different from a central pillar of the International, the abolition of classes. Shortly afterwards, however, the Alliance modified its program and agreed to wind up its network of sections, many of which anyway existed only in Bakunin's imagination. 72 On July 28, 1869, the 104-member Geneva section was accordingly admitted to the International. 73 Marx knew Bakunin well enough, but he had underestimated the consequences of this step. The influence of the famous Russian revolutionary rapidly increased in a number of Swiss, Spanish, and French sections, as it did in Italian ones, after the Paris Commune, and at the Basel Congress. Thanks to his charisma and forceful style of argument, he already managed to affect the outcome of its deliberations. The vote on the right of inheritance, for example, was the first occasion on which the delegates rejected a proposal of the General Council. 74 Having finally defeated the mutualists and laid the spectre of Proudhon to rest, Marx now had to confront a much tougher rival, who formed a new tendency, collectivist anarchism, and sought to win control of the organization. 8. The Revolution in Paris. 1. The struggle for liberation in Ireland. The late 1860s and early 1870s were a period rich in social conflicts. Many workers who took part in protest actions decided to make contact with the International, whose reputation was spreading ever wider, and to ask it to support their struggles. The year 1869 witnessed a significant expansion of the International all over Europe. Britain was an exception in this respect, however. While the Union leaders fully backed Marx against the mutualists, they had little time for theoretical issues and did not exactly glow with revolutionary ardor. This was the reason why Marx for a long time opposed the founding of a British Federation of the International independent of the General Council. This period also saw the birth of some sections of Irish workers in England and the appointment of the workers' leader John Macdonald 1845–1906 as corresponding secretary for Ireland on the General Council. At its session on November 16, Marx proposed a resolution expressing the International's admiration of the spirited, firm, and high-souled manner in which the Irish people carry on their amnesty movement. 2 A few days earlier, he had told Engels in a letter how much he enjoyed the latest meetings in Ireland, at which the clerics were seized by their collars and removed from the speaker's stand. 3. While exhaustively analyzing the Irish question, Marx not only continued the political battle against the skepticism of British workers' leaders, for the International to adopt a radical, not merely humanitarian, position, he also developed an important turn with regard to his previous conceptions. He wrote to his friend Ludwig Kugelmann, "I have become more and more convinced, and the thing now is to drum this conviction into the English working class, that they will never be able to do anything decisive here in England before they separate their attitude towards Ireland quite definitely from that of the ruling classes, and not only make common cause with the Irish, but even take the initiative in dissolving the Union established in 1801, and substituting a free federal relationship for it. And this must be done not out of sympathy for Ireland, but as a demand based on the interests of the English proletariat. If not, the English people will remain bound to the leading strings of the ruling classes, because they will be forced to make a common front with them against Ireland. Every movement of the working class in England itself is crippled by the dissension with the Irish, who form a very important section of the working class in England itself. The primary condition for emancipation here, the overthrow of the English landed oligarchy, remains unattainable, since its positions cannot be stormed here as long as it holds its strongly entrenched outposts in Ireland. But over there, once affairs have been laid in the hands of the Irish people themselves, as soon as they have made themselves their own legislators and rulers, as soon as they have become autonomous, it will be infinitely easier there than here to abolish the landed aristocracy, to a large extent the same persons as the English landlords, since, it is not just merely an economic question, but also a national one, as the landlords there are, the mortally hated oppressors of the nationality. 4. Marx returned to the theme in an important confidential communication of the International that he sent out on March 28, 1870.5 in Ireland. He stated, "Landlordism is maintained solely by the English army. The moment the forced union between the two countries ends, a social revolution will break out in Ireland, even if in outmoded form. As to the British working class, by maintaining the power of their landlords in Ireland, it made them invulnerable in England itself. This was also true from a military point of view. For Ireland was the only pretext the English government has for maintaining a large standing army, which in case of necessity, as has happened before, can be loosed against the English workers after getting its military training in Ireland. 6. Marx had become increasingly convinced that the independence of Ireland was an absolutely central question. In a letter he sent to Kugelmann in November 1869, he concluded, "Not only does England's internal social development remain crippled by the present relationship to Ireland, it also had a negative impact on British foreign policy, particularly with regard to Russia and the United States of America." Bearing in mind the fact that the English Republic under Cromwell met shipwreck in Ireland, he now warned, "Non bis in idem." 7. In December 1869, Marx outlined to Engels the convictions he had developed on how the English working class should relate to the liberation of Ireland. "For a long time I believed it would be possible to overthrow the Irish regime by English working class ascendancy. I always took this viewpoint in the New York Tribune. Deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never accomplish anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. This is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general. 8. Moreover, as the world metropolis of landed property and capitalism, England was decisive for the whole of Europe and the proletarian revolution in general. Marx expressed this nexus clearly, in March 1870, in a letter to Laura and Paul Lafargue 1842-1911, "To accelerate the social development in Europe, you must push on the catastrophe of official England. To do so, you must attack her in Ireland. That's her weakest point. Ireland lost, the British Empire is gone, and the class war in England, till now somnolent and chronic, will assume acute forms." 9. The confidential communication of March 28 maintained that the first task of the International should be to hasten the social revolution in England. But that would occur only if the political setup ensuring the enslavement of Ireland was transformed into an equal and free confederation, if possible, or complete separation, if need be. 10. A very similar point is made in a long and rich letter that Marx sent, in spring 1870, to Siegfried Meyer 1840-1872 and August Voigt 1830-1883, two members of the International, of German origin, in the United States. "After studying the Irish question for years, I have come to the conclusion that the decisive blow against the ruling classes in England, and this is decisive for the workers' movement all over the world, cannot be struck in England, but only in Ireland." 11. For Marx, however, there was something even more important politically than the English occupation of Ireland, and that was the division that violent nationalism had produced within the ranks of the proletariat. In the confidential communication he emphasized that the English bourgeoisie has not only exploited the Irish misery to keep down the working class in England by forced immigration of poor Irishmen, it had also proved able to divide the workers into two hostile camps. In all the big industrial centers in England, there is a profound antagonism between the Irish and English proletarians. The average English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers wages and the standard of life. He feels national and religious antipathies for him. He regards him practically in the same way the poor whites in the southern states of North America regard the black slaves. This antagonism between the proletarians in England is artificially nourished and kept alive by the bourgeoisie. It knows that this split is the true secret of maintaining its power. 12. In the letter to Meyer and Voigt, Marx pushed his point of view even further. He reminded them that the English worker feels himself to be a member of the ruling nation and, therefore, makes himself a tool of his aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money, rightly seeing the English worker as the accomplice and the stupid tool of English rule in Ireland. The ruling classes encourage this antagonism as much as possible. It is kept artificially alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short by all the means at the IR disposal. Point 13. Moreover, the evil does not end here. It rolls across the ocean. 14. In the confidential communication of March 1870, Marx pointed out, the Irish, driven from their native soil, reassemble in North America, where, their only thought, their only passion, is hatred for England. The English and American governments, or the classes they represent, nourish these passions in order to perpetuate the covert struggle between the United States and England, and thereby prevent a sincere and serious alliance between the working classes on both sides of the Atlantic, and, consequently, their emancipation. Marx elaborated on these themes to Meyer and Voigt. The antagonism between English and Irish enables the governments of the two countries, whenever they think fit, to blunt the edge of social conflict by mutual bullying and, in case of need, by war between the two countries. In this letter to comrades on the other side of the Atlantic, Marx expounded better than anywhere else the political choices necessary in the existing situation. England, as the metropolis of capital, as the power that has hitherto ruled the world market, is for the present the most important country for the workers' revolution and, in addition, the only country where the material conditions for this revolution have developed to a certain state of maturity. Thus, to hasten the social revolution in England is the most important object of the International Working Men's Association. The sole means of doing so is to make Ireland independent. It is, therefore, the task of the International to bring the conflict between England and Ireland to the forefront everywhere, and to side with Ireland publicly everywhere. Point 15. The International, and particularly the General Council in London, had to make the British workers realize that the national emancipation of Ireland is not a question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment, as certain enlightened liberals or religious figures were arguing. It was a basic question of class solidarity, the first condition of their own social emancipation. Point 16. As Marx put it in the confidential communication, England today is seeing a repetition of what happened on a gigantic scale in ancient Rome. A nation that enslaves another forges its own chains. The International had come into being to prevent such a repetition. 2. Opposition to the Franco-Prussian War. In 1870, in every European country where the International was reasonably strong, its members gave birth to new organizations completely autonomous from those already in existence. In Britain, however, the unions that made up the main force of the International naturally did not disband their own structures. The London-based General Council therefore fulfilled two functions at once, as world headquarters and as the leadership for Britain, where trade union affiliations kept some 50,000 workers in its orbit of influence. In France, the repressive policies of the Second Empire made 1,868 a year of serious crisis for the International. The following year, however, saw a revival of the organization, and new leaders who had abandoned mutualist positions came to the fore. The peak of expansion for the International came in 1870, but despite its considerable growth the organization never took root in 38 of the 90 departments. The national total has been put somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000.17. Thus, although the International did not become a true mass organization in France, it certainly grew to a respectable size and aroused widespread interest. In Belgium, membership peaked in the early 1870s at several tens of thousands, probably exceeding the number in the whole of France. It was here that the International achieved both its highest numerical density in the general population and its greatest influence in society. The positive evolution during this period was also apparent in Switzerland. In 1870, however, Bakunin's activity divided the organization into two groups of equal size, which confronted each other at the Congress of the Romanda Federation precisely on the question of whether his International Alliance for Socialist Democracy should be admitted to the Federation. 18. When it proved impossible to reconcile their positions, the proceedings continued in two parallel congresses, and a truce was agreed only after an intervention by the General Council. The group aligned with London was slightly smaller, yet retained the name Romanda Federation, whereas the one linked to Bakunin had to adopt the name Jura Federation, even though its affiliation to the International was again recognized. During this period, Bakunin's ideas began to spread, but the country where they took hold most rapidly was Spain. In fact, the International first developed in the Iberian Peninsula through the activity of the Neapolitan anarchist Giuseppe Finelli (1827–1877), who, at Bakunin's request, traveled to Barcelona and Madrid to help found both sections of the International and groups of the Alliance for Socialist Democracy. His trip achieved its purpose. But his distribution of documents of both international organizations, often to the same people, was a prime example of the Bakuninite confusion and theoretical eclecticism of the time. The Spanish workers founded the International with the principles of the Alliance for Socialist Democracy. In the North German Confederation, despite the existence of two political organizations of the workers' movement, the Lassaline General Association of German Workers and the Marxist Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, there was little enthusiasm for the International and few requests to affiliate to it. During its first 3 years, German militants virtually ignored its existence, fearing persecution at the hands of the authorities. The weak internationalism of the Germans ultimately weighed more heavily than any legal aspects, however, and declined still further when the movement became more preoccupied with internal matters. 19. Against this background, marked by evident contradictions and uneven development between countries, the International made provisions for its Fifth Congress in September 1870. This was originally scheduled to be held in Paris, but repressive operations by the French government made the General Council opt instead for Mainz. Marx probably also thought that the greater number of German delegates close to his positions would help to stem the advance of the Bakuninists, which had been taking place mainly in southern Europe. In May, after a General Council meeting at which his proposal was accepted, Marx remarked to Engels, "The transfer of the Congress to Mainz, unanimously voted yesterday, will give Bakunin a fit 20. A month earlier, Marx had sent a long letter to Paul Lafargue that contained information about Bakunin's intrigues for Paris branches of the International. Bakunin, Marx wrote, had given his Alliance for Socialist Democracy the character of a sect, which was to have general congresses of its own, to form an independent international body, and at the same time to be a member of our Internationale. In short, Bakunin was seeking to turn the International into an organization under his control, by means of an interloping secret society. 21. A conflict thus began to develop between the two, with no holds barred. Marx kept a close watch on the workers' movement, to ensure that it did not acquire similar features. On the occasion of the founding of a new section of the International, he urged Paul Lafargue to do everything to prevent its being given a sectarian name, either communistic or other. According to Marx, sectarian labels should be avoided in the International Association. The general aspirations and tendencies of the working class emanate from the real conditions in which it finds itself placed. They are therefore common to the whole class, although the movement reflects itself in their heads in the most diversified forms, more or less fantastical, more or less adequate. Those who interpret best the hidden sense of the class struggle going on before our eyes, the communists, are the last to commit the blunder of affecting or fostering sectarianism. 22. In summer 1870, in the course of preparations for the Congress of the International, Marx also wrote to Hermann Jung and sent him a detailed note on the issues to be taken up there. These were: 1. The necessity of abolishing the public debt. Discussion on the right of indemnity to be accorded. 2. The relations between political action and the social movement of the working class. 3. Practical measures for converting landed property into public property. 4. The conversion of currency banks into national banks. 5. Conditions of cooperative production on a national scale. 6. On the necessity for the working class to keep general statistics of labor in accordance with the resolutions of the Geneva Congress of 1866. 7. Reconsideration of the question of measures to abolish war. To these points he added the proposal of the Belgian General Council to consider practical measures to set up agricultural sections within the International and to achieve solidarity between the proletarians in agriculture and the proletarians in other industries. 23. However, the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, on July 19, 1870, left no choice but to call off the Congress. The conflict at the heart of Europe meant that the top priority now was to help the workers' movement express an independent position, far from the nationalist rhetoric of the time. In his first address on the Franco-Prussian War, 1870, Marx called upon the French workers to drive out Charles-Louis Bonaparte 1808–1873 and to obliterate the empire he had established 18 years earlier. The German workers, for their part, were supposed to prevent the defeat of Bonaparte from turning into an attack on the French people. If the German working class allows the present war to lose its strictly defensive character and to degenerate into a war against the French people, victory or defeat will prove alike disastrous. Marx added. The English working class stretch the hand of fellowship to the French and German working people. They feel deeply convinced that whatever turn the impending horrid war may take, the alliance of the working classes of all countries will ultimately kill war. The very fact that while official France and Germany are rushing into a fratricidal feud, the workmen of France and Germany send each other messages of peace and goodwill, this great fact, unparalleled in the history of the past, opens the vista of a brighter future. It proves that in contrast to old society, with its economical miseries and its political delirium, a new society is springing up, whose international rule will be peace, because its national ruler will be everywhere the same, labor. The pioneer of that new society is the International Working Men's Association. 24. This text, in 30,000 copies, 15,000 for Germany and 15,000 for France, printed in Geneva, was the first major foreign policy declaration of the International. One of the many who spoke enthusiastically in support of it was John Stuart Mill. There was not one word in it that ought not to be there, he wrote, and it could not have been done with fewer words. 25. The leaders of the Social Democratic Workers' Party, Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebel 1840–1913, were the only two members of parliament in the North German Confederation who refused to vote for the special war budget. 26 and sections of the International in France also sent messages of friendship and solidarity to the German workers. Yet the French defeat sealed the birth of a new and more potent age of nation-states in Europe, with all its accompanying chauvinism. This was the scenario that Marx had in mind in the second address on the Franco-Prussian War, when he wrote that the present tremendous war might be but the harbinger of still deadlier international feuds, and lead in every nation to a renewed triumph over the workmen by the lords of the sword, of the soil, and of capital. 27. 3. The Paris Commune takes power. After the German victory at Sedan and the capture of Bonaparte, a Third Republic was proclaimed in France on September 4, 1870. In January of the following year, a 4-month siege of Paris ended in the French acceptance of Bismarck's conditions. An ensuing armistice allowed the holding of elections and the appointment of Adolphe Thiers 1797–1877 as President of the Republic, with the support of a huge Legitimist and Orleanist majority. In the capital, however, progressive Republican forces swept the board and there was widespread popular discontent. Faced with the prospect of a government that wanted to disarm the city and withhold any social reform, the Parisians turned against Thiers and on March 18 initiated the first great political event in the life of the workers' movement, the Paris Commune. Although Bakunin had urged the workers to turn patriotic war into revolutionary war, 28, the General Council in London initially opted for silence. It charged Marx with the task of writing a text in the name of the International, but he delayed its publication for complicated, deeply held reasons. Well aware of the real relationship of forces on the ground as well as the weaknesses of the Commune, he knew that it was doomed to defeat. He had even tried to warn the French working class back in September 1870, in his second address on the Franco-Prussian War. Any attempt at upsetting the new government in the present crisis, when the enemy is almost knocking at the doors of Paris, would be a desperate folly. The French workmen, must not allow themselves to be swayed by the national souvenirs of 1792. They have not to recapitulate the past, but to build up the future. Let them calmly and resolutely improve the opportunities of Republican liberty, for the work of their own class organization. It will gift them with fresh Herculean powers for the regeneration of France, and our common task, the emancipation of labor. Upon their energies and wisdom hinges the fate of the Republic. 29. In a letter to Liebknecht, Marx complained of the too great honesty of the Parisian revolutionaries. In trying to avoid the appearance of having usurped power, they had lost precious moments by organizing the election of the Commune. Their folly had been not wanting to start a civil war, as if Thiers had not already started it by his attempt at forcibly disarming Paris. 30. He made similar points to his friend Kugelmann a week later. The right moment was missed because of conscientious scruples. Second mistake, the Central Committee surrendered power too soon, to make way for the Commune. Again from a too honorable scrupulousness. At any event, alongside critical observations on the course of events in France, Marx never failed to highlight the exceptional combative spirit and political ability of the communards. He continued, "What resilience, what historical initiative, what a capacity for sacrifice in these Parisians! After 6 months of hunger and ruin, caused rather by internal treachery than by the external enemy, they rise, beneath Prussian bayonets, as if there had never been a war between France and Germany and the enemy were not still at the gates of Paris. History has no like example of a like greatness." Marx understood that, whatever the outcome of the revolution, the Commune had opened a new chapter in the history of the workers' movement. The present rising in Paris, even if it be crushed by the wolves, swine and vile curs of the old society, is the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection in Paris. 31 Compare these Parisians, storming the heavens, with the slaves to heaven of the German-Prussian Holy Roman Empire, with its posthumous masquerades reeking of the barracks, the church, the cabbage junkers and above all, of the Philistines. 32. Marx continued these reflections a few days later in another letter to Kugelmann. Whereas his close friend had wrongly compared the fighting in Paris to petty bourgeois demonstrations like those of June 13, 1849 in Paris, Marx again exalted the courage of the communards. "World history," he wrote, "would indeed be very easy to make if the struggle were taken up only on condition of infallibly favorable chances." His thinking here shows just how remote he was from the kind of fatalist determinism that his critics attributed to him. History would, on the other hand, be of a very mystical nature if accidents played no part. These accidents themselves fall naturally into the general course of development and are compensated again by other accidents. But acceleration and delay are very dependent upon such accidents, which include the accident of the character of those who first stand at the head of the movement. 33. The circumstance that worked against the Commune was the presence of the Prussians on French soil, allied with the bourgeois riffraff of Versailles. Bolstered by their understanding with the Germans. 34 The Versaillais presented the Parisians with the alternative of taking up the fight or succumbing without a struggle. In the latter case, the demoralization of the working class would have been a far greater misfortune than the fall of any number of leaders. Marx concluded, "The struggle of the working class against the capitalist class and its state has entered upon a new phase with the struggle in Paris. Whatever the immediate results may be, a new point of departure of world historic importance has been gained." 35. A fervid declaration hailing the victory of the Paris Commune would have risked creating false expectations among workers throughout Europe, eventually becoming a source of demoralization and distrust. Marx therefore decided to postpone delivery and stayed away from meetings of the General Council for several weeks. His grim forebodings soon proved all too well founded, and on May 28, little more than 2 months after its proclamation, the Paris Commune was drowned in blood. 2 days later, he reappeared at the General Council with a manuscript entitled The Civil War in France, 1871, it was read and unanimously approved, then published over the names of all the council members. The document had a huge impact over the next few weeks, greater than any other document of the workers' movement in the 19th century. Speaking of the Paris Commune, Marx wrote, "The few but important functions which would still remain for a central government were not to be suppressed, as has been intentionally misstated, but were to be discharged by communal and thereafter responsible agents. The unity of the nation was not to be broken, but, on the contrary, to be organized by communal constitution, and to become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity independent of, and superior to, the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. While the merely repressive organs of the old governmental power were to be amputated, its legitimate functions were to be wrested from an authority usurping preeminence over society itself, and restored to the responsible agents of society. 36. The Paris Commune had been an altogether novel political experiment. It was essentially a working-class government, the product of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. Except on this last condition, the communal constitution would have been an impossibility and a delusion. The political rule of the producer cannot coexist with the perpetuation of his social slavery. The commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundation upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. With labor emancipated, every man becomes a working man, and productive labor ceases to be a class attribute. 37. For Marx, the new phase of class struggle that opened with the Paris Commune could be successful, and therefore produce radical changes, only through the realization of a clearly anti-capitalist program. The Commune intended to abolish class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It aimed at the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, land and capital, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. If cooperative production is not to remain a sham and a snare, if it is to supersede the capitalist system, if united cooperative societies are to regulate national production upon common plan, thus taking it under their own control, and putting an end to the constant anarchy and periodical convulsions which are the fatality of capitalist production, what else, gentlemen, would it be but communism, possible communism? The working class did not expect miracles from the commune. They have no ready-made utopias to introduce by decree of the people. They know that in order to work out their own emancipation, and along with it that higher form to which present society is irresistibly tending by its own economical agencies, they will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. They have no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. 38. 3 English editions of The Civil War in France in quick succession won acclaim among the workers and caused uproar in bourgeois circles. It was also translated fully or partly into a dozen other languages, appearing in newspapers, magazines, and booklets in various European countries and the United States. Despite Marx's passionate defense, and despite the claims both of reactionary opponents and of dogmatic Marxists eager to glorify the International 39, it is out of the question that the General Council actually pushed for the Parisian insurrection. Prominent figures in the organization did play a role. Leo Frankel 1844–1896, for example, though Hungarian by origin, was placed in charge of work, industry, and trade, but the leadership of the Paris Commune was in the hands of its radical Jacobin wing. Of the 85 representatives elected at the municipal elections of 26 March 40, there were 15 moderates, the so-called Parti de Mayors, a group of former mayors of the arrondissements, and 4 radicals, who immediately resigned and never formed part of the council of the commune. Of the 66 remaining, 11, although revolutionary, were without a clear political tendency, 14 came from the Committee of the National Guard, and 15 were radical Republicans and Socialists. In addition there were 9 Blanquists, and 17 members of the International. 41 Among the latter were Edouard Vaillant 1840–1915, Benoit Malin 1841–1893, Augustus Serralor 1840–1872, Jean-Louis Pindy 1840–1917, Albert Thiers 1839–1880, Charles Longuet 1839–1903 and the previously mentioned Varlin and Frankel. However, coming as they did from various political backgrounds and cultures, they did not constitute a monolithic group and often voted in different ways. This too favored the hegemony of the Jacobin perspective of radical republicanism, which was reflected in the Montagnard-inspired decision in May, approved by 2/3 of the council, including the Blanquists, to create a committee of public safety. Marx himself pointed out that the majority of the Commune was in no sense socialist, nor could it have been. 42. During the bloody week, 21 to 28 May, that followed the eruption of the Versaillais into Paris, some 10,000 communards were killed in fighting or summarily executed. It was the bloodiest massacre in French history. Another 43,000 or more were taken prisoner, 13,500 of whom were subsequently sentenced to death, imprisonment, forced labor, or deportation, many to the remote colony of New Caledonia. Another 7,000 managed to escape and take refuge in England, Belgium, or Switzerland. The European conservative and liberal press completed the work of Thiers' soldiers, accusing the communards of hideous crimes and trumpeting the victory of civilization over the insolent workers' rebellion. From now on, the International was at the eye of the storm, held to blame for every act against the established order. When the great conflagration took place at Chicago, Marx mused with bitter irony, the telegraph round the world announced it as the infernal deed of the International, and it is really wonderful that to its demoniacal agency has not been attributed the hurricane ravaging the West Indies. 43. Marx had to spend whole days answering press slanders about the International and himself. At this moment, he wrote, he was the best calumniated and the most menaced man of London. 44. Meanwhile, governments all over Europe sharpened their instruments of repression, fearing that other uprisings might follow the one in Paris. Despite the bloody denouement in Paris and the wave of calumny and government repression elsewhere in Europe, the International grew stronger and more widely known in the wake of the Commune. For the capitalists and the middle classes it represented a threat to the established order, but for the workers it fueled hopes in a world without exploitation and injustice. 45. Insurrectionary Paris fortified the workers' movement, impelling it to adopt more radical positions and to intensify its militancy. The experience showed that revolution was possible, that the goal could and should be to build a society utterly different from the capitalist order, but also that, in order to achieve this, the workers would have to create durable and well-organized forms of political association. 46. Enormous vitality was apparent everywhere. Attendance at General Council meetings doubled, while the press linked to the International increased in both number and overall sales, after the emergence of many new papers. For the political turn of the London Conference. 2 years had passed since the last Congress of the International, but a new one could not be held under the prevailing circumstances. The General Council therefore decided to organize a conference in London. It took place between 17 and September 23, 1871, in the presence of 22 delegates, 47 from Britain, Ireland too being represented for the first time, Belgium, Switzerland, and Spain, plus the French exiles. Despite the efforts to make the event as representative as possible, it was in fact more in the way of an enlarged General Council meeting. Marx had announced beforehand that the conference would be devoted exclusively to questions of organization and policy. 48. With theoretical discussions left to one side. He spelled this out at its first session. The General Council has convened a conference to agree with delegates from various countries the measures that need to be taken against the dangers facing the association in a large number of countries, and to move towards a new organization corresponding to the needs of the situation. In the second place, to work out a response to the governments that are ceaselessly working to destroy the association with every means at their disposal. And lastly, to settle the Swiss dispute once and for all. 49. Marx summoned all his energies for these priorities, to reorganize the International, to defend it from the offensive of hostile forces, and to check Bakunin's growing influence. By far the most active delegate at the conference, Marx took the floor as many as 102 times, blocked proposals that did not fit in with his plans, and won over those not yet convinced. 50 The gathering in London confirmed his stature within the organization, not only as the brains shaping its political line, but also as one of its most combative and capable militants. The most important decision taken at the conference, for which it would be remembered later, was the approval of Valiant's Resolution 9. The leader of the Blanquists, whose residual forces had joined the International after the end of the Commune, proposed that the organization should be transformed into a centralized, disciplined party, under the leadership of the General Council. Despite some differences, particularly over the Blanquist position that a tightly organized nucleus of militants was sufficient for the revolution, Marx did not hesitate to form an alliance with Valiant's group, not only to strengthen the opposition to Bakuninite anarchism within the International, but above all to create a broader consensus for the changes deemed necessary in the new phase of the class struggle. In an intervention at one of the sessions on September 20, Marx argued, "The Tribune is the best instrument of publicity, and one should never believe that it is of small significance to have workers in Parliament. To give but one example, when during the Franco-Prussian War, which was fought in France, Babel and Liebknecht undertook to point out the responsibility of the working class in the face of those events, all of Germany was shaken, and even in Munich, the city where revolutions take place only over the price of beer, great demonstrations took place demanding an end to the war, which, in Munich, won many workers to the International Association. The governments are hostile to us, one must respond to them with all the means at our disposal and launch a general crusade against them. To get workers into Parliament is synonymous with a victory over governments, but one must choose the right men. The association has always demanded, and not merely from today, that the workers must occupy themselves with politics." 51. Marx returned to the subject on the following day. In the part of his intervention that was transcribed and preserved, he explained the history of abstention from politics and said that one should not get worked up over this question. 52. And he added, "The men who propagated this doctrine were well-meaning utopians, but those who want to take such a road today are not. They reject politics until after a violent struggle, and thereby drive the people into a formal, bourgeois opposition, which we must battle against at the same time that we fight against the governments." 53. According to Marx, the International should give the following message to governments: "We know you are the armed power which is directed against the proletarians, we will move against you in peaceful ways where it is possible, and with arms if it should become necessary." 54. The resolution passed at the London Conference therefore stated that against this collective power of the propertied classes the working class cannot act, as a class, except by constituting itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to, all old parties formed by the propertied classes, that this constitution of the working class into a political party is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution and its ultimate end, the abolition of classes, and that the combination of forces which the working class has already effected by its economic struggles ought at the same time to serve as a lever for its struggles against the political power of landlords and capitalists." 55. The conclusion was clear: the economic movement of the working class and its political action are indissolubly united. 56. Whereas the Geneva Congress of 1866 established the importance of trade unions, the London Conference of 1871 shifted the focus to the other key instrument of the modern workers' movement, the political party. It should be stressed, however, that the understanding of this was much broader than that which developed in the 20th century. Marx's conception should therefore be differentiated both from the Blanquists, the two would openly clash later on. 57. For Marx, the self-emancipation of the working class required a long and arduous process, the polar opposite of the theories and practices in Sergei Nietzsche's 1847-1882 Catechism of a Revolutionary, 1869, whose advocacy of secret societies was condemned by the delegates in London 58 but enthusiastically supported by Bakunin. Only 4 delegates opposed Resolution 9 at the London Conference, but Marx's victory soon proved to be ephemeral. For the call to establish what amounted to political parties in every country and to confer broader powers on the General Council had grave repercussions in the internal life of the International. It was not ready to move so rapidly from a flexible to a politically uniform model of organization. 59. Marx was convinced that virtually all the main federations and local sections would back the resolutions of the conference, but he soon had to think again. On November 12, the Jura Federation, the anarchist-led Swiss group of the International, called a congress of its own in the small commune of Sunvilliers, and, although Bakunin was unable to attend, it officially launched the opposition within the International. In the circular to all federations of the International Working Men's Association issued at the end of the proceedings, James Guillaume 1844–1916 and the other participants accused the General Council of having introduced the authority principle into the International and transformed its original structure into a hierarchical organization directed and governed by a committee. The Swiss declared themselves against all directing authority, even should that authority be elected and endorsed by the workers, and insisted on retention of the principle of autonomy of the sections, so that the General Council would become a simple correspondence and statistical bureau. 60. Lastly, they called for a congress to be held as soon as possible. Although the position of the Jura Federation was not unexpected, Marx was probably surprised when signs of restlessness and even rebellion against the political line of the General Council began to appear elsewhere. In a number of countries, the decisions taken in London were judged an unacceptable encroachment on local political autonomy. The Belgian Federation, which at the conference had aimed at mediation between the different sides, began to adopt a much more critical stance towards London, and the Dutch too later took their distance. In southern Europe, where the reaction was even stronger, the opposition soon won considerable support. Indeed, the great majority of Iberian internationalists came out against the General Council and endorsed Bakunin's ideas, partly, no doubt, because these were more in keeping with a region where the industrial proletariat had a presence only in the main cities, and where the workers' movement was still very weak and mainly concerned with economic demands. In Italy too, the results of the London Conference were seen in a negative light. Those who followed Mazzini gathered in Rome from 1 to November 6, 1871, in the General Congress of Italian Workers' Societies, the more moderate labor bloc, while most of the rest fell in with Bakunin's positions. Those who met at Rimini between 4 and August 6, 1872 for the founding Congress of the Italian Federation of the International took the most radical position against the General Council. They would not participate in the forthcoming Congress of the International but proposed to hold an anti-authoritarian General Congress 61 in Neuchâtel, Switzerland. In fact, this would be the first act of the impending split. Across the Atlantic, too, various feuds limited the expansion of the International. 62 Apart from the English, support for the General Council still came from a majority of the Swiss, from the French, now mostly Blanquists, the weak German forces, the recently constituted sections in Denmark, Ireland, and Portugal, and the East European groups in Hungary and Bohemia. But all these added up to much less than Marx had expected at the end of the London Conference. The opposition to the General Council was varied in character and sometimes had mainly personal motives. A strange alchemy held it together and made leadership of the International even more difficult. Still, beyond the fascination with Bakunin's theories in certain countries and Guillaume's capacity to unify the various oppositionists, the main factor militating against the resolution on working-class political action was an environment unwilling to accept the qualitative step forward proposed by Marx. For all the accompanying claims of utility, the London turn was seen by many as crass interference. Not only the group linked to Bakunin but most of the federations and local sections regarded the principle of autonomy and respect for diverse realities as one of the cornerstones of the International. This miscalculation on Marx's part accelerated the crisis of the organization. 63. 9. The conflict with Bakunin. 1. The crisis of the International. The final battle came towards the end of summer 1872. After the terrible events of the previous 3 years, the Franco-Prussian War, the wave of repression following the Paris Commune, the numerous internal skirmishes, the International could at last meet again in Congress. In the countries where it had recently sunk roots, it was expanding through the enthusiastic efforts of union leaders and worker activists suddenly fired by its slogans. It was in 1872 that the organization experienced its fastest growth in Italy, Denmark, Portugal, and the Netherlands, at the very time when it was banned in France, Germany, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yet most of the membership remained unaware of the gravity of the conflicts that raged on within its leading group. 1. The Fifth Congress of the International took place in The Hague between 2 and September 7. The crucial importance of the event impelled Marx to attend in person, accompanied by Engels. In a letter to Kugelmann, he noted that it had been a matter of life and death for the International, and before I resign I want at least to protect it from disintegrating elements. 2. In fact, it was the only congress of the organization in which he took part. Neither César de Pepy, perhaps aware that he would be unable to play the same mediating role as in London the previous year 3, nor Bakunin made it to the Dutch capital. By an irony of fate, the Congress unfolded in Concordia Hall. Although concord was little in evidence there, all the sessions were marked by irreducible antagonism between the two camps, resulting in debates that were far poorer than at the 2 previous congresses. Approval of the Hague Congress resolutions was possible only because of its distorted composition. Though spurious and in many respects held together by instrumental purposes, the coalition of delegates that was in the minority at the Congress actually constituted the most numerous part of the International. 4. The most important decision taken by Marx at The Hague was to incorporate Resolution 9 of the 1871 London Conference into the statutes of the Association, as a new Article, 7a. Whereas the Provisional Statutes of 1864 had stated that the economic emancipation of the working class is the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means, this insertion mirrored the new relationship of forces within the organization. Political struggle was now the necessary instrument for the transformation of society, since the lords of land and the lords of capital will always use their political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of their economic monopolies, and for the enslavement of labor. The conquest of political power has therefore become the great duty of the working class. 5. The International was now very different from how it had been at the time of its foundation. The radical democratic components had walked out after being increasingly marginalized, the mutualists had been defeated and many converted, reformists no longer constituted the bulk of the organization, except in Britain, and anti-capitalism had become the political line of the whole association, as well as of recently formed tendencies such as the anarcho-collectivists. Moreover, although the years of the International had witnessed a degree of economic prosperity that in some cases made conditions less parlous, the workers understood that real change would come not through such palliatives but only through the end of human exploitation. They were also basing their struggles more and more on their own material needs, rather than the initiatives of particular groups to which they belonged. The wider picture, too, was radically different. The unification of Germany in 1871 confirmed the onset of a new age in which the nation-state would be the central form of political, legal, and territorial identity. This placed a question mark over any supranational body that required its members to surrender a sizable share of their political leadership. At the same time, the growing differences between national movements and organizations made it extremely difficult for the General Council to produce a political synthesis capable of satisfying the demands of all. The initial configuration of the International had thus become outmoded, just as its original mission had come to an end. The task was no longer to prepare for and organize Europe-wide support for strikes, nor to call congresses on the usefulness of trade unions or the need to socialize the land and the means of production. Such themes were now part of the collective heritage of the organization as a whole. After the Paris Commune, the real challenge for the workers' movement was a revolutionary one, how to organize in such a way as to end the capitalist mode of production and to overthrow the institutions of the bourgeois world. It was no longer a question of how to reform the existing society, but how to build a new 1.6 for this new advance in the class struggle. Marx thought it indispensable to build working-class political parties in each country. The document to the Federal Council of the Spanish region of the International Working Men's Association, written by Engels in February 1871, was one of the most explicit statements of the General Council on this matter. Experience has shown everywhere that the best way to emancipate the workers from this domination of the old parties is to form in each country a proletarian party with a policy of its own, a policy which is manifestly different from that of the other parties, because it must express the conditions necessary for the emancipation of the working class. This policy may vary in details according to the specific circumstances of each country, but as the fundamental relations between labor and capital are the same everywhere and the political domination of the possessing classes over the exploited classes is an existing fact everywhere, the principles and aims of proletarian policy will be identical, at least in all Western countries. To give up fighting our adversaries in the political field would mean to abandon one of the most powerful weapons, particularly in the sphere of organization and propaganda. 7. From this point on, therefore, the party was considered essential for the struggle of the proletariat. It had to be independent of all existing political forces and to be built, both programmatically and organizationally, in accordance with the national context. At the General Council session of July 23, 1872, Marx criticized not only the abstentionists, who had been attacking Resolution 9 of the London Conference, but the equally dangerous position of the working classes of England and America, who let the middle classes use them for political purposes. 8. On the second point, he had already declared at the London Conference that politics must be adapted to the conditions of all countries. 9. And the following year, in a speech in Amsterdam, immediately after the Hague Congress, he stressed, "Someday the worker must seize political power in order to build up the new organization of labor. He must overthrow the old politics, which sustain the old institutions, if he is not to lose heaven on earth, like the old Christians who neglected and despised politics." But we have not asserted that the ways to achieve that goal are everywhere the same. We do not deny that there are countries, where the workers can attain their goal by peaceful means. This being the case, we must also recognize the fact that in most countries on the continent the lever of our revolution must be force. It is force to which we must someday appeal in order to erect the rule of labor. 10. Thus, although the workers' parties emerged in different forms in different countries, they should not subordinate themselves to national interests. 11. The struggle for socialism could not be confined in that way, and especially in the new historical context internationalism must continue to be the guiding beacon for the proletariat, as well as its vaccine against the deadly embrace of the state and the capitalist system. During the Hague Congress, harsh polemics preceded a series of votes. Following the adoption of Article 7a, the goal of winning political power was inscribed in the statutes, and there was also an indication that a workers' party was an essential instrument for this. The subsequent decision to confer broader powers on the General Council made the situation even more intolerable for the minority, since the Council now had the task of ensuring rigid observation of the principles and statutes and general rules of the International, and the right to suspend branches, sections, councils, or federal committees and federations of the International until the next Congresses. 12. For the first time in the history of the International, its highest Congress also approved expulsions. Those of Bakunin and Guillaume caused quite a stir, having been proposed by a commission of inquiry that described the Alliance for Socialist Democracy as a secret organization with statutes completely opposite to those of the International. 13. Finally, the Congress authorized publication of a long report, The Alliance for Socialist Democracy and the International Working Men's Association, 1873, which traced the history of the organization led by Bakunin and analyzed its public and secret activity country by country. Written by Engels, Lafargue, and Marx, the document was published in French in July 1873 and contains an extensive critique of Bakunin's revolutionary revolutionism. The three authors argue that, for Bakunin, political power will be destroyed not by combating existing states and governments with the means employed by ordinary revolutionaries, but on the contrary to hurl resounding, grandiloquent phrases. 14 Bakunin's objective was not to overthrow the Bonapartist state, the Prussian or Russian state, but an abstract state, the state as such, a state that nowhere exists. 15. The opposition at the Congress was not uniform in its response to these attacks, some abstaining and others voting against. On the final day, however, a joint declaration read out by the worker Victor Dave 1845–1922 from the Hague section stated, 1. We the supporters of the autonomy and federation of groups of working men shall continue our administrative relations with the General Council. 2. The federations which we represent will establish direct and permanent relations between themselves and all regular branches of the association. 4. We call on all the federations and sections to prepare between now and the next General Congress for the triumph within the International of the principles of federative autonomy as the basis of the organization of labor. 16. This statement was more a tactical ploy, designed to avoid responsibility for a split that by then seemed inevitable, rather than a serious political undertaking to relaunch the organization. In this sense, it was similar to the proposals of the Centralists to augment the powers of the General Council, at a time when they were already planning a far more drastic alternative. For what took place in the morning session on September 6, the most dramatic of the Congress, was the final act of the International as it had been conceived and constructed over the years. Engels stood up to speak and, to the astonishment of those present, proposed that the seat of the General Council should be transferred to New York for the year 1872 to 1873, and that it should be formed by members of the American Federal Council. 17 Thus, Marx and other founders of the International would no longer be part of its central body, which would consist of people whose very names were unknown. Engels proposed 7, with the option to increase the total to a maximum of 15. The delegate Maltman Berry 1842–1909, a General Council member who supported Marx's positions, described better than anyone the reaction from the floor. Consternation and discomfiture stood plainly written on the faces of the party of dissension as Engels uttered the last words. It was some time before anyone rose to speak. It was a coup d'état, and each looked to his neighbor to break the spell. 18 Engels argued that intergroup conflicts in London had reached such a pitch that the General Council had to be transferred elsewhere. 19 And that New York was the best choice in times of repression. But the Blanquists were violently opposed to the move, on the grounds that the International should first of all be the permanent insurrectionary organization of the proletariat. 20 And that when a party unites for struggle, its action is all the greater, the more its leadership committee is active, well-armed, and powerful. Valiant and other followers of Blanqui present at The Hague thus felt betrayed when they saw the head being shipped to the other side of the Atlantic while the armed body was fighting in Europe. 21 Realizing that it would no longer be possible to exercise control over the General Council, they left the Congress and shortly afterwards the International. Many even in the ranks of the majority voted against the move to New York as tantamount to the end of the International as an operational structure. The decision, approved by only 3 votes, 26 for, 23 against, eventually depended on 9 abstentions and the fact that some members of the minority were happy to see the General Council relocated far from their own centers of activity. Another factor in the move was certainly Marx's view that it was better to give up the International than to see it end up as a sectarian organization in the hands of his opponents. The demise of the International, which would certainly follow the transfer of the General Council to New York, was infinitely preferable to a long and wasteful succession of fratricidal struggles. Opposition to sectarian groups and to the reduction of the workers' movement to numerically insubstantial party churches was a constant feature of Marx's political thinking in this period. In the alleged splits in the International, 1872, which he wrote together with Engels, he asserted, "The first phase of the proletariat's struggle against the bourgeoisie is marked by a sectarian movement. That is logical at a time when the proletariat has not yet developed sufficiently to act as a class. Certain thinkers criticize social antagonisms and suggest fantastic solutions thereof, which the mass of workers is left to accept, preach, and put into practice. The sects formed by these initiators are abstentionist by their very nature, i.e., alien to all real action, politics, strikes, coalitions, or, in a word, to any united movement. The mass of the proletariat always remains indifferent or even hostile to their propaganda. The Paris and Lyon workers did not want the St-Simonists, the Fourierists, the Icarians, any more than the Chartists and the English trade unionists wanted the Owenites. These sects act as levers of the movement in the beginning, but become an obstruction as soon as the movement outgrows them, after which they became reactionary. Witness the sects in France and England, and lately the Lassalleans in Germany, who after having hindered the proletariat's organization for several years ended up becoming simple instruments of the police. To sum up, we have here the infancy of the proletarian movement, just as astrology and alchemy are the infancy of science. If the International were to be founded, it was necessary that the proletariat go through this phase. In contrast to sectarian organizations, with their vagaries and rivalries, Marx argued that the International should be a genuine and militant organization of the proletarian class of all countries, united in their common struggle against the capitalists and the landowners, against their class power organized in the state. The International's rules, therefore, speak of only simple workers' societies, all aiming for the same goal and accepting the same program, which presents a general outline of the proletarian movement, while having its theoretical elaboration to be guided by the needs of the practical struggle and the exchange of ideas in the sections, unrestrictedly admitting all shades of socialist convictions in their organs and congresses. Point 22. Still, it is not convincing to argue, as many have done. 23, that the key reason for the decline of the International was the conflict between its two currents, or even between two men, Marx and Bakunin, however great their stature. Rather, it was the changes taking place in the world around it that rendered the International obsolete. The growth and transformation of the organizations of the workers' movement, the strengthening of the nation-state as a result of Italian and German unification, the expansion of the International in countries like Spain and Italy, where the economic and social conditions were very different from those in Britain or France, the drift towards even greater moderation in the British trade union movement, the repression following the Paris Commune, all these factors together made the original configuration of the International inappropriate to the new times. Against this backdrop, with its prevalence of centrifugal trends, developments in the life of the International and its main protagonists naturally also played a role. The London Conference, for instance, was far from the saving event that Marx had hoped it would be. Indeed, its rigid conduct significantly aggravated the internal crisis, by failing to take account of the prevailing moods or to display the foresight needed to avoid the strengthening of Bakunin and his group. Point 24. It proved a Pyrrhic victory for Marx, one which, in attempting to resolve internal conflicts, ended up accentuating them. It remains the case, however, that the decisions taken in London only speeded up a process that was already underway and impossible to reverse. In addition to all these historical and organizational considerations, there were others of no lesser weight regarding the chief protagonist. As Marx had reminded delegates at a session of the London Conference in 1871, the work of the Council had become immense, obliged as it was to tackle both general questions and national questions. Point 25. It was no longer the tiny organization of 1,864 walking on an English and a French leg. It was now present in all European countries, each with its particular problems and characteristics. Not only was the organization everywhere racked by internal conflicts, but the arrival of the communard exiles in London, with new preoccupations and a variegated baggage of ideas, made it still more arduous for the General Council to perform its task of political synthesis. Marx was sorely tried after 8 years of intense activity for the International. Point 26. Aware that the workers' forces were on the retreat following the defeat of the Paris Commune, the most important fact of the moment for him, he therefore resolved to devote the years ahead to the attempt to complete capital. When he crossed the North Sea to the Netherlands, he must have felt that the battle awaiting him would be his last major one as a direct protagonist. From the mute figure he had cut at that first meeting in St. Martin's Hall in 1864, he had become recognized as the leader of the International not only by Congress delegates and the General Council but also by the wider public. Thus, although the International certainly owed a very great deal to Marx, it had also done much to change his life. Before its foundation, he had been known only in small circles of political activists. Later, and above all after the Paris Commune, as well as the publication of his magnum opus in 1867, of course, his fame spread among revolutionaries in many European countries, to the point where the press referred to him as the Red Terror Doctor. The responsibility deriving from his role in the International, which allowed him to experience up close so many economic and political struggles, was a further stimulus for his reflections on communism and profoundly enriched the whole of his anti-capitalist theory. 2. Marx versus Bakunin. The battle between the two camps raged in the months following the Hague Congress, but only in a few cases did it center on their existing theoretical and ideological differences. Marx often chose to caricature Bakunin's positions, painting him as an advocate of class equalization 27, based on the principles of the 1869 program of the Alliance for Socialist Democracy, or of political abstentionism tout court. The Russian anarchist, for his part, who lacked the theoretical capacities of his adversary, preferred the terrain of personal accusations and insults. The only exception that set forth his positive ideas was the incomplete letter to La Liberté, a Brussels paper, of early October 1872, a text which, never sent, lay forgotten and was of no use to Bakunin's supporters in the constant round of skirmishes. The political position of the autonomists emerges from it clearly enough. There is only one law binding all the members, sections and federations of the International. It is the international solidarity of workers in all jobs and all countries in their economic struggle against the exploiters of labor. It is the real organization of that solidarity through the spontaneous action of the working classes, and the absolutely free federation, which constitutes the real, living unity of the International. Who can doubt that it is out of this increasingly widespread organization of the militant solidarity of the proletariat against bourgeois exploitation that the political struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie must rise and grow? The Marxists and ourselves are unanimous on this point. But now comes the question that divides us so deeply from the Marxists. We think that the policy of the proletariat must necessarily be a revolutionary one, aimed directly and solely at the destruction of states. We do not see how it is possible to talk about international solidarity and yet to intend preserving states, because by its very nature the state is a breach of that solidarity and therefore a permanent cause of war. Nor can we conceive how it is possible to talk about the liberty of the proletariat or the real deliverance of the masses within and by means of the state. State means dominion, and all dominion involves the subjugation of the masses and consequently their exploitation for the sake of some ruling minority. We do not accept, even in the process of revolutionary transition, either constituent assemblies, provincial government, or so-called revolutionary dictatorships, because we are convinced that revolution is only sincere, honest, and real in the hands of the masses, and that when it is concentrated in those of a few ruling individuals it inevitably and immediately becomes reaction. 28. Thus, although Bakunin had in common with Proudhon an intransigent opposition to any form of political authority, especially in the direct form of the state, it would be quite wrong to tar him with the same brush as the mutualists. Whereas the latter had in effect abstained from all political activity, weighing heavily on the early years of the International, the autonomists, as Guillaume stressed in one of his last interventions at the Hague Congress, fought for a politics of social revolution, the destruction of bourgeois politics and the state. 29. How, then, did the negative politics that the autonomists saw as the only possible form of action differ from the positive politics advocated by the centralists? In the resolutions of the International Congress of Saint-Imier, held between 15 and September 16, 1872 on the proposal of the Italian Federation and attended by other delegates returning from The Hague, it is stated that all political organization can be nothing other than the organization of domination, to the benefit of one class and the detriment of the masses, and that if the proletariat aimed to seize power, it would itself become a dominant and exploiting class. Consequently, the destruction of all political power is the first task of the proletariat, and any organization of so-called provisional and revolutionary political power to bring about such destruction can only be a further deception, and would be as dangerous to the proletariat as all governments existing today. 30 As Bakunin stressed in another incomplete text, The International and Karl Marx, 1872, the task of the International was to lead the proletariat outside the politics of the state and of the bourgeois world. The true basis of its program should be quite simple and moderate, the organization of solidarity in the economic struggle of labor against capitalism. 31 In fact, while taking various changes into account, this declaration of principles was close to the original aims of the organization and pointed in a direction very different from the one taken by Marx and the General Council after the London Conference of 1871.32. This profound opposition of principles and objectives shaped the climate in The Hague. Whereas the majority looked to the positive conquest of political power. 33 The autonomists painted the political party as an instrument necessarily subordinate to bourgeois institutions and grotesquely likened Marx's conception of communism to the Lassaline Volksstaat people's state that he had always tirelessly combated. However, in the few moments when the antagonism left some space for reason, Bakunin and Guillaume recognized that the two sides shared the same aspirations. 34 In the alleged splits in the International, Marx had explained that one of the preconditions of socialist society was the elimination of the power of the state. All socialists see anarchy as the following program: once the aim of the proletarian movement, i.e., abolition of classes, is attained, the power of the state, which serves to keep the great majority of producers in bondage to a very small exploiter minority, disappears, and the functions of government become simple administrative functions. The irreconcilable difference stemmed from the autonomist insistence that the aim must be realized immediately. Indeed, since they considered the International not as an instrument of political struggle but as an ideal model for the society of the future in which no kind of authority would exist, Bakunin and his supporters proclaim anarchy in proletarian ranks as the most infallible means of breaking the powerful concentration of social and political forces in the hands of the exploiters. Under this pretext, they ask to the International, at a time when the old world is seeking a way of crushing it, to replace its organization with anarchy. 35. Thus, despite their agreement about the need to abolish classes and the political power of the state in socialist society, the two sides differed radically over the fundamental issues of the path to follow and the social forces required to bring about the change. Whereas for Marx the revolutionary subject par excellence was a particular class, the factory proletariat, Bakunin turned to the great rabble of the people, the so-called lumpenproletariat, which, being almost unpolluted by bourgeois civilization, carries in its inner being and in its aspirations, in all the necessities and miseries of its collective life, all the seeds of the socialism of the future. 36 Marx the communist had learned that social transformation required specific historical conditions, an effective organization and a long process of the formation of class consciousness among the masses. Bakunin the anarchist was convinced that the instincts of the common people, the so-called rabble, were both invincible as well as just, sufficient by themselves to inaugurate and bring to triumph the social revolution. 37. Another disagreement concerned the instruments for the achievement of socialism. Much of Bakunin's militant activity involved building, or fantasizing about building, small secret societies, mostly of intellectuals, a revolutionary general staff composed of dedicated, energetic, intelligent individuals, sincere friends of the people above all 38 who will prepare the insurrection and carry out the revolution. Marx, on the other hand, believed in the self-emancipation of the working class and was convinced that secret societies conflicted with the development of the proletarian movement because, instead of instructing the workers, these societies subject them to authoritarian, mystical laws which cramp their independence and distort their powers of reason. 39 The Russian exile opposed all political action by the working class that did not directly promote the revolution, whereas the stateless person with a fixed residence in London did not disdain mobilizations for social reforms and partial objectives, while remaining absolutely convinced that these should strengthen the working class struggle to overcome the capitalist mode of production rather than integrate it into the system. The differences would not have diminished even after the revolution. For Bakunin, abolition of the state was the precondition or necessary accompaniment of the economic emancipation of the proletariat. 40 For Marx, the state neither could nor should disappear from one day to the next. In his Political Indifferentism, which first appeared in Almanacco Republicano Republican Almanac in December 1873, he challenged the hegemony of the anarchists in Italy's workers' movement by asserting that if the political struggle of the working class assumes violent forms and if the workers replace the dictatorship of the bourgeois class with their own revolutionary dictatorship, then according to Bakunin they are guilty of the terrible crime of lese principii, for, in order to satisfy their miserable profane daily needs and to crush the resistance of the bourgeois class, they, instead of laying down their arms and abolishing the state, give to the state a revolutionary and transitory form. 41. It should be recognized, however, that despite Bakunin's sometimes exasperating refusal to distinguish between bourgeois and proletarian power, he foresaw some of the dangers of the so-called transitional period between capitalism and socialism, particularly the danger of bureaucratic degeneration after the revolution. In his unfinished The Nauto-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution, on which he worked between 1870 and 1871, he wrote, "But in the People's State of Marx, there will be, we are told, no privileged class at all. All will be equal, not only from the juridical and political point of view, but from the economic point of view. There will therefore be no longer any privileged class, but there will be a government, and, note this well, an extremely complex government, which will not content itself with governing and administering the masses politically, as all governments do today, but which will also administer them economically, concentrating in its own hands the production and the just division of wealth, the cultivation of land, the establishment and development of factories, the organization and direction of commerce, finally the application of capital to production by the only banker, the state. It will be the reign of scientific intelligence, the most aristocratic, despotic, arrogant, and contemptuous of all regimes. There will be a new class, a new hierarchy of real and pretended scientists and scholars, and the world will be divided into a minority ruling in the name of knowledge and an immense ignorant majority. Every state, even the most republican and most democratic state, are in their essence only machines governing the masses from above, through an intelligent and therefore privileged minority, allegedly knowing the genuine interests of the people better than the people themselves. 42. Partly because of his scant knowledge of economics, the federalist path indicated by Bakunin offered no really useful guidance on how the question of the future socialist society should be approached. But his critical insights already point ahead to some of the dramas of the 20th century. 3. Two opposing conceptions of revolution. The International would never be the same again. The great organization born in 1864, which had successfully supported strikes and struggles for 8 years, adopted an anti-capitalist program and established a presence in all European countries, finally imploded at the Hague Congress. Nevertheless, the story does not end with Marx's withdrawal, since two groupings, much reduced in size and without the old political ambition and capacity to organize projects, now occupied the same space. One was the centralist majority issuing from the final Congress, which favored an organization under the political leadership of a general council. The other was the autonomist or federalist 43 minority, who recognized an absolute autonomy of decision-making for the sections. All that the two groups had in common was a rapid decline. Marx and Bakunin continued their dispute at a distance. In 1873, for example, in an article Political Indifferentism that first appeared in Italy in the Almanacco Repubblicano Republican Almanac of 1874, he ridiculed his rivals' positions on the conduct of workers' struggles by peaceful means. Workers must not go on strike, for to struggle to increase one's wages or to prevent their decrease is like recognizing wages, and this is contrary to the eternal principles of the emancipation of the working class. Workers must not struggle to establish a legal limit to the working day, because this is to compromise with the masters, who can then only exploit them for 10 or 12 hours, instead of 14 or 16. Workers should even less desire that, as happens in the United States of America, the state whose budget is swollen by what is taken from the working class should be obliged to give primary education to the workers' children, for primary education is not complete education. It is better that working men and working women should not be able to read or write or do sums than that they should receive education from a teacher in a school run by the state. It is far better that ignorance and a working day of 16 hours should debase the working classes than that eternal principles should be violated. 44. Marx also pointed out that Bakunin was not happy with violent forms of working class political struggle. If the workers replace the dictatorship of the bourgeois class with their own revolutionary dictatorship, then they are guilty of the terrible crime of lese principii, for, in order to satisfy their miserable profane daily needs and to crush the resistance of the bourgeois class, they, instead of laying down their arms and abolishing the state, give to the state a revolutionary and transitory form. 45. For Bakunin, moreover, workers must not even form single unions for every trade, for by so doing they perpetuate the social division of labor as they find it in bourgeois society. In short, the workers should fold their arms and stop wasting time in political and economic movements, for such movements can never produce anything more than short-term results. In Marx's view, although such positions might be understandable in a period of growth of capitalism and formation of the working class masses, they were not tolerable in the second half of the 19th century. The first socialists, Fourier, Owen, Saint-Simon, etc., since social conditions were not sufficiently developed to allow the working class to constitute itself as a militant class, were necessarily obliged to limit themselves to dreams about the model society of the future and were led thus to condemn all the attempts such as strikes, combinations, or political movements set in train by the workers to improve their lot. But while we cannot repudiate these patriarchs of socialism, just as chemists cannot repudiate their forebears the alchemists, we must at least avoid lapsing into their mistakes, which, if we were to commit them, would be inexcusable. 46. In addition to the various articles and interventions designed to discredit each other, Bakunin's positions and the most interesting traces of the polemic between the two men are contained in Statism and Anarchy, 1873, the only major work that Bakunin ever completed, and in Marx's marginal notes on his personal copy of the book. Both pieces of writing, a sizable volume and brief critical remarks on it, belong to a period when Marx and Bakunin had each withdrawn from the active political scene to devote themselves to theoretical work, in Marx's case with the hope of finishing the remaining volumes of Capital. Bakunin continued to accuse Marx of having a state communist program 47 and of being responsible for the fact that his followers everywhere assumed the side of the state and its supporters against popular revolution. 48 Again he wrongly equated Marx's theories with those of Lassalle. Marx's theory provided a meeting point, a vast, unified, strongly centralized state. This was what Lassalle wanted, and Bismarck was already doing it. Why should they not join forces? 49 Starting from this imaginary construct, Bakunin asserted, "We have already expressed several times our profound aversion to the theory of Lassalle and Marx, which recommends to the workers, if not as their ultimate ideal, then at least as their immediate and principal objective, the creation of a people's state. As they explain it, this will be nothing other than the proletariat raised to the level of a ruling class. If the proletariat is to be the ruling class, it may be asked, then whom will it rule? There must be yet another proletariat which will be subject to this new rule, this new state. 50. In response to these baseless criticisms, Marx drafted some notes that offer precise indications about the nature of state power and the prerequisites of social revolution. In the Conspectus on Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, 1874–1875, he described his anarchist rivals' ideas as schoolboyish rot. A radical social revolution is bound up with definite historical conditions of economic development, these are its premises. It is also only possible, therefore, where alongside capitalist production the industrial proletariat accounts for at least a significant portion of the mass of the people. Mr. Bakunin understands absolutely nothing of social revolution, only its political rhetoric, its economic conditions simply do not exist for him. Now, since all previous economic formations, whether developed or undeveloped, have entailed the enslavement of the worker, whether as wage laborer, peasant, etc., he imagines that radical revolution is equally possible in all these formations. What is more, he wants the European social revolution, whose economic basis is capitalist production, to be carried out on the level of the Russian or Slav agricultural and pastoral peoples, and that it should not surpass this level. Willpower, not economic conditions, is the basis of his social revolution. 51. As to the workers' movement, instead of fighting in individual instances against the economically privileged classes, it has gained sufficient strength and organization to use general means of coercion in its struggle against them. 52. During this phase, therefore, the proletariat takes part in political struggle by employing the very instruments of the bourgeois world that it seeks to destroy. It still moves within political forms, which more or less correspond to it. It has at that stage not yet arrived at its final organization, and hence to achieve its liberation has recourse to methods which will be discarded once that liberation has been attained. 53. Marx accused Bakunin of considering this possible form of struggle of the workers' movement as inevitably bound to become contaminated by the political power existing today. According to Marx, things could not be otherwise. If the proletariat captures the power to rule, its enemies and the old organization of society will not yet have disappeared. To eliminate them, it will have to use forcible means, that is to say, governmental means. During that period, the proletariat remains a class itself, and if the economic conditions which give rise to the class struggle and the existence of classes have not vanished, they must be removed or transformed by force. 54. However, this will not be a permanent condition, because the class rule of the workers over the strata of the old world who are struggling against a rule so fiercely rejected by Bakunin, can only last as long as the economic basis of class society has not been destroyed. 55. When that happens, class rule itself will disappear, and so too will the state in the present political sense. This would have significant repercussions for the type of democracy that would be established in the new society. According to Marx, Bakunin did not understand that, with a change in the economic foundation, the economic interrelations of the voters, the form of representation would also acquire a radically different meaning. In socialist society, there exists 1. Government functions no longer exist. 2. The distribution of general functions has become a routine matter which entails no domination. 3. Elections lose their present political character. 56. Following his critical observations in the Conspectus on Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, and notwithstanding the health problems that continued to afflict him, Marx pursued his historical, political and economic research for a number of years. These studies, together with the stimulus from the major revolutionary events of the time, enabled him to make progress not only in his critique of capitalism, but also in his conception of the possible shape of post-capitalist society. For socialism in Russia? In his political writings, Marx had always identified Russia as one of the main obstacles to working-class emancipation on the European stage. But in his final years, he began to look rather differently at this country, having glimpsed in certain changes underway there some of the conditions for a major social transformation. Indeed, Russia seemed more likely to produce a revolution than Britain, where capitalism had created the proportionately largest number of factory workers in the world, but where the labor movement, enjoying better living conditions partly based on colonial exploitation, had grown weaker and undergone the negative conditioning of trade union reformism. 57. From the late 1850s, Marx followed, and greeted very favorably, the peasant movements in Russia that preceded the abolition of serfdom in 1861. Then in the 70s, having learned to read Russian, he kept up to date with events by consulting statistics and more thorough texts on social economic changes, and by corresponding with prominent Russian scholars. In 1881, as his growing interest in archaic forms of community led him to study contemporary anthropologists, and as his reflections constantly reached beyond Europe, a chance happening encouraged him to deepen his study of Russia. In mid-February, he received a brief but engaging letter from Vera Zasulich 1848–1919, a member of the populist Black Redistribution Group, who had made an attempt on the life of the St. Petersburg police chief. A great admirer of Marx, whom she thought must be aware of the great popularity of capital in Russia, Zasulich asked him a life and death question 58 for Russian revolutionaries and summarized the two different viewpoints that had emerged in their discussions. Either the rural commune Obshchina, freed of exorbitant tax demands, payment to the nobility and arbitrary administration, is capable of developing in a socialist direction, that is, gradually organizing its production and distribution on a collectivist basis. In that case, the revolutionary socialist must devote all his strength to the liberation and development of the commune. If, however, the commune is destined to perish, all that remains for the socialist, as such, is more or less ill-founded calculations as to how many decades it will take for the Russian peasants' land to pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and how many centuries it will take for capitalism in Russia to reach something like the level of development already attained in Western Europe. Their task will then be to conduct propaganda solely among the urban workers, while these workers will be continually drowned in the peasant mass which, following the dissolution of the commune, will be thrown onto the streets of the large towns in search of a wage. 59. Zasulich further pointed out that some of those involved in the debate argued that the rural commune is an archaic form condemned to perish by history, scientific socialism and, in short, everything above debate. Those who held this view called themselves Marx's disciples par excellence, Marxists. Their strongest argument was often, Marx said so. 60. For nearly 3 weeks, Marx remained immersed in his papers, well aware that he had to provide an answer to a highly significant theoretical question and to express his position on a crucial political matter. The fruits of his labor were 3 long drafts and the eventual reply he sent to Zasulich. To summarize his analysis of the passage from feudal production to capitalist production 61, Marx chose a quotation from the French edition of Capital that he had inserted in November 1877 into a, never sent, letter to the editorial board of Otechestvenny Zapiski Annals of the Fatherland. The dissolution of the economic structure of feudal society set free the elements of the economic structure of capitalist society in Western Europe. 62. The process did not occur throughout the world. Therefore, but only in the old continent. Marx repeated that he had expressly restricted the historical inevitability of the passage from feudalism to capitalist to the countries of Western Europe. 63. Taking this as a kind of premise, he then developed some rich and detailed thoughts on the Obshchina, as the germ of a future socialist society, and examined the concrete possibilities that this might come to pass in reality. To Marx, the Obshchina was not predestined to suffer the same fate as similar West European forms in earlier centuries, where the transition from a society founded on communal property to a society founded on private property 64 was more or less uniform. To the question whether this was inevitable in Russia, Marx replied, absolutely not. With his usual flexibility and lack of schematism, Marx considered the possibility that the rural commune might change. In his view, the Obshchina was open to 2 kinds of evolution: either the element of private property will gain the upper hand over the collective element, or the latter will gain the upper hand over the former. All this depends on the historical surroundings in which it finds itself. 65. Those existing at the time did not exclude a socialist development. The first point that Marx underlined was the coexistence of the rural commune with more advanced economic forms. Marx observed that Russia was contemporary with a higher culture. It is linked to a world market dominated by capitalist production. By appropriating the positive results of this mode of production, it is thus in a position to develop and transform the still archaic form of its rural commune. Instead of destroying it. 66 The peasantry can thus incorporate the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system without passing through its cotton forks. 67 Addressing those who denied the possibility of leaps and saw capitalism as an indispensable stage for Russia too, Marx asked ironically whether Russia had had to pass through a long incubation period in the engineering industry, in order to utilize machines, steam engines, railways, etc. Similarly, had it not been possible to introduce in the twinkling of an eye, the entire mechanism of exchange, banks, credit institutions, etc., which it took the West centuries to devise, 68 Russia could not slavishly repeat all the historical stages traveled by England and other West European countries. Logically, therefore, even the socialist transformation of the Obshchina could happen without its being necessary to pass through capitalism. In the end, Marx thought it essential to assess the historical moment at which this hypothesis was being considered. The best proof that a socialist development of the rural commune was in keeping with the historical tendency of the age was the fatal crisis here. Marx's political hopes led him to write one fatal too many which capitalist production has undergone in the European and American countries where it has reached its highest peak. Drawing on ideas suggested by his reading of Ancient Society, 1877, the book of the anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan 1818–1881, he expected that the economic crisis then underway might create favorable conditions for the destruction of capitalism and the return of modern society to a higher form of the most archaic type collective production and appropriation. 69. This makes it clear that Marx was not thinking of the primitive type of cooperative or collective production resulting from the weakness of the isolated individual, but of the fruits of the socialization of the means of production. 70 The Obshchina, he noted, was the most modern form of the archaic type of communist property, which had itself passed through a whole series of evolutions. 71. Marx criticized the isolation of the archaic agricultural communes for, being closed in on themselves and having no contact with the outside world, they were politically speaking the economic form most in keeping with the reactionary Tsarist regime. The lack of connection between the life of one commune and that of the others, this localized microcosm, always gives rise to central despotism over and above the communes. 72. Marx had certainly not changed his complex critical judgment on the rural communes in Russia, and the importance of individual development and social production remained intact in his analysis. The drafts of his letter to Zasulich show no glimpse of that dramatic break with his former convictions. The new element is a theoretical openness to other possible roads to socialism that he had never previously considered or had regarded as unattainable. 73 Marx concluded that the alternative envisaged by the Russian populists was achievable. Theoretically speaking, then, the Russian rural commune can preserve itself by developing its basis, the common ownership of land, and by eliminating the principle of private property which it also implies. It can become a direct point of departure for the economic system towards which modern society tends. It can turn over a new leaf without beginning by committing suicide. It can gain possession of the fruits with which capitalist production has enriched mankind, without passing through the capitalist regime. 74. If it was to come to pass, however, this hypothesis had to descend from pure theory to the Russian reality. 75 To this end, Marx tried to identify the capacity for further development of the Obshchina. 76 At that precise moment, it occupies a unique position, without precedent in history. Alone in Europe, it is still the predominant organic form of rural life throughout an immense empire. The common ownership of land provides it with the natural basis for collective appropriation, and its historical setting, its contemporaneity with capitalist production, lends it, fully developed, the material conditions for cooperative labor organized on a vast scale. It can thus incorporate the positive acquisitions devised by the capitalist system. It can gradually replace parcel farming with combined agriculture assisted by machines. it may become the direct starting point for the economic system towards which modern society tends and turn over a new leaf without beginning by committing suicide. 77. This alternative was possible, and it was certainly better suited to Russia's social economic context than capitalized farming on the English model. 78 But it could survive only if collective labor supplanted parcel labor, the source of private appropriation. For that to happen, two things were required: the economic need for such a change and the material conditions to bring it about. 79 The fact that the Russian agricultural commune was contemporaneous with capitalism in Europe offered it all the conditions necessary for collective labor. 80 While the peasants' familiarity with the artel. 81 Would facilitate the actual transition to cooperative labor. 82 Political will and a favorable set of historical circumstances were therefore the basic prerequisites for the survival and radical transformation of the Obshchina. In other words, despite all the upheavals that capitalism threatened to bring about, the socialist transformation of an archaic form of community like the Obshchina was still possible. It is no longer a matter of solving a problem, it is simply a matter of beating an enemy. To save the Russian commune, a Russian revolution is needed. If revolution comes at the opportune moment, if it concentrates all its forces so as to allow the rural commune full scope, the latter will soon develop as an element of regeneration in Russian society and an element of superiority over the countries enslaved by the capitalist system. 83 Marx returned to similar themes in 1882. In January, in the preface to the new Russian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, which he co-authored with Engels, the fate of the Russian rural commune is linked to that of proletarian struggles in Western Europe. In Russia we find, face to face with the rapidly developing capitalist swindle and bourgeois landed property, which is just beginning to develop, more than half the land owned in common by the peasants. Now the question is, can the Russian Obshchina, a form of primeval common ownership of land, even if greatly undermined, pass directly to the higher form of communist common ownership? Or must it, conversely, first pass through the same process of dissolution as constitutes the historical development of the West? The only answer possible today is this: if the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for communist development. 84 As to the reply to Zasulich, so long in the composition, he eventually sent it off on March 8, 1881. Although he had written several long and closely argued drafts, he decided to send her quite a short final version, in which he excused himself for not having provided the concise exposé, intended for publication, which she had requested. 85 Still, his few lines were meant to dispel any doubts that Zasulich might have as to the misunderstanding in regard to my so-called theory. 86 Marx referred her to the quotation on the expropriation of the agricultural producer from the French edition of Capital and stressed that his analysis was expressly limited to the countries of Western Europe, which saw the transformation of one form of private property into another form of private property. 87 In the Russian case, by contrast, communal property would have to be transformed into private property. 88 Hence his conclusion. The analysis provided in Capital does not adduce reasons either for or against the viability of the rural commune, but the special study I have made of it, and the material for which I drew from original sources, has convinced me that this commune is the fulcrum of social regeneration in Russia, but in order that it may function as such, it would first be necessary to eliminate the deleterious influences which are assailing it from all sides, and then ensure for it the normal conditions of spontaneous development. 89 Marx's dialectical position therefore did not lead him to claim that a new economic system, based on the association of the producers, could come about through a fixed sequence of predefined stages. At the same time, he denied that the development of the capitalist mode of production was a historical inevitability in any part of the world. Marx's densely argued considerations on the future of the Obshchina are poles apart from the equation of socialism with productive forces, an idea which asserted itself strongly in the Second International and Social Democratic parties, even with sympathy for colonialism, and in the communist movement in the 20th century. Marx spurned any rigid linking of social changes to economic transformations alone. Instead, he highlighted the specificity of historical conditions, and the centrality of human intervention in the shaping of reality and the achievement of socialism.